Stereo.
My fellow Americans, this is the Rawcast, a transmission devoted to the preservation and advancement of our digital frontier. In these uncertain times, where unfinished releases threaten stability and corrupted files erode progress, it is steadfast that the player and the visionary modder who restore order. Guiding this noble broadcast are your hosts, Raw Tactics, and True Blue 77. Steadfast voices in the pursuit of innovation, restoration, and uncompromising gameplay. Here we examine the state of our vital union. We celebrate ingenuity and we confront broken mechanics, and we championship those who hold bold enough to rebuild what others abandon. Remain vigilant, remain creative, and stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, welcome in, and welcome home. We are back with another installment of the Rawcast. I'm your host, Raw Tactics, joined as always by the one and only Mr. True Blue. Blue, how you doing today, brother?
Man, I'm good. I'm very excited. Hey, what a guest we've got on today. I think we're going to have some really, really good input from this boy. It's Mr. SomeRooster. Hey, I tell you what, I think we're going to be fascinated. And chat, get ready for questions because this guy's going to blow your mind. I'm guaranteeing it. Hey, but yeah, I'm good.
Glad to hear it, man. Yes, sir. In the world of video game modding, some creators build additions, others build legacies. He's the architect behind the iconic New Vegas Bounty Saga, a series downloaded millions of times, and the mind that brought us the unforgettable adventures like the Companion Russell and the bane of my existence, Shadow over Good Springs. For an entire generation of players, his work is the definitive Fallout New Vegas experience. Ladies and gentlemen, help us give a warm welcome to the one and only SomeRooster. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. That is an extremely gracious introduction. So I'm very humbled. Thank you so much. I'm very, very happy to be here. Some time ago, I happened across your channel. Really enjoyed your streams, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here.
Hey, brother, thank you for that. I had no idea. I genuinely had no idea. Thank you for that.
Oh, how wholesome. How wholesome,
right.
straight away.
We're here for you, though. We're not here for us. So I think the best way to kind of start things off, kind of break the ice, can you tell us a bit about your background, the origin story of the name, and how you first got into gaming, and more specifically, the Fallout franchise?
All right. I'm going to, since Dragbody led with his age, and he and I are in the same demographic, so to speak, of the elders, I don't feel as uncomfortable aging myself out here. I started gaming back in the 90s as a kid, and my introduction was mainly in strategy games and simulators, which there is a wealth of old titles that you can peruse, like from the old Micropose era, like flight simulators. That's probably how I really got started. Things like SimCity 2000, which I think still holds up very, very well as a title.
Oh, yeah.
There are later games like the original Fallouts, things, and similar games like Jagged Alliance 2, which has some similarities to the original Fallouts. Things like Half-Life, the original XCOM, and a few other titles stand out from that period. But as far as what got me started modding, I would have to say it was playing Oblivion and Fallout 3 back in the 08 to 09 era. I was living in Las Vegas at the time, and I had purchased a new desktop because for reasons of moving and other, I guess, the necessities of where I was at, I was kind of limited to consoles, especially when I was in the military the first time. And I was finally in a situation where I had a good desktop for that time. And I played through those titles, was absolutely immersed in Bethesda's games. And I had played Morrowind some on a console back in the 03, 04 era, but I had never gotten, regrettably, had never invested myself in it as much as I did as Oblivion, for example. And that's something I do need to remedy at some point. But having access to the Nexus and the wealth of mods was just stunning. And I had modded other games, specifically Rome Total War. That was a game I had played quite a bit, was a big influence on me. Absolutely loved it. Things like Rome Total Realism and Europa Barbarorum. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Have held up really well. I'm sure there are, dozens of updates and renditions since I played. But I was comfortable modding games, and with Fallout 3 and Oblivion, I played through them vanilla multiple times, and then I wanted to experience as much modded content as I could. And for those games in that period, I played almost every single quest mod that was accessible that I could play without breaking my game. And this was a very different era. Things were really rough back then, but there was still a lot of heart and creativity in some of those old mods that if you go plumbing the depths, you can still find them. And I mentioned Poosmoose in my interview with Ark, but he was active then, and his quality was really standout. Again, the style couldn't be more different than my own, but he had a creative vision that stood out to me, and I respected the quality and the craftsmanship that went into his mods. And I said to myself, I want to do something like that, but tell stories that are closer to my stylistic preferences. And so it was sheer serendipity that Fallout New Vegas came out when it did. And I had already dipped my toes into modding Fallout 3 and Oblivion under a different username and had made a few nondescript mods that they're still there on the Nexus, but they're absolutely nothing remarkable. But it'd given me a little bit of confidence, and I had the typical new modder pitfalls of having grandiose ideas. And so I learned from that to a degree. And when Fallout New Vegas came out, I played through it. And in hindsight, it was kind of an incomplete playthrough. Obviously, I've played almost every bit of the content now, but I didn't necessarily have a clear picture of everything in the game, but I had a clear enough picture to know here's some areas where I want to add content. Things like bounty hunting, things like boxing. Boxing was in Fallout 2, for example, and it should figure prominently in Las Vegas and therefore New Vegas. And so I said, these are the areas where I want to try to make some content. And based on the floundering missteps that I had made in the earlier iterations, I said, all right, I'm going to call myself some guy. I added it was totally arbitrary, adding 2000. And I just wanted a nondescript username, and I wanted to create some quest mods that would be stable and fun. That was it. I had no idea that New Vegas bounties would take off like that. And it really was an alignment of circumstances where New Vegas was out. It already had a toolkit that was there, and I knew how to use. I wouldn't be so bold as to say I still wouldn't even be so bold to say I know how to use it, but I had some familiarity with it, and that's usually not the case with Bethesda games. A lot of times there'll be the release, then you'll have to wait 6 months to a year for a functional toolkit. It just so happened that New Vegas had that toolkit, and I was able to release a functioning quest mod, I think not even a month after the initial release, which is really, really fast in hindsight. And there was just a demand for that kind of content, I think, at that time. It kind of filled that gap where people really enjoyed things like 3-card bounty, and I wanted to just continue that. I didn't have a clear, lucid plan. A lot of it was heavily improvised, but I said, all right, this is what I'm going to go for. And the Some Guy series unfolded, and we can talk about why I ended and why I changed, but in terms of why I came back in and why I chose the username SomeRooster, it was initially Coq Honorable, which is badly pronounced French, that was a play on my original avatar, which is Titus Pullo. If you look at the old Some Guy avatars, a lot of times I had the picture of Ray Stevenson's Titus Polo from the HBO series Rome. He's one of my favorite characters in fiction, at least in visual media. And he's a historical character from Caesar's Commentaries. Uh, Titus Polo means like big chicken breast in Latin. And so I was like, well, I'm not going to name myself Big Chicken Breast, but I was like, Honorable Rooster or some Rooster is in that ballpark. So I took some artistic license and I thought that I would fly incognito for a while and maybe somebody would read into it and link it to Titus Polo. And that was the entire thing. And my unit, I was still active duty Army at the time. My unit were roosters. So that was our mascot.
Nice.
It all
So
just
that
the
was
stars
what
aligned.
fit into that. Yeah. So
That's
that's where the naming came from.
That is an incredible origin story. I never would have guessed it with that many aspects that went into it. I thought it was just like I thought it was gonna be a generic response, like with some guy. You just wanted a generic name, but mixed it up. Got that wild flair that your mods have become so known for.
I just want to say, sorry to interject, but hey, there's so much to unpack from all that. Unpack from it, should I say? Which is fascinating, man. Because yeah, you talked about the games you sort of you played when you were younger. You mentioned that you were ex-military, and there's so many questions I want to ask now that are kind of off topic from the interview. I just want to ask personal questions, but yeah, can I just touch on one thing that you mentioned in terms of what sort of when you came to modern, what influenced you? Was it movies? Was it like in terms of I'm going back a bit, should I say? In terms of your bounty series, that it was probably your most prominent like period of like modern and like your success. Was there anything that like influenced you in terms of films, games, or books? What made you sort of take on the bounty series?
Boy, how much time do you have?
God,
I'll try
I
to
need it.
I'll try to trim this down.
Right.
So, and you can see in my profile in the Nexus where I usually have some pithy smartass description, and I just right now it says I make westerns. Westerns, whether in print or in film, are my biggest influence, and so for the original New Vegas Bounties run, a lot of it were going to be the Sergio Leone, Sergio Corbucci spaghetti westerns, which are magnificent.
Yeah.
That being said, as I've gotten older, and they were always an influence, but I would say John Ford is the biggest influence as I delve more into his work as a filmmaker and have the greatest respect for him as an American artist and for developing the American mythos.
Can you, sorry to interject, can you tell the audience exactly who John Ford is?
John Ford is arguably the greatest American filmmaker. He made films from the 20s all the way through, I think, the 1960s. Most notably, films like The Searchers, Stagecoach, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, which not everybody's going to be familiar with now, but I encourage you to familiarize yourself with them if you get a chance. They're incredible films. But no, he was an incredible artist. And The Grapes of Wrath, too. If you're looking for something outside the Western genre that will still land very well, his adaptation, it's one of the best adaptations of an American novel, in my opinion.
Amazing. And those were those were your sort of influences towards the Bounty series, right? And it kind of struck a chord really because they were well, the stats speak for themselves. They were a massive hit on all downloading platforms. What do you think? Do you think a lot of people were in the same sort of mindset as you? When it comes to what they wanted to see in a Fallout game. Does that sound fair?
To a degree, and it's evolved, and I've been informed by audience feedback always. And
Yeah.
And again, the Some Guy series was more of the spaghetti western vein. Now I'm leaning more into the John Ford and more literary. I try to lean into literary influences, and the literary influences were there in the Some Guy series. Things, especially Larry McMurtry and Cormac McCarthy, obviously, but a lot of that was surface level. I did not appreciate how much that mod would take off and the impact it would have. And even now, when I came back, I can't overstate how I was completely disconnected from modding for a few years. And when I came back, getting messages from people that talked about how those mods resonated with them, it made a big impact on me. And I, and sort of, I don't want to digress too much, but to get into your question, my approach going in was probably more influenced by Fallout 3. And if you watch, say, Al Chestbreed's first video
Yeah.
was of Fallout New Vegas or Fallout New Vegas bounties, you can see the really rough style, even things like speech check and how I wrote dialogue. It was very crude in a lot of respects. And so luckily Vegas has very passionate fans, and they're going to let you know how they feel about if you do or do not adhere to conventions in the RPG genre. And it
Yeah.
helped make me a better developer for RPGs. I have a much, again, depends on the mod and what my goals are, but I try to allow for more role playing now. And I've certainly learned from some egregious mistakes in that regard. But in the first run, I was simply trying to make something that had action and dialogue that would engage people and characters that were fun. And I had no idea, for example, that Stephen Randall would resonate with people like that. And I have a different mindset now, and I'm more careful in how I handle my characters. But in that time, I was like, God, I'm trying to make something that will work and that will be fun for players. The bottom line is I try to make something that I would want to play and that will not bore people. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that's the foundation.
Yeah.
I hope that
Oh,
I don't know if that answered the question sufficiently.
no, hell yeah, it did. No, absolutely fascinating. I was just waiting to see if I think Raw had a question for you right there.
Yeah. How do you typically engage with players when it comes to like the feedback on your mods? I know like at the beginning, obviously you had a lot of let's just say criticisms, constructive or otherwise. How has fan feedback changed over time? I know you really don't have a presence on social media at all. Do you respond to Nexus comments? Do you still monitor those? Like,
I do assiduously. I try to respond even if someone is giving, pointed criticism. I try to engage with them, and I try to absorb or glean from those comments uh, learning points if I can. And that was a hard lesson. I was very defensive when I started modding, and I was much more belligerent towards combative users. It was a different time too. The early 2010s, people were more active in the comments and could be really, really confrontational and belligerent. And so my attitude, my mindset at that point was not friendly. I was not amicable, and you can read through my old Q&As. I mean, I was probably drunk when I wrote them. They were extremely combative and smart ass. And that in hindsight, I can say that wasn't always the best way to approach it, because even if someone's harsh, you can still try to learn from it. That being said, some of it is subjective, and there are people that are just trolls, or they're just, jerks. And, I think it's a good lesson to try to push those out of your mind, and that's hard to overcome. I forget the exact citation for it. Humans are going to gravitate towards negative feedback, or that's what they'll focus on and dwell on, and it's
Yeah.
hard to overcome that.
Yeah.
Some of it is just getting numb to it. But the positive feedback that I've gotten over the years was extremely encouraging. I don't know if I would have kept modding if not for that. Players were, we can talk about the negative stuff and the toxic community things. These are terms that get thrown around. There's a lot of positive things in the Fallout community too, and people are extremely passionate and have been so encouraging to me over the years. So I try to take the good with the bad, and improve at least 1% each time. Take a gradual, incremental approach to improvement. Don't take big swings, and keep an open mind to that feedback. That's, we're all human. That's the best we can do.
I
Yeah,
mean,
absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely. Can I just ask as well, on top of that, what you just said, see when you kind of look back at your earlier writing or even just mods in general, what do you think you were trying to prove and I mean this positively, by the way, either to yourself or the community, you know, hopefully that come across the right way, because I'm just fascinated that, from what you just said, hopefully that you sort of, you said you were kind of like, oh, gung ho when it comes to comments, but then I'm guessing now as you've got older, you kind of take it as constructive criticism, and then you feed off that, right?
Absolutely. In
Yeah.
fact, in the old days, there was a part of me when you say, like, I was driven partially to prove critics wrong. I
Mm,
wanted to shove it in their face, and that's not a healthy creative
yeah.
impetus, in my opinion. And I can, in the fullness of time and with experience, I can say that wholeheartedly now.
Yeah. No, definitely, man. Definitely. Um, See, I guess when it comes to, I just touched on your writing as well, and I want to touch on things like your storytelling and narrative craft, if I will. Um, your mods like have a lot of, your antagonists and stuff like that. They're pretty badass. Like, so what's your process? And this is always a good one for me because I like a good villain, right? What's your process for building a very good villain? Do you start with like ideology, trauma, voice, or gameplay role, or how do you do it? Because I'll absolutely love a good villain.
I read history.
You read history.
History
Oh
is what
yes, yes.
informs. When you talk about influences, I can't overstate that. It's because my background is not in creative arts or creative writing or English. A lot of people assumed I was an English major. My undergraduate's in history, in
Mm,
and with a minor in anthropology. I am to this day, like, I read fiction to develop as a writer, but I read history for pleasure, which is probably the inverse of most people. And there are so many amazing personalities that just leap off the page. For
yeah,
example, one of my overarching villains in the Great Basin, Rakion, he's I don't want to spoil too much, but he was influenced by, and I'll probably butcher his name, Francois L'Olonois, who was one of the more infamous pirates in the golden age of piracy. He was just an absolutely brutal bastard. And I think sometimes there's a desire to, I do have at times three-dimensional or more humanized antagonists,
mm,
but there are people in history that leap off the page. There's that 1 or 2% that are just pure psychopaths. And by a combination of environment and other circumstances, they develop into something that's monstrous. And
yeah.
it's unfortunate, but that's a fact of life. And I'm not going to dance around the fact that there are people like that in the world. And and again, I've made my mistakes in that. We can get into that later, but I try not to. I don't. I'll just put my cards on the table. I do believe evil exists, and it can manifest in people sometimes. So that's how I approach it. And obviously, it takes a lot of refinement and development in the outlining stage. And I try to get critical feedback, and I also try to put myself into their perspective, because that's a constant refrain in writing, or something that you're encouraged to do is, remember that from the villain's perspective, they're the hero of their story. And
Yeah.
so I've made that mistake at times, but I try to keep it at the front of my planning now.
Genuinely, I'm going to say this, and I'm not blowing smoke up your arse. That's genuinely the best answer we've had. Well, for me, that's genuinely the best answer we've had on this broadcast, because that fascinates the hell out of me. The evil character played well. Have you seen? Can I just ask? Have you seen 28 layers? 28 layers, the Bone Temple,
No,
the
I'm
new
wanting to see it. I saw 28 years later, but I have not seen the Bone Temple. I've heard good things about it.
Okay, so what you just said about an evil character, right? And I'll keep this short. Sorry, Raw. I don't want to be fucking rattling on it. I know I'm always rattling on about this,
Okay.
but you need to check out Jimmy Crystal, right? Jimmy Crystal and the in 28 years later, the Bone Temple. Wow, that from what you've just said, this is right up your street. I will tell you this,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, sorry, Raw. You must have a question for him.
So you were discussing your refinement process over time and how you've really like honed yourself in. And honestly, that shows, and it's something fan favorite around here. The Shadows over Good Springs that is clearly inspired by the Mr. Pickles animated series, and on paper, a Fallout lore quiz being involved in a mod that involves Mr. Pickles sounds it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like it shouldn't work, but somehow you managed to pull it off seamlessly, not once, but at least twice in that same mod. Like, what was there any inspiration behind that? What was your thought process going into
Okay,
this? How did that get in there?
this is going to be a stunning revelation. I had no idea that Mr. Pickles was a thing before I made that mod. I swear to God, I just it was a random name. I was trying to think of the most benign, disarming name for a demonic dog. And I was like, what if he was
What?
just named Pickles? Like, because that's going to take him down a few notches because he's this giant demon in dog form. And it's like, no, you're Pickles. And that was the essence of it. And I was just cooking it up over a few days. I wanted a Halloween mod. And I didn't want to do the standard, because I've messed around with some horror stuff. It usually didn't land well. I was like, I'm just, going to have some fun with it and have something with it. And there's a dog in every one of my mods almost. Like I love animals, I love dogs. It's
Good
very
man.
apparent. So I was gonna try to involve a dog somehow. There's gonna be a crazy person that's probably geriatric. These are my
Yeah,
staple.
yeah.
These are my staples. And from there, that was definitely an improvised production. There was not a clear plan. I put it on paper in over an evening, and then I just ran with it because I only had a few days before Halloween. And I was like, oh crap, Halloween's coming. Let me just cook something up. And it it was a happy accident, so to speak.
That is, you were just talking about evil manifestations, and that was the one. The evil that you have unknowingly released upon this community. Oh my God. Dude, for the community, what the hell were you going through when you created Joanne Butterfield?
Those are and this happens with my rants. It's stream of consciousness. I get into character. I was fortunate. Like I played sports in high school, but I also did theater because I went to a small school, and I was kind of I had a great theater teacher that pushed me into it, and I did a few plays and had some success or enjoyed it, and that acting experience helps me a lot with not just voice acting, but also getting into character and trying to see things from a character's perspective. And even in absurd scenarios like Joanne Butterfield's, again, she's this longtime resident that sees this extremely powerful courier figure drifting through periodically. And so she's going to have some resentment. And especially if you decide not to help her dog, well, boy, it's just let it fly because she's old. She doesn't give a crap anymore. Everything's gone to hell. I mean, she's living in Good Springs. I don't know how much worse it could get. So she just, unloads with both barrels. And I was like, I didn't even know if anybody would find it because you have to deliberately, and that's part of it is it's a play on some of the tropes in RPGs where you're always supposed, and I do adhere to this generally. Anytime you're offering a quest, the player should always have an off ramp. And I was like, that sucks. You're not going to go rescue an old lady's dog. So off ramp this, bitch. And it's like, boom, she's going to let you have it for 10 minutes. And so that was honestly, that was it. That was entirely where my mind was at. I got into her mindset and let it fly, man. And some of it is, the intrusive thoughts and things like that I think of during the day. And I'm just like, I'm sitting at work trying to be a functioning, normal person in society. And I get these crazy thoughts and I'll just put them in Google Docs in my phone and file them away for later use in a mod. So that's partly where some of it comes from.
The beauty of an
That's amazing.
artistic outlet. Oh my God.
Can I just say, we've got another absolutely amazing creative modder in the building. We've got Nobark in chat, and
Hell
he,
yes.
yeah, total legend, and he's got a question for you that I've like. I spoke to him off stream. If you don't mind answering, sorry, he's asking as a creative. He's saying as a creative myself, and someone who writes stories. I would love. I love David Lynch gives a blueprint to fetching ideas like fish in the unfied field. I would love to know where SomeRooster gets his ideas. is there a process, and how do the stories come to him?
It depends. I have a lot of it starts with history, reading something that unfolds, especially in military history, or in a lot of it. My background was more in classics. A lot of it's in ancient history, and there are these incredible human stories and narratives about that involve pitched conflict, and that's what drives any story forward. Some of it are things like Winchester 78. That's based on my own personal family experiences and being inspired by the film Winchester 73. And like Seven Graves from Now, that was from Seven Men from Now. It was just it's a great story. It's a great Western that not a lot of people are familiar with, and I thought it would adapt well, and I'm thought it did. But I'll get an idea, and I immediately get on Google Docs, which has been one of the most helpful things for me. And I just start with a rough outline, even if it's just some bullet points. Like I have some mods that I've hyped a little bit where I just have a spine. Guns for San Salvador has a spine and some bullet points, but it's not fleshed out yet. The actual details and fleshing out, it's a combination of doing that in the run up before I begin actually modding, and there's a degree of improvisation during production. There are things that I don't plan for, like barf in Detour. It was a complete accident. I just was making the mod and it was kind of dry, and I was like, why does this guy just have a weird dog that just barfs random objects? And it's like probably there's a screw loose in my brain. But these things happen a lot. Bobby Bass that was me. It was fortunate because people were clamoring for an evil option when you meet with the judge at the end of New Vegas Bounties. It was a false choice in the original build, that's a mistake. To say, well, you can reject it or you can die, and that's chicken shit. And so I did. I went back and I corrected it. I said, all right, you can kill the judge, or you can join his maniacal evil organization and go work for a guy. And at this point, I was like, if I'm going to make something like this, I'm not going to have any restraints. And that is liberating when you can make a spinoff or something like that, or even Shadow over Goodsprings, where I don't feel as constrained and I will just improvise out something, and sometimes it lands, but generally, even then, even with Bobby Bass, there's going to be a loose spine, like a flow that I'll work from, a guide.
Yeah.
And I've got so many documents like that backed up in my master document and linked that I'm trying to work through, and I'm excited about making them, but no, I get a general idea and I go with it. Sometimes it really is spur of the moment, and I'll get distracted, like Detour. I joke, and it was partly influenced by my cat biting me, but it was more so watching Lone Wolf and Cub, the old Japanese samurai series. That was what inspired me to make that. So it can be random circumstances or feline assault. So yeah, anything can bring it on, man.
I know what you mean about feeling assault, man. Jesus, my parents' cat is a nightmare. So yeah, she
Yeah.
stole my bag. I don't know if you seen my picture on Discord earlier on, but yeah, she stole my bag. You know, she like there's no choice. Like I empty my bag and she's right in there. Jesus, she's one of those. You know what I mean? And I can't do anything about it. Ah,
I'm
it's incredible. Sorry, Rob,
I'm
go
look.
on.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. You got to say something there.
I was just gonna say, yeah, my cat he writes all my evil plot lines. He's a great co-author. That's all.
Yeah, true. It's very true. Yeah, man, I can relate.
And we also had Anthropologi asking a question that I'm gonna build off of. What are some of the biggest challenges you face as a mod author, and how long does a complex mod like New Vegas Bounties typically take to create? And you can break that down to the individual like chapters of bounties if you would like.
It depends on what type of mod you're making and how much freedom of choice you're affording the player. Because as you afford more agency to the player, the amount of content and outcomes you have to script for multiplies, sometimes by an order of magnitude. And it can spin out of control if you're not careful. And so you have to be disciplined and you have to plan ahead for that. Another factor is real estate if you're making new world spaces. Something like New Vegas Killer, where it's talking to one crazy man, going out and killing somebody, and then returning with no other major extraneous options or or hitches or role playing opportunities, that's less than 2 weeks, sometimes a week or less. Like the original New Vegas Bounties 1, even though I wasn't experienced then, I was able to get that done in under 2 or 3 weeks
Oh wow.
because the quest structure was so simple. Now, something like I'm moving on, which I think if I'm putting my cards down or putting my chips down on what I think is the best role playing mod that I've made, I'd say it's I'm moving on just for the sheer range of options and outcomes. Even though that's a very short mod, the sheer range of role playing opportunities that took close to 3 weeks, even in its truncated state. So those are kind of the two extremes that I operate from. One is extremely role playing heavy and short, and it had roughly the same amount of production time as what seems on the surface to be a much longer and in-depth mod like New Vegas Bounties 1 or New Vegas Killer. Now, when you start adding those elements together, then you get much more drawn out productions. A mod like say Russell, that was a lot of work, and it did have a lot of and still has a lot of technical flaws. And again, God bless Roy Batty for making the LE version. Uh, the development to have barks and dialogue interactions at different points that had to get me out. And that's another thing is I modded through that original series, and I continue to mod. I'll try new things that get me out of my comfort zone, and I'll hit my head against the wall, and sometimes I fail. I still struggle greatly with height map imports and LOD. There's a guide. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Tricky Vein. He was basically a wizard when it came to height map importation. One of those things. It was a skill I had back in 2011, 2012, and I've lost it. That's something I struggle with is world space creation that is like real life. I try to pride myself on making good small quality or quality world spaces that are relatively small scale. But even then, those are all handmade. Ideally, in the future, I would like to import real height map world spaces for the large scale stuff I'm planning down the road. The other things that are challenging are just constant testing and iteration, because you're gonna run into just bizarre events in this engine. And I joke about good springs and all this, but as you add more mods and you add more layers, and as you operate in the vanilla world space, conflicts and difficulties arise. And that's why moving forward, almost all my content is going to be set in new world spaces just to bypass some of those conflicts. But I would, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please continue.
We can talk about voice acting in depth later. That is a major obstacle for me in terms of time. The process itself never really bothered.
Can I just say, I was just about to ask you that
Yeah.
as soon as you finish your chat. So yeah, you if you wanna finish what you're saying, then we can roll onto that if you like.
Sure. Depending on the mod, voice acting can be an extremely time-consuming process, and it's not an allegation against any person. It's just the nature of this is community theater. We're relying on volunteers, and some people are going to hustle and be punctual and deliver great work. And I'd say that's most actors. They're really good. But sometimes things happen and there are delays or people ghost you and things drag on. And it can absolutely extend the production timetables. And for better or for worse, I get in my head, I'm working on something. I am driving to finish it. Like it's admittedly, it's an obsession at times. I am completely committed to seeing it, to getting it done. And because now I'm partially driven by there were unfinished projects from back then or projects that got derailed, and I'm kind of haunted by that. And now my mindset is I try to create small disciplined projects that I can finish and bring to life. And I will be damned if I let them get stopped or derailed because of voice acting. And I am working with the community because there has been a lot of good feedback and persuasive feedback about the use of AI versus human voice actors, and it's an extremely controversial topic. I believed coming in that using AI as a voice changer, like for Joanne Butterfield, I had no idea it would be so controversial. Because I had been using things like Audacity and other audio editing tools for years to create like my super mutant voices, which I viewed as more or less the same. I'm not using AI for other elements, just for to change some of those voices, especially for like those hard to voice demographics like children and old people. And with that in mind, for large projects, I will be doing casting calls and trying to, if not entirely, mostly rely on human voice actors for the big standalone projects. For my serials, just for the sake of keeping them alive and knowing that I can voice them at any time, I'll still use voice to voice AI, or also known as voice changing AI.
Yeah.
Because people, and I think other modders are more sympathetic because they understand the process. You have to create these scripts, you have to send them out. You are essentially a casting agent. You're contacting them as
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
constantly. You're managing personnel, and this is again, this is a hobby in your free time. I'm very busy now, much busier than I was in the first run, and time is at a premium, and that's partly what informs this decision making on my part. Again, with all that said, I'm not going to be unreasonable, and there are great community members like Egg the King, a amazing work ethic. He came in and said, "Look, I will do the casting calls, I will do the legwork for something like I'm moving on." And when he just finished Seven Graves from Now, he got a fully human voice acted version of several of my mods done, and he did the legwork. So anybody that's willing to put their money where their mouth is, man, I will work with them. Absolutely. I don't want to be intransigent just for, for the sake of being pigheaded or stubborn. I do want to work with people, but I'm also balancing my goals, because if you could see my master document, I glanced at it before I did this interview. I've got 26 planned mods that I still haven't released, and I am driven, without rushing or compromising creative integrity, to try to bring those to life in the coming years. And so I'll admit it. That's what drives me to take some of the different methods with voice acting. Is I don't want to do like I did last time and leave projects unfinished.
See with that, I just want to one last thing to add on to that, because you've answered a lot of questions that I was going to ask, to be fair to you, but because it sounds like a bit of a nightmare with the voice acting and getting everything in sync with schedules and all that sort of stuff. But has there ever been a point where you've had to rewrite a character entirely because the voice actor wasn't there, or the voice performance wasn't quite there, or it took it in an unexpected direction? Do you know what I'm saying? Is there any sort of period or a point that you've had to do that? And if it has, I can imagine it must
Yes.
have been a hell of a grind.
Well, I'll be honest, I kind of got accustomed to it. And that's why
Really,
in a lot
really.
of my old mods, some guy 2000 is in those voice acting credits for a lot of roles. And that wasn't an accident. And then there are times like with Esther in New Vegas Bounties 3, we could not track down the actress. And she had kind of moved on, and that happens. And so that actress is unvoiced in the finished mod, which still bothers me, but it's, these things happen. And
Yeah.
that is why, like, for my serial characters like Cassus and Mr. Gray, for my faction mods, which will be living mods that I'll probably patch content in for years, I I made sure that come hell or high water, that they would have the same voice actor, and that I would be able to have voice content for them. So I think that it wasn't any one person or anything that stands out. It's just, people are living their lives and things happen, and sometimes you have to roll with it.
Absolutely. Raw.
All the different quest mods out there, what systems or mechanics in Fallout New Vegas do you wish the engine supported better? And how would it change your design specifically if you had these mechanics?
Well, I've modded Skyrim some, and I like the scene system in Skyrim quite a bit. It's very robust, and it works without fail once you learn the basics. So you can have very elaborate scenes with both dialogue and scripted actions, like magic and so on, that will unfold in a fluid and predictable way. Unlike New Vegas, where I have to have, and people don't see that, there is a lot of redundancy behind the scenes. You have scripted backups running for most of my, and I've learned that through failure. And anytime there are scenes where people are interacting, I always allow the player to bypass that scene by speaking to a character, or if the engine just, craps the bed, so to speak, and fails, which it will do, whether vanilla, light vanilla, or lightly modded or heavily modded, the engine is just going to do weird things sometimes, and so you have to script for that in the background. And that's there's a lot of great things about modding New Vegas, but that's part of it. But with the if I was going to specifically answer that question, I would say the scene system from the creation engine is something I would like.
So you have a crazy amount of experience with the creation engine itself. Can you dive slightly deeper on what are some of the strengths, weaknesses, like from your point of view, excuse me, specifically?
It's more stable, and I think that for Skyrim, at least I have a much less experience modding Skyrim. I've made a uh, few mods, really only one significant mods. That was Blood of the Nord, which I was pretty pleased with, but it was still a fairly niche mod. It had some somewhat complicated events. I think it's more stable. The Papyrus scripts are stored separately, and I'm probably going to misspeak on some of the technical details because I'm coming at this again from more on the creative side, but I've tried to learn it as best as possible. It's just from my perspective as a quest creator, Skyrim is more stable. That being said, it's scripted. I struggle with the creation engine from a speed standpoint. I have to work much slower and more methodically because it has its own picadillos. That whereas with New Vegas, even though it's weird and I have to do backup stuff to keep it from going off the rails, I can work so much faster in the GEC than I can in the creation engine or creation kit, so to speak. I forget it.
How have you
We have
seen? Oh,
sorry, Rod, go ahead. Sorry.
just continuing on with that, my last question on the engine itself. How have you seen the engine evolve from the days of like Oblivion and Fallout 3 to where it stands today? And have you touched Fallout 4 at all?
I have not messed with Fallout 4 really. I wrote some outlines and we can get into that. When it released, this is what happens to me. I'll play a game, and you were asking about creative inspirations. When I play a game, ideas just hit me. When I find little missing, again, those gaps in gameplay or in the lore where I think something would fit. When I did my initial playthrough of Fallout 4, we were all excited. I was into it. Uh, really, the apathy or the resistance to it didn't set in until later. But I wrote down a range of different outlines for it. And believe it or not, I actually wrote some outlines for Starfield as well. But I have not messed with the engine for Fallout 4 or Starfield. I don't have the drive to mod those. Now, if we're talking about Oblivion and Onward, I can comment on that some. Oblivion's was more there. I would have to open it up and get into specific. There's some quality of life features in the GEC, and whether it's for Fallout 3 or New Vegas, that just make things work a little better than they did for the Oblivion engine. And there are probably a litany things I'm overlooking or misspeaking about, but I found that Oblivion was just simpler, and there were some simple hard coded things in the GEC that you just didn't have in the Oblivion engine. But you make it work.
Sir.
I, can I ask as well, on behalf of a legend we had on very recently, Dragbody, I hope he's listening. Dragbody's asking a question, posted yourself. You recently posted a poll asking about future projects that teased many new storylines in terms of your mods. Can you share anything about these projects at all right now?
I will share what I can without
Okay,
giving away colossal spoilers, and I
sure.
may remember my poll. First up, hey, we can start with what I'm doing. More Legion content. I'm adding book 2
Ooh, yes,
to
please.
Acta non Verba, which is, I'll say this. I never anticipated I would enjoy writing the Legion as much as I have, but it's been fun. Uh, Act 2 or book 2, since I'm giving a nod to the Aeneid, it is. I'm just trying to take the Legion in a different direction and show that there can be regional variations in leadership. Because if you write the Legion as it is with Wolpes and Lanius, it's a hard sell. In my opinion, at least trying to humanize them. There aren't many humanized Legion characters in the vanilla game. But this is a huge nation that they've built, and you're going to have regional legates that some are arguably going to be worse, some are arguably going to be better. And so I'm trying to feed off that
Yeah.
and show that you might have leaders that take a different approach. And so whereas Wolpes would irradiate Searchlight and burn Nipton, Marcellus is sending you and Casus to find a like book 2 is set in a place called Empire Wash, and I can get into that later, but I am greatly influenced by geography as well. I'll spend hours in Google Maps just going through combing the Southwest and maps, looking at real world pictures, and there are also sites dedicated to historic mines, and that informs some of my design choices for mining towns and stuff. But don't want to digress. Empire Wash is a small town that's south of Searchlight, and it's struggling. I mean, they're hanging on by their fingernails. And so this is an opportunity for the Legion to not terrorize or ransack, but rather to persuade. And I think it's an interesting scenario where what if you can present the Legion as providing security and peace to people and doing it in a very subtle way. And so that's the premise of it. It may work, it may not work, but that is the essence of book 2 of Acton Nonware. But the later books, those are still very much a work in progress. The tentative plan is to have the player assist the Legion in other world spaces against outside threats. And this is something that will always inform my view of Fallout is I don't see the realms outside the nations as, and this is probably where I do depart a little bit more from vanilla tone, is I don't see it as a lot of isolated little shanty towns. I see it as, and again, this is informed by history, where you can have the development of large nomadic tribes and peoples that are uprooted by either climate or population, and they're going to come into conflict with other groups and with other nations. And so, whether it's something like Scythians or the Omnia, the Zulus, the Comanches, any number of nomadic peoples like that in history, they're really fascinating. They're a big influence on what I want to do with these tribal forces that are, operating unseen just beyond the areas of, say, the Legion, and that you may interact with or come into conflict with. So that's my big picture plan for the Legion and the kind of things I want to dig into and show without, and again, I want to say this, I want to try to write them as fairly as possible without sugarcoating or overly demonizing them. They're going to be good and bad people in every faction. And so I want to try to bring that to life. Like, one of my great villains in my plan series is Melees. And he is an absolute son of a bitch. The legate out of the legate out of Kingman, and he's an overarching antagonist. And I really like him as a villain. But yeah, that's one of the ones. As far as the other mods that are listed there, I'll save Big in Vegas for last, because that is going to be the next one, and there's a lot to cover there. Let's people asked about the Indomitable Kulo. That's going to be a Joanne Butterfield type mod. I won't go into that too much.
Jesus Christ.
It's a dog. Okay, this is one of those. I was watching Al Chess Breach, and he's like, I've got a mod that lets me feed dogs Jet. And so I was like, that's what we need. We need a dog companion. And like, when you feed him Jet, it's like the Popeye music plays, and he gets superpowers.
Fuck
And he
off.
goes around and he can just do anything. And he's an absolute bastard. Like, a lot of the dogs and pets in my mods, they're very lovable. This dog, like, that's why he's named Kulo. He's a son of a bitch. But sometimes you need a Kulo, sometimes that's the hero you have. And so the Grub and Gulp is harassed by the Legion. It's always getting shit on. And so Kulo's going to be there to save the day. So that's the Indomitable Kulo. Yeah, that's a thing that I thought of and wrote down. So,
Ancient Kulo.
Listen.
Oh my god.
So,
Listen, with that being said, right, can I just ask on a side, excuse me, bad cough. On a side note to that question that I asked you, how do you think? Because you mentioned Legion. How do you think? Well, you mentioned Legion a lot, should I say? How do you think they were portrayed in the Fallout TV series? I'm assuming you've seen it.
I have a lot of criticisms of it. I will say that. I don't want to
Right.
get too much into the TV show because it's been beaten to death, and I prefer to focus on
Yeah.
mods. But I will say, I just disagree with some of the creative decisions they made, and I wish that I think this show would have been a great success if they had set it in Chicago or Dallas or Atlanta, any number of other places. But I'll say this, that would have meant that they would have had to do the heavy lifting of world building and writing their own storylines that weren't connected to the old lore. And I don't know if they're capable of doing that, to be honest. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, we will see because they're apparently shifting in the direction of Colorado and the Intermountain West. And a lot of that's Terra Incognita in Fallout lore. So we'll see.
I'll try to get you guys some behind the scenes, some in production shots if I can manage to find exactly where they're filming out here. But on the topic of Bethesda, you spoke earlier on how you have history with the OG Fallouts, right? So what are your thoughts
Yeah.
on Bethesda's handling of the IP and the direction the series has taken? I'm sure you've probably seen Tim Kaine recently speaking on this and some of the other OG Fallout creators. What's your perspective?
Well, I'm sympathetic to Chris Avalone's outlook that he posted on Reddit to a degree. I think it's just been clumsy lately. Uh, and let me preface this by saying I'm a Bethesda fan.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be modding. We wouldn't have any of this
Right.
without Bethesda. And look, I love Obsidian, what they were back then. I don't think they're the same company now, but Obsidian is not a mod friendly company historically. I mean, people have managed to mod Knights of the Old Republic 2 now, but that was just a major undertaking. Bethesda has always, at least since, Morrowind era, has always been pro modder. So whatever criticism I might dish out to Bethesda, it's not going. I'm going to take it. I'm always going to have some restraint out of respect for how much they've supported modding. Um, I just think some of this is just natural commercial inertia where Bethesda grew so fast after Skyrim, especially Fallout 4. They have probably and people have used this metaphor a lot, the ship of Theseus type thing, where it has changed into something much different than what it was. The composition of the company, and you have guys like Coolman who are jumping ship, no pun intended, and it's it's grown into something that's almost unrecognizable, and I don't know if they can even write it. I do know a lot's riding on Elder Scrolls 6, and so if it goes south, I don't know what Microsoft's going to do. Um, I am rooting for them though, and I said that in my interview with Ark. I hope Bethesda gets on track and can get back. And in some of the recent interviews, Todd has at least expressed an interest in returning or cleaving to some of the older uh, design principles of
Right.
exploration, playing to their strengths.
Right.
If they can truly do that, if it's not just lip service, I think that they stand to at least stay viable. Unfortunately, there is going to be some Duke Nukem Forever type situation where so much time has passed that it will never meet the expectations of players. There's gonna be some disappointment on some level. But even if it were Skyrim plus in a new territory in Tamriel, I think people would be pretty pleased with that as long as we can
Agree.
mod it.
I agree.
And again, as long as we can mod it, there's hope. That's why Oblivion Remastered, nobody talks about it or cares about it now. And I hope Bethesda bears that in mind too with the potential remasters for Fallout 3 and New Vegas. If you can't mod it, it will not have the staying power.
Yeah.
I've got to say, right. Sorry, Ra, if you want to ask a question there, fire
Oh,
away.
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna touch on Rooster. You're obviously old school, aged like me, right?
Yeah.
Not like Raw. Raw's a young pup, right, compared to us. But I just want to ask, what was your first? You said your first introduction to Fallout was it 3? Then further on, is that right?
I had played the first two back in the 90s and even Tactics a little bit. And
Great.
it wasn't until later, and again, shame on me, I had to go back and watch videos to really get all the different out endings and things like that. Because half the time I was playing this on a friend's computer or something like that on a weekend.
Yeah, and
I didn't always have it.
Yeah, then that's kind of leading on what I was going to ask you. So how would you feel about a Fallout 1 or 2 remake? I know there's a lot of like, I think there's modders doing projects as Project Ario and stuff like that in the pipeline, and even in like looking at the Elder Scroll series, there's a few things going on as well. It's like Skywind, the Skyblivion, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if they're still in development. I've not watched a lot of it, but if it was like if it was your choice, what would you have remaked? Would it be one or two, Fallout 1 or 2, to bring it to the modern day audience? What would you fancy?
Hmm.
Interesting question.
If I have to just pick, I would say Fallout 1. But my
Yes,
instinct is
good answer. Good
well,
man.
my
Top drawer.
instinct is I would prefer within reason. Yeah, remakes are great, remasters are great.
Yeah.
But in my heart of hearts, I would prefer to see the series move forward with a new title. That would be
Uh-huh.
my preference. See the
Okay. Okay.
resources and time and money invested in a new title or a new spin-off. There are a lot
Uh-huh.
of stories that can be told in Fallout. But then again, there's a part of me that's like, I don't. Can they do it? Can Bethesda? Can Obsidian? And I don't know if Bethesda is they have that IP. They're grasping it so tightly. I would love to see some other studios do like an RTS, about the resource wars. There's any number of things you
Oh,
could do with the Fallout IP
oh,
that Bethesda just doesn't, they're not going to take that risk. And I'm hoping that maybe Microsoft, I mean, okay, hypothetically, take Microsoft. What if they gave the Fallout IP to one of their old RTS studios, say those that make Age of Empires, to make something akin to that for Fallout? I mean, there are any number. Microsoft can do this stuff, and so
hey,
I'm hoping that.
honestly, I would be honestly, that would like literally be one of my. I was going to say one of my dreams, but no, I wouldn't go that far. But I'd be very,
Yeah,
very interested in like you know, we're talking about Fallout Tactics, right? Okay, I,
yeah,
I played that, right, and it wasn't very good for me, right? Being a Fallout fan, 1 and 2, the goats for me, 3 amazing as well. But if we're talking about RTS stuff, look at the in fact, I can give an example. Like look at the Gears of War. What was the game? They did a RTS for Gears of War, right? It was uh the name escapes me, right? But it was brilliant. It was XCOM-esque, right? It was
yeah.
it was one of those turn-based games with what do you call it? Perfect planning and stuff like that. And I mentioned to you before about excuse me, my throat is terrible tonight. I'm sorry. A game I was playing about like literally an hour ago, or maybe a couple of hours ago, was Menace, and it brought a new kind of seemed to the RTS series, which was I thought was like it needed a kick up the arse, if you like, because there's not been very many good ones. I don't know if you agree with me, Rooster, but like, feel free to like jump in at any point, like because I know you're an XCOM man, right?
Yeah, and I grew up playing RTSs, turn-based tactics games like that. I admittedly I I haven't had as much time to game in the recent years, but if I did, I haven't seen any titles, maybe except perhaps outside the realm of indie games that I would spend money on. But I'll admit I'm uninformed for really the last 4 to 5 years, so probably not a good source on it now. But I would love to see new development and innovation in either genre, for that matter. And if somebody could do that with the Fallout IP, like imagine somebody like Firaxis making a turn-based Fallout game. I would be
Could
very
you
intrigued at
imagine?
the very least.
Could you imagine like excuse me again? Could you imagine like in that sort of genre, like the RTS experience, having to control, I don't know, the NCR or the Brotherhood of Steel in that sort of environment with all the different units and upgrades and stuff like that? For me, like I don't I don't know if I speak for anybody else, but for me that'd be amazing. Like Brotherhood of Steel, super mutants even. It's like getting all their gear, getting all the stuff, playing different sort of campaigns. Man, that'd be right up my street.
Yeah, I'm in a perfect world. I would like for Microsoft to handle Fallout like LucasArts did Star Wars in the early 90s, to where they farm out the IP to a lot of different studios and they innovate and have a lot of different takes on it. And some people would, balk at that, but I'm like, let's at least test the waters and see what happens,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
allow
yeah.
get some indie developers, small studios to take a
Oh,
shot
hell
at it.
yeah.
I think you'd be
Hell yeah.
shocked. I think you'd be pleasantly surprised at the amount of creativity that you would get out of people, because there are a lot of developers out there extremely passionate that they would leap at the opportunity to work on Fallout, even if it's in a niche enterprise like something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, absolutely. Again, I was waxing lyrical about that, and I have been for like a good while now about the game I'm playing, Menace, and it's it's made by, like you said, indie developers, um,
Yeah,
early access, constantly getting worked on, and I'm enjoying it. Like it's kind of like I've not played a game, a real time strategy game, or turn based one, and enjoyed it as much as I did like XCOM, but this one, like, scratches the itch. It's not like it's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those ones that you're like,
yeah.
okay, this is in the right direction. This is good, and you can see the sort of the gap. Well, you can see the development team have got the passion, for an RTS. They've obviously looked at other, RTSs and been involved in them or played them. But yeah, I mean, amazing stuff. Sorry, I'm digressing like mad. Raw, sorry, are we gone back onto go back onto
So you're
Fallout? Shall we
good.
chat
Just
Fallout?
keep the conversation flowing. You're good.
Oh, awesome. Right, I've got a question for you, Rooster, and it involves right, right. Let's go with this one. Right, uncomfortable, but I'm going to give you uncomfortable, but let's go away and insightful question. Right. Okay. Are you ready?
Ready?
Right. So, see, when it comes to, you're obviously a busy man. You've got family life and stuff like that. But were there, like, were there any personal themes you were subconsciously working on through while writing, in terms of, you know, was there stuff that you took from, I don't know, your family life, or personal traumas and stuff like that, and put it into your mods? Hope that's not too personal, and I hope you don't mind me asking, but was there anything that you kind of took and uh, you like maybe it's like the best way of putting it is like, if you like, how musicians write songs and they unleash emotional experiences. Was there anything like that involved in your mods? I hope that's not too personal again.
There's a piece of myself in every mod, because, like
There
Hemingway
you go.
said, you process of writing is open your wrists over the keyboard, or over the
Mm,
typewriter, as he would say.
mm,
It happens in every mod. Some are more personal than others. I can say that Shadow over Good Springs is not a reflection of personal trauma. It is
I
just,
don't know.
bizarre event. But more so in my more recent mods. But I will say Russell, that was the anger that I had after I got out of the military the first time and transitioning to civilian life and adapting. And there was a lot of just pure rage, man, channeled into that character. And I joke a lot about him as a companion, and I generally don't like long-term companions. I like short-term companions like Dead Money. That's my ideal. Uh,
yeah,
Characters that are in a closed arc supporting a story rather than stories supporting a character. But that's neither here nor there. Russell is 100% an example of that, where you're not supposed to, ideally, you don't want to do a self-insert. Russell to some degree was, and that's why I have mixed feelings about him. Even though I'm putting technical failures aside, I'm generally happy with how the mod turned out, although I wanted to finish that ending. And that's, again, that partly what informs how I mod now. Now, there's some stuff I have planned that's deeply personal. I'm moving on is more about coming back to modding after and getting my confidence back, and that bleeds through in Kelly Hunter. A
yeah,
character who's unsure of herself and saying, "I don't know how to do any of this." And I said, I'm relearning modding. I had done a little bit of stuff in 2022 and tampered with the engine some, but I was not where I needed to be to make larger mods like Seven Graves from now. And so I said, all right, I'll make something small and I'll leave it in the mod. And that absolutely happened. Winchester 78, very much a mod about family and my personal relationship and the loss of a relationship with somebody I would consider to be like a brother. And I don't want to spoil the film or the mod, but family dynamics are at the heart of it. And it's a big one. It's probably going to be years before I get to make it, but I'm very passionate about that one and some others. I will say some of the and this covers some of the earlier question about mods that were on that poll. Buried O's, that's a mod I haven't talked about at all. That is part of a three-part loose trilogy involving the Brotherhood of Steel, who I'd never modded, and I wrote these 3 mods. It started with Don't Forget, which is actually the second one, but I decided to write an introduction called Buried O's that is about a lot of this goes back to a Brotherhood chapter called Sylvania, which is a real place near the border of Nevada and California up in the mountains. And I dug into kind of this vague part of Fallout lore, the NCR Brotherhood War, it may have been the second one, but the conflict that they had leading up to Fallout New Vegas. It's very vague in some parts in the lore. All you know is that they had a conflict. Multiple chapters were wiped out or pushed away by the NCR. You had Operation Sunspot, and even in the run up to the release of Fallout New Vegas, if you dig some of the old press stuff, I think they retconned it, but there were even some publicity things that stated the Brotherhood irradiated the NCR gold reserves. I think they washed that out later, but the Brotherhood robbed banks. They engaged in more or less an insurgency against the NCR. And so I read into that and I said, what if there was one of these chapters that the NCR wiped out in very brutal fashion? And somebody like Colonel Moore, you could 100% see her doing that. That's how she made her career, was fighting the Brotherhood, if I remember correctly. So Ranger Hidalgo, who's a character referenced in several mods and who is universally reviled by everyone, he assisted Colonel Moore with wiping out this chapter. And I'm talking about this more in depth because this is actually referenced in limited edition. You can read the notes. This kind of lays the groundwork for that. And what happens in this trilogy is you see the lives of these people that were affected by that. And there's Rourke, who was in a relationship with Stewart. And you may be familiar with Stewart from LeMay. All the recordings that LeMay drops in select locations are from Paladin Stewart. And these were survivors of Sylvania. And Buried O's is about Rourke trying to connect with her identity as a member of the Brotherhood of Steel. And again, this is all family oriented. That's my big takeaway, because I've never written the Brotherhood of Steel. And when I strip it all away, it's an organization built on family. And so that's what I want to try to dig into. That being said, Don't Forget is a deeply personal mod because it's about Ranger Hidalgo trying to seek redemption. And a lot of people, when they play O's, I'm going to be curious to see if people just shoot him on sight at the beginning of Don't Forget.
Yeah.
And it's going to test the limits of what people will tolerate for a redemption arc. But he's one of my favorite characters on paper. And I will talk about Don't Forget because I'm very passionate about it, and I've delayed it. I worked on it quite a bit last summer, and then I pushed it back because I didn't want to rush it. It's a mod that entirely takes place in Legion territory, and you work through a series of world spaces and try to go deep into Arizona to rescue these women that were captured at an NCR outpost called Camp Yankee. And along the way, it's Hidalgo, and of course, I'm going to have like a Nightkin. The only thing I'm missing so far is a dog, and I probably will add a dog at some point in the production. But you're going on this journey of, and again, I'm trying not to give away too much. I'm taking the themes and ideas that were present in one of my old outlines called Sinners and Slaves, and I'm putting it into one person, into Ranger Hidalgo. And I think it works better as one person. Sinners and Slaves was one of those enormous ideas that I could not have made back then. But I'm viewing it kind of like Firebase Zulu as it's a canon event, what happened, but I'm giving you a follow-up that will capture the essence of it. And that's what Don't Forget is about. Winchester 78, is the final installment in the planned trilogy. That is an adaptation, a loose adaptation of the Jimmy Stewart classic Winchester 73. And Winchester 78 is a type of plasma caster that was a 1 in 1,000 prototype before the war. And the basic hook is that you're helping Paladin Stewart recover this family heirloom that is a Winchester 78 plasma caster. But there's a lot more to it, and it's a very ambitious project on player. It's probably gonna have to take a while, or on paper, so it's gonna take me a little while before I get to it. But yeah, I hope I didn't. I kind of got on a tangent there, but that covers a lot of the things that were in that poll
Right.
and kind
Yeah,
of my
no.
ideas. And those are probably the most personal ideas that I've put on paper. Deal with that. And if people, and I know I have players that much more prefer my more serious mods. Those all are all very serious. And don't forget is I'm gonna have to make something silly before and after it just to kind of offset the tone. It can be a very somber mod at points. But yeah, that's the personal life always bleeds through to some extent. So yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't get any more of a comprehensive and more like, honest answer than that, can you? I mean, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Man, that's it's fascinating. I just I just hope people appreciate the sort of the handle that you were coming from. I mean, I do, absolutely. Rob, have you got a wee question for him? How's chat looking?
Yeah, so regardless of how serious or wacky your mods end up being, there's one thing that's almost guaranteed. There's going to be a completely unfair moment in the game where the balancing just feels so off to some people. Like for instance, got the Cazador sequence. I just lost my note. You know what I'm
Oh
referring to
God.
though.
He's done it again.
Yeah. Yes.
Referring to the Cazador sequence. Will we ever see a fair fight in a SomeRooster quest mod?
I will say I was very proud of the fight in Detour with the mercenaries. I got a lot of kudos for that one. I worked on that one. The Cazador one, I'm not gonna lie, that was all set up for what I thought would be a stupid joke, where you have this horrible, life-threatening fight, and then this guy just crawls out of his little bunker and says, "Hey guys, what was
Yeah,
that noise?"
right.
That's what it was all for. I was like, I'm going to create the most horrifying situation imaginable just to set up this stupid joke. That I swear to God, that's entirely what it was. And so yes, sometimes I create those situations just for that payoff. That's it, man. I wish I had a more mature or thoughtful answer.
You know, it's not entirely your fault, but I have a personal vendetta against that quest specifically because at the time of playing that, I had just recently installed the Kazaclaw mod.
Oh
Do
my
you know what
God.
I'm referring
Oh
to?
my
The
God.
I'm not
Kazaclaws?
responsible for that horror.
Oh my god.
Do
I
you
don't even.
remember? Sorry to interject, but Rod, do you remember us trying to fucking sort that shit out?
Yeah?
When we were doing that. Oh my God. Hopefully, hey Rooster man, you need to check out. There must be a video somewhere available to watch me and Rod like struggle to. We were trying to do like this Kazaclaw versus like the versus videos that you see on YouTube where you got like like 10
Oh
super
yeah.
mutants versus like one I don't know, Brotherhood of Steel Paladin and see who wins and blah blah. This was next level, wasn't it, Raw? This was next level. Oh, it was terrible.
I've put a lot of horrifying and challenging and even unfair things in my mod, but I'll say in my defense, I've never put a Kazaclaw in one of my mods.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Coming up as an Easter egg in one of the up and coming mods we just discussed.
Don't threaten me with a good time. I'll do it, brother.
I'm gonna hop back in.
Uh,
Actually, Blue, if you'd like to ask another question or two that Dragbody had.
oh, sure, yeah. Let's have a look. Just give me a second. I'll pull it up. But
We also had Anthropologuy in the chat saying that he does appreciate the stupid jokes, and I'll speak for my community. We definitely appreciate the stupid jokes over here.
yeah,
I'm
he,
thankful.
here we go. Going on, like, this is another one from Dragbody, absolute legend, by the way. Everyone
Incredible.
should check out his channel. Everybody should download his mods because, yeah, as I said, legend. He's asking, right, and this is another personal one, if you don't mind, Rooster. But he's saying you recently started Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and if memory serves, you were once heavy into weightlifting. How have these activities impacted your life? Do your physical activities like these provide balance to sedentary nature of modern? What about that for a question?
Well, it falls under the domain of mens sana corpore sano in Latin. It's sound mind and a sound body. And fitness is a big part of mental health for me. Those are
Absolutely.
interlinked. And so I've always liked powerlifting. There were times where I was powerlifting skinny. There was times where I was powerlifting fat. But I always liked powerlifting. Now, as I've gotten older, I've actually transitioned more into, not to geek out here, but more into hypertrophy based work just for the sake of longevity because my joints. And there was also a phase where I got into bouldering, like rock climbing. And
Yep.
that was during my sabbatical when I wasn't modding. I was able to get into hobbies like that really in depth, and I enjoy those kind of things. I do what I can when I can, and I've still got some old dings from the military, and I'm sure Raw can relate. It takes a toll on you, and I'm I'm balancing that with jujitsu, and I'm probably more into jujitsu now. I don't compete in powerlifting anymore, and I'm just training for longevity and health, and being a competent jujitsu practitioner. And I'd done judo when I was younger, so it wasn't like totally alien to me grappling. I just do it as a hobby though. It's fun.
Ah, cool. Good answer, man. Good answer. Let's have another one from Drag then. He's given me quite a few, so why not? Let's have a look. I just want to make sure that they kind of relate to what we were just been chatting about. No, in fact, no, let's just chuck a random one out, shall we? Actually, if you don't mind me asking this one, this is a personal one as well. Sorry. Uh, you recently thanked your wife for encouraging you to get back into modding. Can you share about that and what caused you to stop initially, and why do you think she encouraged you to take it back up? Sorry if that's too personal. You don't have to answer, but I think that's a great question from Drag.
That's a fair question.
Cool.
I stopped because of several reasons. I was more focused on YouTube and Twitch and some other things that, if I'm being honest with myself and the audience, it's not really my passion. My passion is modding. And it's not to say I had a lot of fun times. There were some great experiences doing that, but I'd kind of gotten off track, and admittedly, I had lost a lot of confidence, especially after New Vegas Bounties 3. I questioned whether or not I could competently create mods again, and if that was just I needed to walk away from it. Some of it was I had become so obsessed at times that I thought I needed to take a break. And let's just say, without going into detail, I did a very hard reboot of my life about 5 years ago, and
Right.
went back into active duty service. Did something extremely challenging and extremely rewarding, and I did make it through a very challenging pipeline. And got to do some crazy stuff that informs my modding now and just life in general. And it gave me a very different outlook on life. And it was the right thing to do. And it has helped me strike a better balance in creative pursuits and living life. Now, my wife, I was still in the military, and I was talking to her when I had a little bit of downtime, because there were a few years there where
Can I ask,
things
sorry, sorry to check, how long did you serve in the military?
well, I was in 4 years from '04 to '08. That was active duty, and then I was in
It was
4 years
US
back.
Army, right?
No, I was in the Marine Corps the first time,
Marine Corps.
and then
Awesome.
I was in the Army from 2020 to 2024,
Got
and
you.
now since I'm doing the Pepsi Challenge, and I'm now in the Texas Air National Guard, and I am not leaving it. I'll leave it at that. It is nice. So
Nice.
it's
Got
a
you.
good
Got you.
gig, and I'm a part timer, and like I'm happy with that. It's for my interests and what I'm doing in life. It's the best situation for me.
No, I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro.
And so, yeah, I've run the gamut of military branches at this point, and yeah, that was it. But to get back to the
Sorry, yeah, go on.
my wife, 'cause I want to give my wife credit. She's an incredible person. She's like an anchor for me, morally, and just in the trajectory of my life where I've had a lot of ups and downs. She's been steady as a rock, And I was toying with the idea of making mods again because I had replayed New Vegas in like 2022. And I talked to her briefly about it, and I was messing around with the engine, and I, was feeling a little sorry for myself, being like, I don't know if I can do this. And she's like, just do it. She's like, you've made these things. People enjoy the work. There are people out there that would like to see you mod again. Just try it.
Yeah.
And it was that kind of simple kick in the ass that was what I needed.
Yeah.
To get me to test the waters again and realize it's not going to be, and accept it's not going to be perfect. And you still get back on the horse and you keep plugging away, man, and try to get better each time. So
Yep.
that's it. Full credit to my wife. If she listens to it, babe, you're amazing. Love you.
Can we get W's in the chat for the man's wife right there? Can we get W's in the chat? Everyone listening right now or watching, whatever, get W's in the chat for Rooster's wife.
Some
That
chicken.
she sounds like a top wife. Let's just say that.
She's incredible.
Brilliant. No, no. It was very inspirational to hear. Actually, very good.
W for some hand,
I'm-
indeed.
Yeah, I'm very blessed in that regard. Absolutely.
Absolutely, man. No, you are blessed. Let's lower the tone, shall we?
Hey, Hermit
Should we
was
get
also asking, do you currently compete in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
No, I had to go away for a while, and it was like learning to swim again. I trained last year, and then I had to go off to training in Alabama for a while and hadn't trained, and I'm getting back into it, but my coach is talking about it. I will follow my coach's guidance. I'll need to cut a little bit of weight, which is healthy anyways, but when my coach says you're going to compete, I'll compete.
When we go out to Good Springs this year, Drag said he's bringing mats. You gonna be out there?
Drag, let me just tell you right now, I know what level Drag is at. He's going to murder all of us, okay?
Right.
I'm gonna sit my ass down on the mat and I'm gonna shrimp my fat ass off of that fucking mat. That's what I'm gonna do.
Beautiful.
Are these boys raw? Like, obviously, man, you've met a few of them. Are these boys ripped? Are these boys going to kick ass?
Hey, I haven't met Rooster, but I see where he's coming from with Drag. I'll say that. I haven't seen Drag fight, but I see the
Is Drag
potential.
going to kick ass? He's going to mess it up, right?
I see the potential. Hey,
Yeah,
Rooster,
like,
on that
don't-
note, do you actually
Sorry.
plan on going out to Good Springs? Is that any of your interest at all?
Yes. If barring, and I've told Al Chest Breach and anybody else, like, I will I will come as Stephen Randall. If it's an agreement and Al had, and I have to check the messages. If he comes as a certain character, I'm going to come as Stephen Randall. Just show up and I can hide my face doing it that way.
Right.
So no, I would like to, barring work or extreme circumstances like this last year. I had I was out doing training in Alabama. Barring something like that, yeah, I would love to go, man.
That would be amazing to
When
see
is
you
it?
out there.
When is it? When is it?
I'd have to check the dates. I believe they booked it in November again. I know that's when they did it this past year, which was far better than when they first started doing it. Like, November was perfect timing.
I might pop over for a holiday. I might go for a bit of an American holiday, and I might pitch up as Sergeant Dornan, or who should I pitch up as? Raw, come on, give me some shouts.
Probably
should-
Dornan. Probably. That's been the running
Dornan
thing
or-
since the beginning.
Yeah, I'll pitch up as Dornan.
Hey, but not to detract too much from you.
Yeah, sorry,
but-
yeah.
Not to detract too much from you, Rooster, but we talked Out Chest Breach, we've talked Drag. Like, are there any other creatives in the Fallout space, be it YouTube or the modding scene, that you would like to work with that you've not yet had the opportunity?
I've been very fortunate in that people have reached out to me over the years and initiated contact. Like, I didn't know if Dragbody was active again, and then he messaged me a few weeks, and he's done some amazing work, like the tunic
Yeah.
for the Last Legion mod, and
Yeah.
the incredible wig for George Washington that was courtesy of Dragbody. It's just amazing work that gave him an air of executive power. But I will say I'm not trying to cast aspersions on big projects, but generally they fall through. I've been very impressed with the work that the Long 15
Oh, yes.
team has done. Toxic, they've done great work. If they if there were an opportunity to make a small side quest or two and contribute, I would be open to doing that. Again, so long as I don't have to do the dang voice work. You just want me to write some because like side quests are that's my strong suit. I would be absolutely open to making some side quests. People come to me and message me, and that's a thing, is managing the contact and trying to stay organized with people that want to contribute as voice actors, want to contribute music, want to contribute art. Dearney has made amazing 2D art and some outfits. I'm going to continue to work with her. Dragbody is again, he's Michelangelo with models and art and everything. So obviously, I want to try to harness his talents as much as possible. And anybody else, it's an incredible community. I tend to be laser focused and want to get through these projects, and then towards the end of production, that's when I start reaching out for certain assets as things develop. Like once I get closer to the conclusion of this Legion mini I guess patch that will include new content, I'm probably going to get with Drag about patching in a kind of an update to that tunic, because my plan is as you progress through the Legion books, you get a new piece of armor or like a trophy from people that you defeat that signifies the conquest of different obstacles or challenges in each chapter. And that's something I think players would, at least I think that's really cool, man. And it fits the Legion to a T. And but obviously I cannot do that. I'm a damn caveman with modeling. So I'm going to get with an actual artist like Dragbody and Dearney, people like that for those kind of assets. So yeah, I do what I can when I can. But when I'm actually in production, I can almost be antisocial. Obviously I'm going to be courteous and, work with people, but I will be, that's partly what it's a double-edged sword being obsessed like that. I can grind through projects and get a lot of work done, but it can be off-putting. And I have had people that like, and it wasn't my intent. And if anybody was offended, I didn't mean to give offense if I wasn't, the most proactive in social interactions on the Nexus or things like that. And when I'm like a dog on a bone, man, when I'm making one of these things and I want to get through it and get it done and do it right. So
I asked Drag this in the previous interviews, and I have to ask you now because I'm probably going to ask everyone that we interview, right? What do you think of a Fallout set in Scotland? And how would you depict it? How would you go about it in terms of modding? Just like very curious.
Okay, you can go several directions in this. If I were like elevator pitch or brainstorming this, Fallout London's a strong example of what can be accomplished, and it depends on the setting. I know you can speak to the differences. Like Glasgow's a very different animal than Edinburgh, for example. And so you're gonna have or if you set it up in the Highlands, like how different is that going to be? And you can incorporate all of those, or the islands and things like that. There's not just like, let's be fair here. It's like Texas or any other place. There's not just one Scotland. There's several countries within a country.
This guy knows.
I don't know about all that. It's got a rich history, and there are regional distinctions. And so, what kind of game do you want to make? Do you want to? And let's be honest, if it's a standard Fallout mod, it's going to be based around a city and the culture of that city. And if I were pitching it, it's kind of cliche. If I were just elevator pitching it here, it would be the city and the culture of the city versus the culture of the countryside, and how those have developed. And how they've branched, because this is something that happens in history. And some of that's, you can argue for geographic determinism, but you're going to have different cultures that develop because of different pressures and their reaction. And so the people living in the Highlands or more remote areas are going to have different cultural features than those that develop in the city and have different pressures. So that, from a big picture standpoint, without incorporating all the culture and the nuance of a country like Scotland, that's how I would approach it.
Good answer. I like it. I really like it.
But broadly speaking, I'm in favor of different regional takes on Fallout, and I'm not trying to oversell it, but don't forget, a big part of Don't Forget is Latino culture, and like it's Catholicism, the Spanish language with a lot of Mexican idioms and dialect. It like because the main character will go into Spanish at times, and I'm going to have to, I can speak some Spanish and write it to a degree, but I'm going to get a native speaker. And that's one of those things where I would like to see more of that in Fallout, where you get some regional nuance that reflects some of the cultures that, even though Fallout, at least in the United States, was pretty homogenized, you're still going to have some regional variations there. And I would like to see that in Fallout.
What about what would your thoughts be on Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2 mod of Fallout?
Okay, I didn't anticipate this one. Brother,
You didn't, did you?
I'll tell you
go.
what, they modded the Napoleonic era into Warband. So, hell's bells, man. If anybody can do it, it's modders. I'm all for it, man.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine the possibilities are endless, right? But it'd be tough to do, I guess.
Hey, on that note, and I've hinted at this in my mods, I'm pro horse in Fallout. This is a thing that some people are opposed to. They brought in cats. Horses have gone extinct from North America before. They could be reintroduced, or you could do like Vampire Hunter D and have robotic horses. There are any number of ways, or have synthetic horses. Hell, we've got, they got fucking synthetic gorillas in Fallout 4. It's like, motherfucker, we can have a synthetic horse. Grow one of those in a damn lab. They're the most useful mammal we could have around, dogs notwithstanding. But yeah, horses would absolutely revolutionize Fallout. I think it would be so dramatically changing to the gameplay. I don't know if they could do it, but I think it would be something like how the Pueblo Revolt changed the entire dynamic of the of the 1600s, 1700s North America by introducing horses, and then you have people like the Comanches develop. That's what horses could do to Fallout.
And would they have horse armor?
Oh gosh,
you got to pay for that.
Yeah.
You get a skin for a Giddy Up Buttercup XL.
I had to fucking go there, man. Sorry.
Good.
Yeah. Oh god. Right, but yeah, man. Horses, man. No, but hey, horses can be fucking like problematic as well. I mean, me and Raw, we recently tried The Witcher 3 online. Jesus Christ, how bad was Roach Raw? Again, it still haunts me. Roach and The Witcher 3. Wow. Jesus.
I would be interested to see the implementation of Fallout. It was cool just seeing them appear on Fallout London, like their take on what a rad horse would look like.
A rad horse?
I don't remember what they call it, but you get what I'm saying. We got rad chickens, we got rad squirrels, all the other stuff. We got a rad horse.
I love it. A rad horse, man. That's amazing. We talking like stinger instead of a tail, a fucking stinger, a rad horse, man.
I mean, they could do whatever they wanted to with it because we've not seen anything like that in the universe. Like, hey, any of the modders out there, I see Hermit was saying that Zalandra was working on a horse mod for New Vegas many years ago. I haven't heard anything about that, but I do know of Zalandra. His work with the Frontier and just cars, his car work is incredible. Hermit was also asking Mr. Rooster, do you still have the Point Lookout Hillbilly model that he sent several years ago, the one with the Duke outfit?
God, I've probably got it buried away, and this is again one of those character failings of me as a modder. There are things like when I was making Siege of Firebase Zulu, somebody sent me an in-depth Legion outline, and I've got it buried away. And holy crap, like, don't even get me started on things I feel guilty about. Thirsk Saga, that freaking Skyrim mod I worked on for years in 2017, 2018 era. Tons of assets and stuff sitting around. I've got to get around to making that. So I'm probably sitting on it. It's in some dark recess of my Google Drives where I store everything, and I back everything up now. Because I learned that a long time ago. I've lost whole mods in the past. But yes, I will have to check. Yeah, I back up everything now, man. I'm very disciplined about that now.
Actually, hey, this is also a really good question. So Anthropologuy, he was pointing out that horses are already technically in the engine. How much of a task, like how much of a feat would it be to port over, like, say, Skyrim's horses into Fallout's version of like the same engine, technically?
Let me tell you, brother, that is above the pay grade of this hillbilly writer. Like, I could not make that happen. It would be, I'm sure somebody like Zalandro or one of the, technical virtuosos it's probably, they'd probably snap their fingers and make it happen. But it would, from my standpoint, it would be daunting. And I'll say this: I'm talking big picture in the future for Fallout. If you're asking me what I would personally include in my mods, I would not put horses in a Fallout New Vegas mod because they're not present in the game at that time.
Right.
And this is me, like I try to go forward with a vanilla plus mindset. I think Long 15 and Dry Wells are even closer to vanilla than most of the things I make.
Crazy.
I'll risk it a little time in it. Again, depends on the type of mod. Something, like Sincerely or I'm Moving On, that's going to be very close to vanilla. Shadow over Good Springs, not so much. So yeah, it just depends on. But even that Shadow over Good Springs could probably fit in Fallout too. Some of the zanier stuff. But again, that's entirely subjective. Whether or not you would include stuff like that. It's not and that's not a dig or anything. If people, I think people should be able to mod the way they want to mod. I'm not trying to police other people's games and stuff like that. If you want to have, tanks that fire confetti or whatever in your game, knock yourself out, man.
Really
I don't know if this has
putting.
been done.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Rod. Just a slight interjection here. You talked about horses and Fallout games and stuff, but I'm pretty sure I've seen some mods that include the Highwayman, right, from Fallout 2. What's your thoughts on that, Rooster? Would you include like cars in the Fallout games?
Fallout vehicles on a small scale are established, and I think what is it? Is it Salt Lake City Stories? You drive around in a car. I think it's as long as you're sitting there repairing it. There's an expectation. This thing's any vehicle in the Fallout universe. It's going to be like Mad Max. As long as you approach it like that, where it's heavily rigged up, and you're scrounging for fuel and parts, I think that's entirely doable. And there are some interpretations of the 80s in lore view them as having vehicles or bikes. And so I'm surprised I think right now the only reason we haven't seen more of it are technical limitations.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I just thought I just wanted your viewpoint on that because I did see like there was more attempts at it, and there might have been more like sophisticated mods that I haven't downloaded and tried, but it always fascinated me, from the Fallout 2 perspective, of actually getting that car and being able to drive around the wasteland. I'd love to see that implemented in a 3D aspect, I guess, and in a game, in a Bethesda game, I guess. But how they would do that, I don't know.
I don't know. I keep an open mind, and if you look at the Van Buren concept art, and I'll dig into the Van Buren documents, like the Legion had chariots and things like that. Well, yeah, but they had some type of improvised engine, but yeah, there are, as long as it keeps the aesthetic and the tone of Fallout, they're not rolling around in a pristine 68 Charger. It's going to be something that's like Mad Max's, improvised vehicle. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, having that trunk to store your gear as well, that'd be a lifesaver, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, Raul, you were gonna say something for I interrupted rudely.
No, you're good. You were talking about other modders. I'm really gonna put you on the spot with this one. Are there any other modders that you like? Anything you consider essential to your game when you're installing mods on New Vegas? Are there any mod authors that you really respect the work and the effort that goes into, like, say, the quest mods or obviously drags, armor mods, etc.?
When I'm making and developing mods, I don't use much outside, like I'll use Viva New Vegas and like the vanilla plus setup. With that said, I have great respect for a lead with, first of all, Dragbody, who's made incredible art and other mods through the years. And I'll also add on most of what I stay in my lane for the most part. I mostly know quest mods. Those are the people, and that's kind of my group. There are virtuosos in other areas, and I can mention guys like Tricky Vane and people over the years that have helped with, and their guides that they've written for things like World Space. And there's so, and I'm gonna forget. I'm terrible with names. There's so many good. A lot of times it's other mod authors that may not make quest mods, but they make technical guides that can help quest mod authors. Within the realm of quest mods, man, I think Fallout New Vegas is one of the best. It's right up there with Skyrim in terms of the quality and the passion that has unfolded in the mods. And I think it's actually gotten better over the years. I can say I was shooting from the hip and had a lot of rough around the edges improvised stuff back in the day, and a lot of the stuff coming out now, like it's in terms of quality and being closer to vanilla, it's way better. Long 15 and Dry Wells. There was the stuff that the Overseer made. He made a great series of mods, and there are authors that have come and gone and then come back. Toxic Whiteout, CGY 95. You know, they were there, then they came back, and they've both come back and made incredible contributions. I do miss Autistic Harmonica. He was great, and he made one of the better quest mods before he absconded. I do hope he comes back to us. And again, I'm going to miss people's names, and it's not an insult or anything like that. I'm just an absent-minded hillbilly. So please don't take it personally if I leave anybody out. I love all the quest mods and all the other quest modders out there. So I try to, if I can't play them, I try to watch Al's playthrough to try to support him and learn from him as best I can.
And if anyone took offense to that, point your anger toward me, message me, we'll get you on here so you can vent about it. We're actually gonna pull up 2 seconds, please. Okay, on the topic of your mods, Russell is for many, this is from Dragbody, for many as close to a canonical companion as modding can create. Would you ever consider an expansion of Russell?
Keep an open mind. Right now, Roy is working on the LE version, and I would like to expand Desert Ranger lore. And I've written some, like, besides Charles in Detour, there's a character in Big in Vegas, Ranger Beck, that's very much in line or a continuation of the Desert Rangers, although he stayed within NCR. That's another thing. I want to show different outcomes for different Desert Rangers. They aren't all bitter like Russell. But I've kind of mellowed. There was a time there where I was very much anti-Russell. I'm a little more moderate now. I would keep an open mind. It's just I have a huge backlog of ideas and outlines. And I got, once I retire, I'll be able to mod or contribute a lot more time to modding, and then a lot more of these things may be back on the table. But I will do what I can when I can, and even if it's just something like, I don't know, from a technical standpoint, it would be a little tricky. I would probably have to wing it a little bit, and there would be a degree of trust with the player in terms of you'd have like a Witcher 3 prologue thing where you ask them, "Hey, is Russell with you?" Wink, wink, and they got to say yes, and then I would, you know, I would act according, you know, I would have some type of screening so that if I had Russell make an appearance, I wouldn't have two Russells. You know, you'd have some, you know, interruption of the space-time continuum,
Right.
you know, ripping reality apart there in the game. You know, something weird like that. I want to avoid that kind of stuff. But once Roy finishes his cleanup, and again, Godspeed Roy of Russell, you know, I never say never, man.
So with Russell still in mind, what are some of the unique challenges of writing a fully voiced, reactive companion and weaving his personal story into the larger conflict of Vegas, as opposed to creating just a standalone quest?
And this goes back to why I don't make many companions.
Right.
You have to write it if you're really doing it right. Like, because I've written some companions even recently. Like, Sincerely has Brock, who is a functioning companion, wheeled out super mutant companion. He just doesn't have the world interactions that somebody like Russell or even LeMay has. And LeMay is more of a gimmick, and I like LeMay, but he's just an evil robot. Like, let's be honest. There's some character there, but that's basically what he is. Russell, on the other hand, I wanted to write a character and have a story that caters to his arc and will challenge him and the character at key moments. And that's what that's about. It's, if you're really making an in-depth vanilla-esque companion, I tried to mirror the vanilla efforts. You want to have clear character arcs and outcomes, and you need to have a story that progresses that development. So yeah, you have to write the story to the character to some extent. And that's, again, I get, and I appreciate the feedback, and I get some positive remarks about my characters, but I'm a story then characters guy, generally speaking, with a few exceptions here and there.
Beautiful.
That's good. So, in your opinion, what separates like a good quest mod from a great one then? In your opinion?
Depends on the genre, because there are mods that are you're going to be touched by them personally. Like if we're talking about a mod that challenges you, especially in difficult choices, and makes you reflect on it afterwards, that's really good. Like The Unforgiven that Autistic Harmonica did had a lot of hard choices in it. And I've had hard choices in some of my mods, or even it doesn't even have to be your standard choices. It can be writing. Like look at Randall Clark in Honest Hearts. That stays with you. And granted, that's a vanilla DLC, but that was a big inspiration for me for some of my notes and say The Bunker and Inheritance. And I got so much feedback on that, positive feedback. People were deeply affected by that. And that was just through notes. To be honest, I think if it's personally resonant or if it touches people in a different emotional way, like it's funny. Like people connected with Cocker and Cuddy, and I'm probably going to bring them back at some point just by popular demand. And Bobby Bass characters, when people connect with those characters and those experiences and want to keep coming back to it over and over again. Like people, this blew my mind. People are like, New Vegas Bounties 1 is like comfort food for me, you know, or it's something I do every year or every time, and it's people are eagerly anticipating it. That's something that elevates a mod if it's an experience that players look forward to each time. And but at the same time, hopefully, without being an artistic snob about it, challenging them.
Yeah, totally. Have you ever thought? Excuse me. This is just an off the cuff question. Have you ever seen your mods in any capacity being ripped off in any like previous games? Because the reason I asked this is I played God, for my sins, I played Starfield, right, for a little bit, and I did enjoy it for a little bit. But there was the bounty quests, and I kind of the way the way you've been talking about it, I kind of thought it sounds very similar to what you've been doing. It's like, do you ever feel that some of your mods have been ripped off or and put in official games? Is there ever been an occasion where you've kind of thought that?
If it happens, I'll be honest, that's part of modding.
Yeah,
I'm playing with somebody else's IP, and if I want to have exclusive rights, then I'm gonna have to get off my ass and write my own book.
sure.
And that's it. That being said, I personally haven't seen anything, and that creation, I mean, that's fair game. And you can, even if you mimic something, it's not going to be the same, in my opinion. And you can
Yeah,
only but I think that there's quality in that. I've only seen some clips of the creation. It seems to be very well made. Bounty hunting is nothing new. It's been done in a lot of games and a lot of mediums.
yeah, sure, yeah.
So they can do their take on it. I've had my take. I might come back to it eventually, but that's the hard reality of it is from an intellectual property standpoint.
Uh-huh.
I know what I'm doing is community content, and so that's a risk you take. But even then, I kind of keep it in perspective and realize this is something I'm doing as a passion, and it's as much for me for creative fulfillment just to get it out there. I'm obviously not trying to make money off of it, like that's crazy, but no, it's and yeah, that's kind of where I stand now. You get something that's a little more ambiguous with the Autumn Leaves and the Far Harbor quest, which were so
Yeah.
similar. And I know there people have I've seen some strong evidence that may just be a crazy coincidence, but it nonetheless did raise a lot of eyebrows. That was if that were the case, I'd be like, come on, guys, you can do better than that. You're pros. Or if you're gonna do that, then at least, and to Bethesda's credit, they hire modders all the way back from Oscuro and people like that to Chris Takahashi. They brought on a lot of modders. So I think I'm not too worried about it. And to be honest, and people have asked me this, like, would I go into game design or go? And my outlook is I have a good job. It's stable with good benefits. And if you look at the game industry right now,
Oh,
like, man, it's a
it's
roller
mental.
it's a roller coaster. Like indie development is something I would think about. But I would not for the life of me would I want to jump into AAA gaming or something like that. I'll be honest, and I'm not even sure if I would. I don't know. I want to get into this, but I'm not sure if I would fit in. And like some of the way I
Yeah.
write or my characters, like
Listen, sorry to interject, right? And can I just clarify? We are probably not going to go into this because me and Raw have had some, like, spicy discussions about, let's just say, the gaming industry as a whole and how they operate and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a bit, it's kind of dangerous territory, but I think we all get the gist of it, right? Because um, let's just say a lot of industries and gaming companies are failing because of certain reasons. Let's just leave it at that, shall we?
yeah, and it's a complicated subject, and I think there are manifold reasons for it. But yeah, that I get it. I can infer, and
Yep,
I understand.
yep. We've done this. We've covered this, and it was, let's just say, it wasn't. It kind of had some positive vibes, but it also has some negative vibes for the
Yeah,
Raw's channel. So yeah, we'll stay clear of that, shall we?
yeah, no, totally understand. We can stick to modding. Believe me, I can talk modding all night, brothers.
Yep. But hey, we have strong views on it. Maybe we should have a wee private chat about it at some point. But yeah, no, great. So
Okay.
back to the questions. Raw, have you got
Yeah.
anything?
Uh,
Oh, he's jumping around. Hang on, I'll see if I can fire in. I'll give you another a drag body question.
I tell you what,
So,
while he's doing his thing, could I take a quick break real quick? Is that a thing we can do?
absolutely,
yeah, bro.
absolutely.
Okay, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
No rush at
Right,
all.
Right,
if
thanks,
Ross
guys. Appreciate it.
if Ross taking a break as well, I can sing a sea shanty for you if you want. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna
I'm
hit
not
a
doing
real
that.
quick plug.
Go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Rawcast, hosted by yours truly, Raw Tactics, and Mr. True Blue, graciously interviewing Mr. SomeRooster. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please consider hitting that like button, subscribe if you haven't also already, share the stream, get some additional exposure. I'm trying to get to 5,000 subs by the end of the year, and I cannot do without you. We're gonna take a brief break, be back in a couple minutes to get on with the shit show.
Take your sock off and suck it and see. Right. What was I going to say? We got chat. What's happening in chat? What's happening in chat right now? We got any questions in chat? Jesus, boys.
Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to throw in some questions. If anyone is curious about anything when it comes to modding or a specific mod from Mr. Rooster, you guys are more than welcome to have your, yeah, throw it out there.
Yeah, fascinating stuff from Rooster, like, so far. The Hermit saying it's 3 a.m. here. I have to take a nap prior to watching
That
the
is
stream.
dedication.
Yep, you got to do that.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure to have you here. You've had multiple other people reference you, Hermit. You are very popular, man. Thank you for stopping in.
I think, and then WWE Elimination Chamber after. Oof. I've not watched WWE in, it was WWF when I last watched it, man. That's like
That's
crazy.
a long time ago. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's I'm talking like, I remember Hulk Hogan and fucking the Ultimate Warrior. That's the last time I watched it. No,
Yeah,
I'm
brother.
lying. No, I'm lying. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's a nostalgic thing, truly. Yeah, I know it is. But then I moved on a little bit, and it was fucking, what do you call it? There was the Road Dogg and Stone Cold, The Rock, all those. Man, they were good times as well. They were funny.
All right, I'm back.
He's
Welcome
back.
back.
Right, Raw, I'll let you lead. Go.
So, something we usually ask, do you have any advice for up-and-coming modders or anyone just looking to get their feet wet in the modding community?
Start small, and whatever you're planning, I'd say trim it down to the most essential elements. You come in and you're excited and you have big visions, and I totally respect that, but get familiar with the technical workings of the game. I would say follow the official tutorials as as dull as they may be, as mind numbing, you can still have fun with it and inject some creativity. But I would take, but I'll be honest, like that's even what I did when I was away from modding for a while and I started messing with the engine again. I followed that advice and I started with small projects to get familiar again. So it works. Just don't don't swing for the fences and then get frustrated. Start with very small, gradual progressions and develop your skill and confidence.
Within the Fallout modding community, do you feel like there's any stagnation? Is there anything that you feel the community, as far as the modders go, should advance past? Is there any type of like revelation you would like to see happen in the a Renaissance type era? Would you like to see in the modding community?
I'm going to be honest. I think we're in the midst of a pseudo renaissance, at least in the realm of quest mods. I've been very impressed with the content that's come out since I've returned. And that's, sorry, I didn't mean it like that, like since I've returned, but no, since what other people are contributing. It's like, because you've had great contributions from a number of people, whether it's Race to the Bottom or Into the Depths. A lot of these mods that came out, and obviously The Unforgiven, and even like just look at the Nexus page right now for Fallout New Vegas for A Few Brahmin More. That's a really good quest mod that came out. I haven't played it, but it looks awesome. That author's made a number of other good mods. I've watched some of Al's videos of them, and it's a fairly regular occurrence that you're going to have a quest mod in the mix on the front page for Fallout New Vegas. And a lot of other communities can't say that. We still have passionate people that are in new content, and it's very it's being well received, and it still fits with the tone of the game, because we police lore pretty seriously in this community.
How do you feel about, have you seen what we were discussing in the last one, the new modding site? Is
GG Mods, is that the name?
yes, GG Mods. Thank you.
Yeah, I looked at it a little bit. I put in my I submitted my application, so we'll stand by. If they let me in, then hey man, I'll post stuff there. I'm totally fine with. Look, I think it would be healthy for Nexus to have some competition, so I'll support them. I'm still going to stay on Nexus as much as unless they go unless they become completely deranged. And who knows, they may. Like, I'll be honest, like there
I
are
know,
times
man. I know what you're
I
thinking.
could
Oh, fuck.
I could see them kicking some of my mods for content or other modders
Yeah,
if it becomes
yeah.
too risque or offensive or something. Because there are mods where I have, um, I mean, there's adult content. Like, let's not dance around this. There are.
Yes. No,
This is
I want you. I
this
want
is
you
the
to go. I
post.
want you to go full blown here, mate. I want you to go
Look,
full
this is
blown.
the post-apocalypse. I'm not going to
Absolutely.
pretend that things like as horrifying as it is. I'm not going to pretend that something like um, rape and other horrifying, topics. These things happen, and they happen in the
Yeah.
real world. But in but in these types of chaotic scenarios, uh, you're going to see some really horrifying stuff manifest. And I've gotten a lot of negative feedback and on some of these things, and some of it is apt, but some of that is also informed, but not just by history, but some of it is things like yes, and I know I get flogged for leaning into Cormac McCarthy too much, but the Southern Gothic genre in general incorporates a lot of those darker themes, and I can't escape that. I am a Southerner, and those are big influences on me, and I will put it in there. But I think also, given the setting, you can't run away from it. And the original Fallouts, the early ones, had that stuff. Now, the key is to not be gratuitous
Yeah.
about it. You have
Listen.
to, and that's
I,
and that's a balancing act. And I've failed at times on that, and I try to do better. But that doesn't mean I'm going to bowdlerize everything and pretend it's just a whimsical fairyland. I'm not going to do that shit. Like that is not my view of Fallout. So again, it's
100%,
it's it's a challenge.
100%,
Yeah.
100%. I massively. I mentioned this before. There was a certain YouTuber that's quite like, highbrow, that also mentioned this. And we referred back to 80s movies that were post-apocalyptic, and it was like Mad
Yeah.
Max. There was, there was the book A Boy and His Dog, and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
what do you expect? The world goes to shit. People are desperate, horrible, like just like cannibalistic even. I mean that's probably going a bit too
Yes.
far, but you know, anyone that's played Fallout will understand. But if you ever had a perfect depiction of the world gone tits up, then you've got Fallout, right? Without too much, shall we say, explicit content. But at the same time, what do you expect? I mean,
Yeah, you can, and that's the
yeah,
challenge for me. And I failed. You can allude
aye,
to the horrors without being Rob Zombie about it.
yeah,
But you can still depict the war of all against all. You know, it's a It can be a Hobbesian hellscape at points. Now that being said, like I look at the Great Basin and it's a blank slate, and you've got a little bit of everything there, and it can go in a
yeah,
lot of different directions. I don't like what I don't like is something that's too homogenous or bland. You know, you go down that road. That's how you end up with Starfield.
mate. Listen,
That's
listen. So,
yeah.
like, I'm going to say one more thing, right? And I think I've said right. I've said this on like pretty much the last 4 streams, right? My depiction of Fallout is is like from Fallout 1, right? So I played Fallout 1 when 1996, then Fallout 2 like afterwards, but my depiction of the Fallout universe has always been it's a dark place. It's a dark story, and it's like, that's what intrigued me as a kid, right? You
Yeah.
had all these sort of options at the time to, oh, hang on a minute, I can take that guy's gun, or I can shoot him and take his gun, or I can have that guy's armor and stuff like that. That wasn't a big thing back in the 90s. It wasn't a big thing, and I've said this, like, sorry if I'm echoing myself here, but um, that's what you expect. If you want a really gritty sort of Fallout experience, post-apocalyptic experience, um, hopefully you kind of agree, Rooster, because that's how I grew up with Fallout. And listen, I'm a mature man now, and I can look back at it and go, yeah, I see where I maybe was a bit gung ho and did things differently in an
Yeah.
RPG, but now I can kind of reflect on it being more mature. Well, kind of mature. I'm still fucking immature. I'm not gonna lie. But
These are look,
no, go on, go on, go on. What you say?
I mean, my outlook. These are adult games. They're adult
Yeah,
themed games for informed adults. You can make a decision to play it or not, and that's how I treat my mods. And I
yeah,
encourage people
yeah,
skip the mod, and it doesn't even have to be the more potentially offensive content. It just may be a tonal preference because some people actively avoid my joke mods. Totally fine. I'm not worried
yeah.
about it. I don't believe everybody should like or play all my mods or my mods. Period. If they don't like them, I mean, in the original Fallout, you could kill kids, and it
I know.
was just
With a
part of the
mod as
game.
well.
Yeah, and I think that and that's why something that comes up, and I got a little criticism about this the other day. Somebody was upset about my depiction of the homeless, and even though it was in a joking way, because in Night of the Bovines, there's an option to. This is again, it's a Halloween mod. There's an option to tempt or to convince a homeless man to follow you, and then you sacrifice him to an eldritch god, and that allows a demonic dog named Balls to manifest and protect you and aid you in a fight. This is the kind of dumb shit. Like it's an option that I
Yeah,
present, but you can't. I like to present extreme options to players. I think that enriches the role playing experience. Like, and I'm moving on. You can teach Kelly Hunter to be a cannibal, and you can eat the bad guy at the end. You can eat him together. You
oh
know,
my god.
it's a thing. And some people were shocked to find that. I'm like, that's part of the role playing experience.
Yep,
Giving players the option. The key is
yep, yep.
not to foist it upon them. And I've done that before. Gotten plenty of well deserved criticism for forcing players into certain roles or situations.
Oh yeah,
You have to broaden player agency when possible, and that includes evil options, or even or selfless ones. You know, I've had options where you can give players money. Sometimes it's a little. It may even seem a little over the top, but I want to give players the option to be as kind as possible in a cruel world, or to be the devil. So yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
kind of my
yeah.
outlook on it.
The morality aspect of it is, that's. I mean, the morality aspect of it is what fascinated me with the Fallout series in general. Because, like, you could be the bad guy, good guy, but you could also mix it up, and but again, it was I think it was probably displayed the best. And again, sorry, I keep repeating myself when it comes to previous streams, but Baldur's Gate 3 did it the best, I think. I don't know if you played it, Rooster. Have you played Baldur's Gate
Just a
3?
little bit. I need to, and then it was kind of in that window of time where I didn't have much time, and I am terribly behind the times on that. But I've watched some videos on it. Nothing but praise for it from what I've seen,
Wow.
but I can't comment on it in an informed fashion, unfortunately.
I think if you get, like, the spare time in your busy schedule, as you've stated, I think you should give it a go. Honestly, my God, it's like one of those ones. It's like, I'll do this, I'll do that, and what fascinates me is there's no break in the story. There's no, you cannot continue the story. The messages that pop up in the old
I
school like Morrowind stuff, right? Um, well, you can't continue the story. It's always a continuation with an outcome, which is like, it's like, I love that stuff.
It's
That's just
incredible.
play the game. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and you have to take the hats off to the guys that are behind the scenes doing that, because you just kind of think how painstaking that must be. I mean, it must be painstaking for a modder to do like things like that. But Jesus Christ, the guys that are behind the scenes and under pressure from people that are, corporate companies, if you like,
Yeah.
it must be, wow, it must be pretty intense. Sorry,
It
if you want to
it
say
can
something.
be a lot of it just, having it's managing the choices and outcomes and scripting carefully and with
Uh
discipline.
huh. Uh huh.
But I'm sure they have very powerful tools to help them get there. But even then,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
going to
yeah,
be very, and a lot of that comes down to testing, and you need good testers to try to break things and try every insane thing possible.
Ring a ding,
yeah.
baby. Ta ta.
Raw, it's a good time to interject there. You've got Follow Helper, a member for 14 months. Go Raw, do your thing.
Thank you, kind sir. Uh, so Mr. Rooster, is there anything that has ever stayed on the cutting room floor? Is there a Rooster mod or just a line in one of your quest mods that never made it to the final cut?
So much, man. I could go a long time about that. I will say a lot of the old outlines and ideas from the old Some Guy era are getting new life in the new mods. Obviously, people know about the Siege of Firebase Zulu. That was partially captured by the Better Angels, and I'm hoping to bring elements of it back in a mod to not be named at this time at some point. Sinners and Slaves is going to be adapted into Don't Forget. A lot of the settings
Thank you, kind sir.
and themes. New Vegas Noir was my kind of murder mystery film noir quest series that I'd planned back in the old days. That's going to be reflected in the NCR quest line, I Walk the Line, which is
Nice.
tonally very different from the other. I've tried to make my faction quest lines distinct, and each quest giver is going to be very different. Bobby is chaotic, yes man. Mr. Gray as the very Machiavellian Mr. House quest giver, and Cassus as the I don't know how to put this, the aspiring hero of the Legion. Whereas for the NCR quest line, you'll have an investigator, and the pacing and tone and style will be closer to a murder mystery. But it has I've written out a pretty long or overarching plot for it, and the antagonist is, at least one of the antagonists has already been referenced in previous mods. I won't go into more detail than that. As far as stuff on the other things on the cutting room floor, man, there's so much. Mods that I lost, like Martin's Marines. God, that was one from like 2011 that was just lost. And it was, man, in hindsight, it might have been merciful that it didn't get made. It was a really rough mercenary mod. Oh, God. Some of the other just raw ideas that I had, that all the different endings for New Vegas Bounties 3. And we can get into that. I know Ark and I talked about it to a great degree, but there was probably the more promising treatment was where there's no moralizing or preaching in New Vegas. It's just you and Marco immediately depart. You don't know he's Marco, but you have to undertake a series of challenges in tribal lands that test your moral compass, and you find that his outlook might actually be more amenable to survival in the wasteland. I think it's a better idea in principle. That being said, a lot of it's still deeply flawed when you get to Frost Hill and all that. I think that the biggest part of the cutting room floor, though, is still, it's in my list, the mods that I plan on making, and that's partly why I'm so passionate, man, about just getting in there and getting them done, because I want to bring them to life.
We have Mr. Fallout Helper with the super fat $07 super chat targeted toward you, Mr. Rooster, so we
go.
can coordinate
Oh,
that
thank you.
later.
Tip my hat to you. Thank you, sir.
Can I ask as well? Just on the looking forward, in terms of your modding and stuff like that. Or actually, no. I'll take a step back. This is a bit of again. This is a bit of a personal question. If you could speak to your early modder self, what would you warn them about?
I would say treat your characters like family members, and do not be profligate with how you write them and their outcomes. Because I took for granted how much people connect to these characters, and I won't make that mistake again.
Good. And have you ever considered stepping fully into professional game writing? Would that be like if a Bethesda started came calling, what would you do?
Like I said earlier, I don't think I would fit in Bethesda. Now, creations are a possibility, and look, I'll just be honest. I applied to the creations thing. I have been accepted into the creations thing. I just haven't. I don't, and I can't talk about it too much. But if I wanted to do it, I could. I'll be honest though. I have a job, and I have a career, and it's good, and I enjoy it. And frankly, I like modding New Vegas as a creative outlet because I can do what I want the way that I want. And there's nobody going to tell me how to do it. I may fall on my face and fail spectacularly at times, but I have the freedom. If anything, I would probably just write a damn book. If it got that, and people have been trying to tell me to write Westerns. If anything, I'd probably just start writing. I'd do like Elmore Leonard and just start writing little Western stories. That's something I've considered doing because I read a lot of Westerns to help develop. Like when I was writing Seven Graves from Now or developing it, I read a shit ton of Western fiction. And so if I did anything like that professionally, I would go probably write Western novels. That's it.
Cool. Is Clint Eastwood the best Western fella ever?
Best Western filmmaker or character?
Or just character. I'm saying fella, character. Yeah, whatever you
Oh
want to
god. Oh god, this is tough. No, I would actually say if I had to pick one, I would say Augustus McCrae from Lonesome Dove, depicted by Robert Duvall. Rest in peace.
What about what about Back to the Future 3 and Beth?
Hey man, don't give me ideas for the next holiday mod, brother. Time travel. Well,
I knew it. I knew it.
I got it. We're gonna time travel back to a young Joanne Butterfield, and you've got to produce
Jesus
her,
Christ.
and you've got to make a baby with Joanne Butterfield.
You got a what?
That's how you. Otherwise, the world is
God.
gonna end. You got to save existence. You got to inseminate Joanne Butterfield. See, this is where my brain goes. This is why I don't talk in regular settings, because this is the shit going through my head, man.
That is a meme that will live longer than this channel. That is the one meme that will never die over here.
I swear to God, right? Me and Rooster are gonna be friends forever after. Oh my God.
So
it's beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful. Sorry, go on, bro.
With all your outlandish ideas and all the set pieces that you have, has there ever been any frustrating limitation of Fallout New Vegas? Jesus Christ, I can't talk. Frustrating limitation of New Vegas's engine that you have had to creatively work around?
Oh man, yeah. The world space stuff. That's my Vietnam. It's the world space and LOD stuff. like LeMay's World Space is a sand-choked disaster because the LOD got nuked a couple times during production. The other limitations, I'll be honest, I've kind of adapted to it over the years, and I know my preferences and what the big technical hurdle I would like to overcome is importing real world height maps and creating world spaces that, like, I want to set stuff in the Colorado River Basin, or at least the lower Colorado, which is more or less a blank slate.
Yeah.
And I think that if I did that, I would prefer to have something that reflects the real world setting. There's some other areas like the Sacramento Mountains in New Mexico, a few other areas where I want to set other mods that I would like to have those real height maps. I think it adds a lot to it, even if the scale is different and everything. It looks and feels different than. And I take pride in my world space creation. I try to mimic vanilla patterns as much as possible. But even then, there's a little extra something that you get when you get those height maps, in my opinion.
So I understand what you're talking about. I have a bachelor in video game art development, but for the guys that may not understand exactly what you're talking about, what is a LOD and what is a height map? Just brief summary.
LOD is level of detail. That is the facsimile of a model that is at lower resolution to be seen at a distance. Say you're looking at a shack, and it's going to be at higher resolution up close. When you see it in the distance, that's what's called an LOD model, and it's going to be a rough, crude model so that it doesn't use too many system resources, but you still get an artistic depiction of that scene. Like if you stand at the Legion safe house, where I've been doing some stuff recently, and then look north, and you can see the LOD models of Nipton, and it's a pretty well laid out thing. And there are whole mods dedicated to better LODs, and like I don't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole, but it's something you can go way down the rabbit hole on. Height map is going to be, it can be and I may misspeak and correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is it's a broad depiction of the elevation levels in the map from a big picture standpoint. And so what you do with height map importation is you can take USGS maps, and you have to, and this is the process that I struggle with, is you have to put them through multiple kind of filters to get them in the right size and format, and then you import them into the engine, and the engine will create a world space height map or elevation, or create elevation that adheres or mimics what's in the real world. Like the Fallout New Vegas height map or the world space that you see is a scaled down version that's modified in some places, obviously, of the actual of New Vegas and the surrounding mountains and such.
I concur. I think that was pretty well done. I've been pulling stuff up in the background too to give them visual examples, so I think that was solid.
I thought you said
Gotcha.
you were pulling off in the background. I just like what?
No, so,
Excuse me.
I was thinking about
Excuse
Joanne. Oh god,
what the hell?
butter her biscuits.
Yeah,
That what
absolutely.
you're thinking? You thinking about young Joanne Butterfield?
Yes, sir. Who was it that said they butter their biscuits? Oh my god, that was Mr.
Yeah,
Hermit, of course. Of course.
it could be anybody. It could be anybody in this bloody community. I tell you, it could be anybody.
I'd
It
giddy
could
up
be
that
anybody.
buttercup.
Oh, Lover's Lab, here we come. No.
Oh shit! Here we go. Right, I've got a question for you, actually, Rooster. Just off the top of my head. Right, here we go. If you could, I've asked Dragbody actually on the last one, but I'd be interested to see what you say. If you could design any Fallout, let's have a look. No, I'm gonna go. Shall I? No, yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. If you could design any redesign, should I say, any Fallout faction, and I'm not talking major. It could be any Fallout faction. It could be major, minor. What would it be? If you could redesign it in any way that you thought was like more beneficial or just like for your own preference, what would it be? You could like there's the standards. There's Brotherhood, the Railroad. Like you could go down the road of raiders like the Cans. You could go down like Talon Company. You could go the Gunners. The whole Fallout franchise, right? who would you redesign, and how would you better it? There you go. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'd probably, I
That's a
wouldn't
big
say,
one, isn't it?
okay, I'll give you two answers on that.
Go for it.
I would probably take one of the raider gangs and
Yep.
reinvent them or have them reinvigorated through and that's something again, it's a principle of mine. I'm not going to dramatically alter a vanilla faction. I'll just create my own.
Yeah.
Similar.
Go for it. Go for it.
But I would love to see one of the one of the lesser raider gangs, like the Vipers or the Jackals, get
Yes.
reinvented under new leadership, and maybe take on like have a cultish energy that drives them, and a charismatic leader, and it could have some weird Lovecraftian influence and stuff. I might have something similar to that in the works, but with a new faction, but nonetheless, it would give a lot of energy and invigorate them, as rather than just being kind of cast off runts, scraping by in the desert that are just fodder. I like strong antagonistic factions that have multiple dimensions to them, and I think it's, and I've tried to do that with the Vipers, especially in some of the upcoming content and the Mercenary series. The Vipers are going to have some more depth up in the basin, where I can reinvent them a little bit, and so you got some of that. The Legion, Caesar's Legion would be my second answer to a degree, and it's more about, and I try to do that, as you'll see in my mod, where you get regional variations, and you'll see the incipient divisions between legates and their plans for the Legion, and how they're going to eventually challenge each other when Caesar passes. Because I don't think that Lannius's domination is a foregone conclusion. I don't know if he could go toe to toe on a tactical level with people that are smarter, or possibly even more ruthless. I think that Lannius is a very interesting character and antagonist. I think that there are people that are bigger and badder than Lannius have suffered from bad luck in history, and just the winds of fortune. So who knows what could happen in that kind of chaotic struggle. So that's how I would approach it. That being said, obviously I love Texas. I would love to see anything remotely close to Texas because it's just a big void in terms of lore, and the South in general. So this is not really a clean answer to that question. I would like to see fresh Fallout content in those regions.
Yeah. If we're talking fresh, go ahead. What would you like fresh?
I would love, my dream Fallout project would be set in the Deep South, and it would be an adaptation of the Peloponnesian War, with multiple city-states that have developed radically different political systems, and they're all competing with each other.
Hang on. Like, for people like myself that have no clue, what do you mean by that?
All right. Thucydides he participated in the Peloponnesian Wars, which was a long drawn out series of conflicts between Athens and Sparta. There were other cities that participated, and it's analogous to, say, and some people compare it to the Cold War between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. But I'm more focused on the development of these small city-states that came out of the Greek Dark Ages and cultivated very different cultures. Athens with democracy, Sparta with its very austere dual kingship and militaristic society, Thebes with a more traditional oligarchy. And I think that having these different city-states that develop in different parts of the southern United States, and having them fight each other, and then possibly have to come together to face an outside threat, something that's akin to the Persians, or a big tribal coalition sweeping in, a bunch of nomads, because that kind of shit happened in history. The Celts ran through Greece and sacked the Oracle at Delphi. I mean, that kind of shit happened, and I like the idea of having a mysterious, dangerous opponents lurking beyond what you can see in the settings. So yeah, that would be my dream. And in Texas, man, I don't even want to get into that, because there's so many things you could do with that. And because Texas is like 5 different countries in and of itself. So yeah, you could go a lot of different directions with that.
I've been to Austin, Texas once, right? And it was you're probably familiar with South by Southwest, the festival.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I was there in 20, oh God, I can't even remember, 2015, 2016. Mate, amazing. That's like, you shut off the city kind of thing, and you cordon it off, and you just have like all the bands and stuff like that playing in random bars. It was amazing, and all the waitresses stuff were like just like handing me drinks. It was like superb. I, as a Scotsman in Texas, I was just like, this is like incredible. Does that sound accurate, or am I just making stuff up? Because like Texas was, and I visited the space center that was just up the street.
Yeah, Johnson Space Center. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I visited that class. It was absolutely amazing. My experience in Texas was like superb. I loved every minute of it. But yeah, sorry, I'll stop. Oh, in fact, there's a question, not a question, but can you just the I don't know if you're watching the stream right now, the actual uh picture of the stream, but Patty did an incredible job of putting some pickles on the table. Can you, Rooster? Can you give Patty some creds for the pickles on the table, please?
wait, hold on, hold on. I'm bringing it up. Let me see.
Let's do it. There's some pickles on the table, and
Okay, so
Patty.
what
Yeah,
what what is the what
I
is
know.
It's a red chicken.
what?
It's you, my man. It's you.
That's you.
What in the hell?
I know. And that's me in the middle. Look at me in the middle.
Beautiful, beautiful with
Yeah.
vodka. Yeah, keep that. I only drink
I
beer
don't even
now, so
drink.
yeah,
I don't even drink.
I think we got one of those too. Hold on.
only drink beer now. But no, I love pickles too. So yeah, that's great. Man, y'all keep bringing these ideas. We're gonna do time travel with Mr. Pickles with Joanne.
That,
Like I'm gonna make it happen, man.
I'm just making sure. I want to make sure that was
Take
Patty
the sock
Dundon
off
that,
and
that
suck it and
created
see.
this. So everyone in the chat,
Thank you.
please, yeah, oh, and there's a thank you from Rooster as well, which is awesome. But W's for Patty in the chat for again and creating that stuff. He's our massive like awesome animator, I guess.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, yeah. So, sorry to go off the lines from the interview.
Oh
What were
no,
we
you're
talking
great.
about? What were we talking about?
We were talking about regional variation. Well, we were talking about South by Southwest and
Oh
Texas,
yes. Oh yeah,
and
yeah. No,
and it's
no.
like
Sorry, sorry,
you're
Rooster. Go ahead. Go ahead.
but you were asking about like Scotland, you could adapt something, the Scottish chiefs or any number of, periods in history for Scotland. Texas, every state, every region in America has its own unique history. And I think that injecting that, I would be excited to do that. And not just, obviously, I have my more historical um, examples I would like to bring in, but anything that incorporates the deeper history of a region, I'm all for that, man.
Yeah, I could tell you're a massive history buff. Like you love your history, and I am too. Cause like you've got to be a history buff because what's it saying? If you don't like kind of research history, the same thing happens again. Or that I butchered the shit out of that, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it.
That's it.
It was
Yeah,
Santayana. That's right.
yeah, that's it. That's it. Because right. No, I'm not going to go down. I'm not going to do that line. I've got a question for you, right? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. I've got a question for you in terms of your modern and Fallout. Let's go. Let's get my list out. I'm just going to punch one up here.
Let's go.
Right, right. Here we go. Another kind of personal one. Here we go. At any point, did you feel boxed in by your own success in the early days? Go for it.
Oh yeah, man. Well, I don't know if I would.
I wouldn't say boxed in, but did you ever feel under pressure, or did you?
Yes,
You ever?
under pressure is that's a good
Yeah.
way of putting it because success to some degree, but and I was very grateful for the response. At the same time, I was a little overwhelmed. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. There was a lot of improvisation, uh, and I had to learn on the fly and make big mistakes. And I wrote myself into a pretty bad corner with New Vegas bounties. And if I had to do it over again, I would do it very differently. And like you're seeing how I'm writing Bobby's quest line,
Uh-huh.
in some ways that is heavily informed by the pitfalls of New Vegas bounties 1, 2, and
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
A contiguous, it's a continuous quest line with the same quest giver, and most importantly, the player has control over the outcome. Whether it's good or bad, life or death, it's in the player's hands. So
Yeah.
I did write myself into corners, and some of that's just me being crazy and drunk back then, a self-imposed lunacy. So yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'm not gonna, I own my mistakes. I learn from them, and it was all part of the experience, man. So I take the good with the bad.
Yeah, sweet. Raw, what we got?
Okay, so looking toward the future with Fallout 5,
Oh, here we
Pagliarulo
go.
recently came out and said that they're looking to expand the gameplay hours to where a single run would take roughly 3 to 600 hours of a single run.
Oh
What are your
boy.
thoughts on that? And do you feel like anyone could even hold the audience's attention for a 600-hour consecutive story?
I I'll be honest, that's not encouraging. If I'm judging by Starfield,
Oh,
I don't I think that, again, I'm probably talking out of my ass here. And I'm a modder. I'm not a professional, but from the outside looking in, it seems like they've got some inertia there with how their design principles are going. And it's almost like they have reverted back to the Daggerfall procedural
oh,
generation.
oh,
And
I'm glad you mentioned
that
that.
is just, I think it flies in the face of the things that made their games distinct and beautiful. The Morrowind to Skyrim run is something really special in gaming.
Correct. Correct.
And there are differences between those titles, and people will debate them, but those are all really good, including Fallout 3. And I still stand by the assertion that Fallout 3's world is the best of the Fallout worlds, in terms of exploration and tone. I think it was the most vibrant, the random encounters. I love the Fallout 3 world space. And so I think Bethesda did some amazing work there. Uh, and I think trying to make a game where your underlying principle is reaching for a certain amount of gameplay hours, I don't know how that's going to land, man. And if you're judging by the results of Starfield, it's probably going to be something repetitive and banal, and it will probably turn players away. And again, that may be presumptuous on my part,
Mhm.
but that's just judging on what they have produced, and it has been a long damn time. The company has changed a lot. I don't know what they're capable of at this point. And I think there's going to be a lot of concern about Elder Scrolls 6, and we're all going to be watching it cautiously. Um,
Yeah.
that being said, hey, I'm rooting for them, man. And there are some extremely talented people at Bethesda still, that are in there and they're working hard. I know they're passionate, and I am 100% rooting for them, man. I just hope, and again, we can this. And let me say this: I usually hold to the principle: if we can mod it, we can fix it.
Yeah,
People
but
don't mod Starfield. People
Yeah.
don't make mods for Starfield, man, generally
Yep.
speaking. Now, there's somebody out there, there's probably somebody, the Star Wars mods, and somebody I'm
Yep.
sure is making a passion project that
Yep.
will prove me wrong. And more, hey, you know what? More power to them, man. I mean, shit, I'm making a Legion Quest mod for a 15-year-old game, so I can't
Yeah.
talk about niche projects, but it's for a game that new that had that much investment and scale to it, it really has dropped off. And so I think, and believe me, I wanted Starfield to be good. I love sci-fi, and I was hoping it would be something close to The Expanse in tone, and more of a hard sci-fi, because that's initially how they pitched it. What turned me off was like some of the woo-woo, spaceborne shit and the time loops and getting into the Unity and all that shit. Like, that was a big turnoff for me. But I
Mhm.
that was why I stepped away. But I think if they're moving ahead with this focus on just on repetitive gameplay loops, then they're making a worse version of Daggerfall, in my opinion.
Listen, man. Hey, Rooster. I like you nailed it. You nailed it. When you mentioned Daggerfall, and it's something that I didn't like really appreciate at the time when I played Starfield. The sort of comparison and um, what would you call it?
the
I
procedural
don't know.
generation.
Yeah, mate, you nailed it. You nailed it,
Yeah.
Raw. It's like the because that's what they did. They procedurally generated just like random areas, and I love Daggerfall at the time because because there was nothing like that at that moment and like, you know, what was it, it was in the 90s. Jesus Christ, I'm like, again,
96.
I'm old, right? Give me a break. But when that came out, that was revolutionary for me. I was just like, holy shit, like, you know, open world, and you go here, there, everywhere. But then you kind of transgress and you see Starfield, and it's like, it's the same, but with like better graphics and essentially, like, you know, God, you know, there's better quest lines and all that kind of stuff, but it's essentially the same thing with like heavier loading screens. That's what I kind of see, right? Am I being like too far off with that?
No, and that's just from a technical, like broad design standpoint. That's putting aside all the criticisms of Starfield for its tone and
Yeah,
characterizations and so on. And there are good things they did. They went back to an unvoiced protagonist. You have some character traits at the beginning. I'll give credit where credit's due. They did do some things right, and there were some adjustments there. I'm not going to just lambast them unconditionally. I'll give Bethesda credit for some of the adjustments they made. But I think that, man, they could have made something really special and distinct. I think that they slipped into the team blew up. A lot of the magic and frankly risk taking that you saw
Yeah.
in something like Fallout 3 and Skyrim, it's just not there anymore. You know, in Oblivion, there's a lady that walks up to you and asks you about necrophilia. There is nothing remotely
remember that.
close to that
Yeah, I remember.
in Starfield. Like, that's the kind of shit you remember, though. Like,
Yeah.
you know, that's why you gotta take risks. It can't all be like, look, I'm not trying to get in trouble. It can't all be HRified, okay? That's not how creative processes work, and it
I know.
stifles artistry and creativity. And I feel very strongly about that, and that's partly why I continue to mod, because nobody can tell me how to make these mods, man. I
Yeah,
will
true.
make them for better or for worse, and sometimes
Yes.
worse. I'll make them straight up, man. And yeah, I hope that Bethesda can right the ship. I was really like, I wrote Manhunter was written for Starfield. I wrote this huge thing where I was going to create another colony on the planet, and there was going to be bounty hunting. But the more I played it, and the more I started looking at the lore and or lack thereof, it was just like, this is crap. New Vegas I can mod forever because of the rich density and depth of its lore and that setting. I can feed off of it and find my little niches. I don't even have to touch the vanilla factions. I can just make little attachments here and there that add on to the world because it's so well constructed.
100%.
Starfield, like, I would have loved, one of my dream ideas was to adapt Captain Blood, the old Errol Flynn swashbuckler from the 30s. Again, showing like my affectation for old films. It's this incredible, it was a great novel made into a great film, and it would be an incredible space pirate story. But Starfield is just, it's so bland. And it would have been out of place. Anything I would have made, like, let's say I do make something that's a little more hard nosed, and I probably would go, knowing me, man, because I'm an obstinate ass, I probably would have overcompensated and made like an 80s action movie, you know, just like actually probably more something like 70s Scorsese, extremely profane and offensive, just to offset it. And it would have been disruptive to the tone of the game. That's not Starfield.
That's right up my street, man. You need to
yeah.
do that. You need to do that. And,
No,
and just, you said pirates. What's your favorite sea shanty?
Leave her Johnny Lever.
Yes. Oh, we got an answer. We got
it's,
an answer. We got an
it's
answer. I asked Drag. He didn't give me one, but you gave me one. Yes.
I got family in the Navy, so I know those.
Yes, please. Well done. Well done. Hey,
The one branch I didn't join.
we got hey, just saying, Roy, that this guy's our best interviewer. I mean, our best guest.
Y'all are good interviewers.
Hey, thank you for that. Greatly appreciated.
This has been, y'all did a great job. And again, yeah, y'all keep coming with the questions, man. I am high energy right now, and I have set aside time.
I'm ready to roll, son.
This is like, dude, I'm antisocial normally. I'm not on social media, so if the people have questions, this is the chance. Because other than that, I'm gonna go straight back to modding like a hermit, man.
Yeah. Hey, I got a few things for you.
Your turn. Go.
Yeah, so with Starfield, playing devil's advocate, first of all, let me preface this by saying I agree with everything that you've said, right? That your stance is my stance on Starfield. Todd Howard recently came out and was talking about how they've learned a lot from Starfield. They've learned about people's disgust towards procedural generation, and also how they don't plan on using AI in coming games. Does that
Hey.
alter your perspective at all about how that 600 hours of playtime could look? Like, they still never said anything directly about the redundant quest, or not. Well, it is redundant, but I meant Radiant quest line. But does that alter your perspective at all?
I don't know how they're going to square that circle, frankly. I think they would be better off if you're going to go into procedural generation. If that's going to be their shtick, big open worlds with random outcomes and events, then do it and do it all the way. And I would be honest, I would embrace AI to enhance procedural generation if that's what you're going to do. But if you're going to do the traditional Bethesda thing, then yeah, no AI, but also don't. That's not the kind of messaging that makes me think they're going to cleave closer to the classical models, where it needs to be all hand. Again, the focus needs to be on craftsmanship and high quality, made by human hands, for extremely detailed worlds that are rich with environmental storytelling. That's the way they need to go. But I mean, and hell, why not make a different game that has the procedural generation? And people are hard on procedural generation or random events, and that's where I'll go back to like that Warband mod, Prophecy of Pendor, where they actually did random events in a world very well that are informed by the player's choices. And I think I have yet to see. It may be out there, and it's something I would like to do, is have a living world where you have an RPG experience, but there are outside randomized events that will cause major, incursions or disasters in the world space.
Yes, yes.
And that's where I'm like, if you're going to go down that road, then commit yourself to it and embrace all the tools you have at your disposal. AI is an extremely divisive topic, and I didn't appreciate when I came back. I thought people would still be bitching about New Vegas Bounties 3. That still happens a little bit, but it's more about, AI. Like, that's the controversial issue of the day. And like you saw what happened with Larian, they just used it for placeholders and concept art, and like there was a mob after him over that. And I'll be honest, I am more. People are going to disagree with me on this. I think people are using AI, and a lot of people that criticize AI use are probably using it whether they know it or not,
Right.
or they're just being hypocritical. That being said, I think there have to be ethical boundaries, and you need to be transparent. And I'm very transparent with my people about this. Anybody playing my mods, like, I don't hide anything. I use it for voice changing. Even though there's a human behind those voices, Mr. Pickles notwithstanding, it's still a person behind it all. And I use that tool, and it helps me a lot. But for a major studio, if they were going to try to do, like, I'm talking, and here's the thing is, the major studios may not do it because of optics. There's going to be an indie developer. You mark my freaking words, man.
Yeah.
Like a small team that is going to embrace it, and they're going to make something pretty remarkable for a lot lower cost. And that's an uncomfortable truth, but it is going to happen, and it's going to alter the market to a degree. And there's going to be a segment of players that will say, I will never touch this, and it may be a sizable portion of the population, but there's still going to be a big market if the quality is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with you.
Can I sorry, Raw. Patty done did it in the chat. Got a question for you, Mr. Rooster. Besides the Legion and Enclave, what would you want to see in new? Sorry, I'll start that again. Jesus Christ, what are you doing, Blue? Besides the Legion and Enclave, what would you want to see in a new villainous type faction? Would you like to see them as a pre-war faction?
When you say so, just to make sure I'm clear on the question, are you asking, would you like to see the Enclave as a pre-war faction, like more villainous, or I'm sorry, could you just clarify that? I apologize.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify it myself because I'm reading the question. Right, I'll try again. Besides the Legion and Enclave, what would you want to see in a new villainous type faction? Would you like to see them be a pre-war faction? That's
Got it.
Patty's question.
No, I'm actually One of my big influences, if you go back, is A Canticle for Leibowitz, which is an incredible novel. Came out a long time ago, and it represents, like, I'm trying not to get too academic about this, and I may be misinterpreting it. It takes on like the Arnold Toynbee or the cyclical view of history where there's cycles, and there's a nuclear apocalypse, and the book begins in an era that is the most raw post-apocalyptic setting. Things are very rough, and people are barely scraping by, and the Catholic Church has small groups. Just they're trying to preserve a little bit of civilization and culture, and then it goes through later phases that are like those, like the higher medieval period, and then it reverts back. You have a repeat of nuclear apocalypse. It's kind of almost like a Fermi paradox or something. We're going to destroy ourselves, but
Yeah.
they I like the Canticle for Leibowitz outlook, where there should be new factions that evolve in the pressures that develop in the post-apocalyptic setting. That's why I know I love writing my Enclave mod is fun, and I have a big, the ending of that one is going to be a hell of a lot of fun, but I'll admit it's pretty dumb. And I don't take the Enclave too seriously at this point. I think it was something that played out well in Fallout 2. After that, I don't put a lot of stock in them as a serious faction. I like them as maybe small isolated groups that are clinging, but I think that they will, even the most fervent holdouts of the Enclave in isolated places will have to change because of pressures, and that's something I'll touch on later. I prefer to see new factions, and again, the Legion's brilliant, and it's no surprise that it's so well written, because it evolved over multiple titles and was developed by Gonzalez and Sawyer and other amazing writers. And it was improved from I almost said Van Halen, from Van Buren to New Vegas. But yeah, man, that'd be great. But I like that kind of innovation. I like factions that are born out of the pressures and stress of the post-apocalypse. I view the Enclave as something like, they're closer to like the Byzantines trying to bring back the Roman Empire in Italy, and they just end up doing more damage than actually restoring something that's functional or helping the people. They did terrible damage to Italy and Rome. But I would love to see different cities, and not just raw tribals. That's another thing I'm going to try to touch on in my mods. There's a spectrum there between settled societies and just the most uncultured, primitive tribal societies that are just wild and barbarous. There's a huge spectrum there, and I think that they should have a lot of different cultures and interests and religious pursuits that are all they evolve interest. And there are other elements in the Van Buren, like the Hounds of Hecate, and I may mispronounce that, things like that are just really curious cultural developments in different areas, and those are the kind of things I would like to bring to life. And when I say antagonistic, like, these wouldn't be, these aren't orcs. Just like in history, you get people come under stress because of environmental pressures, overpopulation, or just cultural momentum, or you get a charismatic leader like the Zulus. You get Shaka Zulu, somebody like that can move history. Or they just have an advantage and they start rolling, or the Aztecs, people like that. And they're good. They're great to take inspiration from because they didn't have horses, but you can see how they developed and created this confederation. And they were very, very rough. Or the Neo-Assyrians, you get empires that they may have started in a benign fashion, but because of the pressure that they were under, they had to develop into something that was pretty rough to survive. And so when you see them in their later form, you're seeing something that they evolved into that state. They didn't come out of the ground like orcs. And I think that's an important thing to take in mind when you're writing antagonists in a post-apocalyptic setting. Again, in my opinion.
Talking about antagonists, right? I'm going to lower the tone totally, because that was a really great answer to a fucking banger question. But who would win? Who would win in a fight between Craig Boone and Sergeant Dornan?
Sergeant Dornan. Are we talking about in power armor?
Oh, that's a good. That's a good. Well,
I'm not crazy. Like, we're talking about Sergeant Dornan from Fallout 2, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Sergeant Dornan 2, right? Sergeant Dornan for Fallout 2 and power armor versus Craig Boone fully whacked after the Valley incident?
It depends on Boone's weapon. If he's got an anti-material rifle with the right
Oh,
cartridge, maybe.
now we're
It
talking
depends.
chat. Come on, you need to
It
get
depends
involved
on
in this.
distance and armament. But if you're talking about like if this is
One on
high
one.
noon, yeah,
Yeah,
okay, if this is the OK Corral, then Boone's up shit creek, man.
I think so as well, man. I think like if he's got power armor on, I think he's fucked up. But Jesus Christ, what about let's go with so let's go Boone versus who else is badass? Boone versus Veronica from Fallout 3.
Veronica, you
That's,
mean you mean the Brotherhood of Steel, Veronica?
yeah, sorry, yeah.
Actually, depends
If
on
she
the
has
distance.
power armor, if she has power armor on,
It depends on his weapon. Again, like you say, anti-material rifle, and if he has time to prepare, he could set shape charges, IEDs, things like that. You can defeat power armor without equivalent armor yourself. You just have to have a plan and the tools.
I was hoping. Come on, chat. Give me some more. Give me some more examples of this. Like, I just pulled Sergeant Donovan versus Boone at my ass, right? So, give me some more examples for Rooster, right, and Raw as well. Hey,
Hey,
and by the way, Rooster, fire some back at me, man. Craig, oh my goodness, the anthropology guy just said Craig Boone versus Joshua fucking Joanne Barfield.
Versus Joshua Graham, or
I was gonna say I thought it was Joshua Graham, but then I reread it and it was Joanne Butterfield.
oh, dude, you can't. Joanne Butterfield is okay. She has a malevolent energy around her, and let's just say, even if he got her, Pickles would just manifest behind him and rip his nuts off. Like it would not be a good day. Pickles might be, he might scoff and grouse about Joanne's, put him in a sweater and that kind of stuff, being demeaning. She's still a pretty good owner, and he's going to be loyal. So, no, I think, Boone could smoke her any day of the week, but Pickles is going to settle that score.
Joanne
Yeah,
exists
sorry,
in the
Rob,
unwritten
go on.
Joanne exists in the unwritten aspect of the Cthulhu mythos.
I'm look, and that's the thing we can get. I haven't done much horror stuff, but I have started laying the groundwork, and like my joke mods, that's different. It's very clear that it's tongue in cheek, but I am, and I'm trying to be disciplined and not, because horror is fairly new for me. I've only scratched the surface at times, but I am trying to set the stage for some horror events, and a lot of it is centered in. And I'm not going to go into too much detail, but things in the Great Basin. But there will be other equivalent things and cults and things and other small factions that the player will get to interact with. And I will say my NCR quest mod leans more into some true detective style horror than some of the other stuff I've written.
Earlier, when you were discussing the perennial and cyclical aspects of history, Hermit was asking if you'll be including those same type of aspects in future mods.
Within as much as scope permits. And this goes down to a principle of mine. I try to stay within the scope and time of the game and keep it where the player can undertake my mods without feeling like they're getting a disjointed experience from the mod. However, one of my dream things back in the day was just a courier. And that had a lot of flaws. And the idea back then was 20 years after Hoover Dam, the courier's living on a ranch out there, like, William Money in Unforgiven. You get recruited to do one last courier job to go to the other side of the country to take down or deal with one of my big overarching antagonists. And it was an adaptation of Old Man Logan, the comic, not the film Logan. Because in Old Man Logan, he crosses the entirety of the continental United States almost, and it's a really fun comic. And even though, and fun fact, the Moloids in that, I'm pretty sure they were what inspired the Tunnelers. I thought there was an interview where Avalon says that, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. Outside of a post-ending big game, and if I were to make a big standalone mod, I would do a post-ending mod, probably in a different state. But man, that's so pie in the sky and so beyond the scope of what I normally make. That's going to have to be a post-retirement, some guy with, or some rooster with, who's well-founded and has a ton of time and resources on their hands. So I never say never, but outside of addressing, oh man, and if you're saying cyclical view of history, I just don't see the application in the short time window. I would love to see it in a post-ending thing. Maybe you could see the incipient stages of that, you know, where factions have evolved to different states. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've got one. Frank Horrigan versus Legate Lanius. No armor.
Frank, Oregon. Okay, you
Versus-
remember Game of Thrones where the mountain
I've not watched it.
goes. There's a scene where the mountain makes this dude's head into a Pez dispenser, and so yeah, that's exactly what would happen. Frank Horrigan would detach Lanius's head like Predator style and rip that shit out like it was pinata, man. Like it would be nothing.
Yeah.
Lanius is like he might be the most badass dude alive, but he's still just dude. Frank Horrigan's a freak. He's a mutant. So yeah, not even close.
But no armor. What about Frank with no armor, right? He's just a super mutant. But he's a highly evolved super mutant, right?
Frank could pick him up and DDP his ass into fucking granite and disassemble his skull. Like it would not even be a contest, man. Frank Horrigan. That's the thing, like Fallout 2 is kind of different. Like he's definitely a different creature. So yeah.
Backed up by turrets, no. Or backed up by the other Enclave boys, no.
You know, with enough firepower, because I mean, you can kill the son of a bitch at the end of Fallout 2. Yeah, you start adding in other variables. Yeah, you got a chance.
Yeah.
But just one-on-one, not good day for Lanius, man.
Yeah, Lanius is getting fucked up, isn't he? He's getting fucked up.
Speaking of freaks, Patty was asking about Fisto or Prim Slim.
Oh no.
Fisto, man. I like Prim Slim as a deputy, and he's cool and all, but no, Fisto's he's an icon.
We also had a Hermit asking about any particular horror literature film or horror literature or films that influence your take on horror.
Chambers, The King in Yellow, obviously several Lovecraft short stories. This old Stephen King stuff I read growing up. I'll admit, I'm much less well read on horror than I am in like westerns and some other literature. But before I start delving into that, I'll get into. That's another thing is, whenever I'm writing something or working on a mod, I absorb myself in that theme and tone. Like when I'm sitting here, I'm driving to work. When I'm working on a Legion mod, I'm literally jamming out to the Gladiator soundtrack as I'm driving to work. Because I'm thinking about making that mod. I'm listening to the Aeneid. I'm reading the Aeneid. I am trying to take in
the movie, right? The
yeah.
movie,
well, Gladiator, the film. I'm listening to that soundtrack, the ones by Hans, the instrumental stuff by Hans Zimmer.
Yeah.
The Aeneid, it's the book by Virgil, the epic poem. You know, it's and other Roman literature within reason. You know, Horace, Plautus, and so on. But I try to absorb, I try to immerse myself in that. When I was making, what was it? Jesus Christ. Born to Lose, you know, the Corporal Courtesy. God, I think I watched Patton and other stuff, you know, and listen to Cadence and other just random crap that gets me into that mindset of whatever mod I'm working on. So I got, what was the original question? I got on a tangent there, man. I'm sorry.
I think it was Ross.
Any particular horror literature or films that influence your work or your take on horror?
Just the ones I mentioned, and when I start working on those horror theme mods, I will invest myself into it. But if you have suggestions, send them to me at the Nexus, man.
Oh, I've got a suggestion. Have you ever watched the film Rec? Rec is in short for record. It's a Spanish horror film.
Yes. Is that the one where they're locked in the place and it's got the reporter lady? Am I crazy? Yeah.
Correct.
It's kind of a take. It's kind of a take on zombie stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but it's
with a twist.
Like, it's zombie / demonic possession, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I've watched a lot more horror films than I've read horror books. So yeah, I guess in that respect, a lot of older stuff. That one came out like what 10, 20 years ago.
Yeah, 2007.
Oh God, yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Don't worry about that. But that was one of the ones that like it was the first person camera shots because it was like the reporters that got trapped in, like you said, like trapped in that building, and it was like
Right.
the fire crew and stuff like that. But that was one of the ones that kind of influenced my horror development, if you like, because that was
Nice.
prior to that there was the Blair Witch, because that was all shot in first person as well, wasn't it? Or
That's right.
kind of shock horror and sort of bouncy camera stuff. And it had that like crazy ending where the person was like facing the wall and all that, and there was all the questions to answer afterwards. But yeah, those were the ones that made me go, oh, like wow, that these are like this is proper psychological, if you know what I mean. It made you think, it made you think about stuff. And I don't know about you, but those were that made me want to watch more horror. Maybe I'm just a mentalist, but it did for me.
I'll watch it periodically, like, and I get cliche thing, around Halloween and stuff. I'll watch the old. I like John Carpenter's work a lot,
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
from
hell
back
yeah.
in the day.
Are we
The
talking John
thing is,
Carpenter?
yeah, like the thing's probably my
The
favorite horror
Thing.
film.
Oh
Yeah,
my
if I had
god.
to narrow one down.
That
Another thing,
that that scene. Sorry to interject, right? And I know you're going to probably wax lyricals about it, but there's that one scene in The Thing, right? Kurt Russell's a legend, by the way, as well. Can I just add?
oh yeah,
But that scene with the dogs, that scarred
oh
me for
yeah.
life. My God, has
I,
anybody
I
else seen
thought
that? Chat, Raw? Have you chat? My
Yeah, I
God,
have.
yeah, it's an incredible movie. I saw it when I was 17, and it just I was not prepared
yeah,
for that. In a
no,
good way. It knocked
mean,
my socks off,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
And
holy
the
hell,
ending's so ambiguous. It's brilliant,
yeah.
absolutely brilliant.
I'm gonna skip through the comment section real quick. You were talking about any recommendations, and you got them fired at you. Journey to the Center of the Earth or Land of the Lost, aka Cowboys vs. Dinosaurs. Uh, we also had Hermit said you're the modern equivalent of method actor. Yeah, I agree. Kimbo Pro saying an adaptation of The Kane Mutiny is a psych horror. Patty Dunn did it with Pickles, but it's Pet Cemetery. And then Patty was asking, "God, what did y'all do, man?
Oh God, I
Shit.
can run with that like
That's
he
the one."
dies. He gets a different personality when you put that. God.
You heard
Oh
it
my
here
God.
first. Don't forget it. Uh,
Who was cool? I've got a quick one. Rooster, who's coolest, Beavis or Butthead?
Probably Beavis. It's been so long. I haven't
Yes,
watched the new
yes,
stuff. I
yes.
haven't watched the new stuff, but when I was the kid, I always liked Beavis
Beavis.
more.
Yeah, Beavis. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, go on.
uh, they were fine. K9 hopped in saying, "Thanks for making such amazing mods. New Vegas Bounty was her favorite of mine as a kid."
I appreciate it, man, and I'm so grateful for the support, and I'm still shocked that like the amount of love and enthusiasm I get from people. It's really encouraging. That's why I love doing this, man.
Patty was also asking, "Have you seen Quarantine? And if so, the American or original Spanish version?"
That's what I just said.
Yeah, the Spanish. Yeah, that was Rick. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I only saw the
Oh,
Spanish
okay.
version.
Yeah, I had no idea on that one. Uh, he was. Oh, disregard. That is for
No, no,
me.
no. You can comment on that because it's slightly different. But yeah, have you seen the American version, Rooster?
I haven't.
Yeah, don't just like forget it.
Yeah,
Forget it.
yeah,
Just
that
yeah,
was kind of
just
my gut.
yeah. Stick with the Spanish version. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, you're good. I'm trying to look for this thing that Patty just sent me. Go ahead if you have a question. I'm messing around with the stream real quick.
Oh, you want a question? Oh God, I've got right. Here we go. Shall I go to my script or shall I just talk shit? Right, here we go. You ready, Rooster? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
Ready?
talk shit. I'm gonna talk shit. Um, so if there was a faction, I've already asked this question, but I want to know your opinion on this. I've asked this question to multiple modders, right? If there was a faction that was, let's just say that were like a underground faction or kind of miss. No, how am I trying to say this? Right, right. Best way to put it, talent company, right? Fallout 3, how do you redesign Talent Company and how do you make them better in terms of like they are a kind of underground faction that you can't really interact with, but they're kind of fascinating. Is there any other factions in the Fallout universe that you would like to uplift and make them into a sort of major faction or make them more interactive? Does that make sense?
Yes, and I want to distinguish between West Coast lore and East Coast lore when I get into this.
Okay,
East Coast lore has a lot more underdeveloped factions, in my opinion. That,
right,
like Martin's Marines was going to be my version of Riley's Rangers.
right.
And Riley's Rangers always, I actually, Fallout 3 had a lot of really fun little side quests. That was one of my favorites in that game.
Uh-huh.
As far as Talent Company, if you want to know how I handle mercenaries, you can see Mercenary, the Great Company one. That's my Mr. House mod, and it's very underdeveloped right now. You just get the initial introductions, but you'll see how that plays out. Where, like, I don't want to give everything away, but my little smartass pithy description is this is a mod about money. That's when you're writing a mercenary company, they can't just, in my opinion, you don't just make them malevolent or for the sake of,
Yeah.
mustache twirling. These guys, they're operating from a position of self-interest. They're still human beings, and there's going to be good and bad within that organization. They are going to have objectives and interests that conflict with other groups, but their first principle is going to be profit, and not just destruction for the sake of destruction and menacing people for no reason.
Caps.
Now, I do see the way I write mercenaries, and I'm writing for the Great Basin. I'm trying to write a lot of small mercenary companies that are going to be like the Italian condottieri in Renaissance era Italy, where they, depending on the leadership and where they're at and what type of conflicts are going on, they can be useful, very effective, or they can be a little better than bandits. And can be extremely damaging to the people around them. Like I've written with Rampart. That's kind of one of my examples. But even Rampart, you see them, they're my Talent Company in some respects. But even then, like your first like you have some negative interactions, but it depends on where the person is at in the organization. It's not clear cut because they have contractors, they have people that are full-fledged members or partners. But you're there at Charles's compound. A guy comes up and has a parlay with you that's pretty reasonable and realistic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You don't get things like that with Talent Company. I think that it would enrich the faction a lot to have people that are more grounded and acting out of self-interest. And Rampart worked very hard to make us where, unlike the Legion with their kamikaze shit, Talent Company, they are Freudian slip. Rampart takes casualties, they retreat. They do a functional tactical retreat, and they use cover and things like that. I thought it was more realistic to depict them like that. So I think showing Talent Company like that, they're humanized. They also need to have people that are backing them clearly. And you get in Fallout 3, you had Little Horn and some things, and I dug into that with some of my New Vegas Bounties 1 was heavily influenced by Fallout 3, and you saw that in some of my overarching ideas like Osmy Kagan and things like that, where you'd have a big continent sprawling conspiracy. I've backed away from some of that stuff now, where I cleave more to the West Coast tone, where you have organizations and individuals that are acting out of self-interest, and there's going to be friction between them when interests overlap or come into conflict. And I think that for that setting, it's better. Fallout 3, though, other factions I would uplift. I would say, and Fallout 4, I don't know who I would really touch on the most, other than the Minutemen. Just
They were
Preston
boring.
Garvey.
They were just fucking boring. Like see, aesthetically, I thought
Yeah.
the Minutemen were just like, they could have been like so much I don't know, aesthetically pleasing in my point of view. And I know there's been mods to enhance them and stuff. I've seen it on Nexus. I've actually downloaded them and put it in there. There was a Minutemen mod that
How much better, just my opinion, how much better
Go on.
would the Minutemen have been if Preston Garvey was like Ted Kaczynski? Like, I'm talking a fucking crazy man up in the cabin that hates technology, builds bombs and guns.
Yeah.
And that's how I originally, and you got a watered down version of that. Charles in Detour was I was inspired by Ted Kaczynski, and I was like, all right, but I mean, how much more interesting would that be if you had a group of Minutemen like, yeah, we're freedom fighters, but
Uh,
we're also mailing people bombs, you know? It's like,
yeah,
you get that kind of dichotomy there, but it makes them a more interesting faction. Nobody should be transparently, just
I'm
unabashedly good or evil. It's, they're gonna have some picadillos, man.
I know. No, hey, great shout, great shout. Can you imagine if he was up there on that, the museum? It's like, hey, we need some help here. It's him.
Yeah.
It's like fucking hell.
Yeah.
I'll be straight in there. Cause like when I seen that in the first place, I was like, fuck that shit. I'm off. I'm looking for some fucking caps here.
And in Bethesda's defense, it's hard to design, you know, big engaging plots with all these different moving parts. And they're at least in that time period, they were still driven by, I think, by world design. And so I cut them some slack on some of that stuff. They're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
trying to create a big sandbox with a lot of interesting stuff to interact with and explore with some side quests along the way. And so
Uh,
I'll cut them a little slack. I have my big criticisms of Fallout 4 are the over reliance on the settlement building because it replaced so much of the distinct locations and quests that you got in Fallout 3. That was probably my biggest criticism. I'll be honest, I don't expect much from Bethesda main quest lines or even the big factions, but I like interesting locations and people in side quests. And that's where I think and in some ways, Starfield may have actually, this might be controversial, may have actually improved on Fallout 4 in the side in terms of the sheer number of side quests and I guess the variability. Because there were some
I
decent side quests in
I've got
Starfield.
I've got a counter to that to be honest, and I'm like, be positive about this, but I actually love the settlement building. But what I will say is, it's like I will play the base game and like explore locations stuff like that. But then afterwards, I will use mods. Like I think I can't remember the name of the mod, but it's like a custom campsite where you could place a sort of campsite in a location, and then I can use it as a settlement as well. So it's like, for example, what I would do is like Gunner Plaza in Fallout 4. I would go to Gunner Plaza, wipe out the gunners, then plant my little tent, and then it would expand the settlement, allow me to build, and then make my own little fortress. So like, I kind of like that in a way.
Yeah.
You know, I guess it's personal preference, but you know, I kind of like that stuff, but I didn't lean heavily into it. It was just like a nice thing to do after I completed the game. But I know a lot of people do not like complete the game, are impatient, right? You know?
And it's to each their own, man. I'm not going
Yeah,
to I'm not gonna police other people's preferences or play styles too much. I just wish Bethesda had maybe kept it a little but in Starfield, settlement building is not a major feature. And some people criticize that. For Fallout, obviously anything Fallout's closer to my heart. I just wish that maybe it had been a little more restrained in terms of the geographic influence. There were just so many areas where settlement building kind of took over the game. When I think in an older game like Fallout 3 or Skyrim, you would have had this, unique locations that were
yeah,
handcrafted.
yeah.
it had no right being part of the main game, having it be a mandatory part of the main story. That was a poor decision. And with the environmental storytelling, the locations, Fallout 4 has some good stuff. Like you were saying, they really leaned into world building, like as far as like physical locations, not necessarily story wise, but physically in game. And then that really like obviously they had huge inspiration on Fallout 76, especially at launch, with it having no story and being meant for players to just go around and make their own settlements. And like Anthro was saying in the chat a second ago that Fallout 4 was more or less, I think it was Anthro, no, Patty was saying that it was more or less a test run for 76. But on the topic of 76, did you see what Todd Howard was recently saying about that?
No, but I'm gonna be very transparent. I have not played Fallout 76. I've only watched videos and read lore articles. That's it.
Understood. I'll still run this past you, see if you
Yeah,
have an
I didn't
opinion.
mean to interrupt the question.
No,
Yeah.
all good, all good. That was Todd Howard recently revealed that he is most proud of and feels like Fallout 76 is the best thing that Bethesda has done with the franchise. This comes right after Tim Kaine also coming out and saying, I believe it was Tim Kaine, forgive me if I'm misquoting here, that could have been. Anyway, he said that Bethesda's version of Fallout feels like an amusement park, a theme park. And then Bethesda came out and was like, yeah, our theme park is the best thing we've done with this. What's your take on that?
That-
And I can pull up that
I think that-
article too.
I think that's telling. I've enjoyed the Tim Kaine videos that I've seen. He's a titan in RPGs, and I've tried to learn from him and his videos when I get time. And some of them are in different topics. I don't always watch everything, but I try to catch his videos when I can. I really enjoy the way he explains concepts and principles in RPG design. I do think that let's look at this from Todd's perspective. He is upper level, and he is selling a game that has gotten a lot of time investment and man hours and has improved dramatically. And they're doing it as Fallout Season 2 is releasing, and they're trying to market it. That is what, in my opinion, that's probably what he's trying to do here. Is he's trying to sell that experience because they need money. And unfortunately, I love Todd, but he is a salesman, and I think that's what he's doing, is selling his product.
No shit.
No, I'm with you on that one 100%. I was scrolling through the article, my bad for the random pause. Ooh. I think Fallout 76 is honestly one of the worst things that's happened to their franchise. I think, honestly,
Hang on. Wait a minute. Right. Let's let's take a step back. If it wasn't for Fallout 76, Raw, we wouldn't be doing this podcast.
yeah,
Just saying.
yeah.
Just saying. Hey boys in the chat. Am I not right?
It's one of the most Fallout things out there.
Yeah, no, in seriousness, yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course it is.
I can only. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
I can only say what I've heard is that it has, to its credit, they made dramatic improvements. It does have some interesting lore in terms of, I've heard they wrote the Enclave pretty well, and this is secondhand or reading, articles or, feedback on Reddit and stuff. Excellent world space design from what I hear. And I like the setting in Appalachia. It's just, for me, a multiplayer Fallout. It's just, I'm not going to spend money or invest the time in it. That's just from my personal preference. And I do think there's a sizable segment of Fallout fans that are like that. But there are people that only play MMORPGs, man. So
Yeah.
it's their own, I guess. That being said, I do think Elder Scrolls Online is a damn good game. I've played it some just to get through some of the storylines. I really enjoyed the writing in Elder Scrolls Online. I think it captured a lot of the Elder Scrolls energy better than even at some point some of the quests in Skyrim, and that's probably a controversial take, but I liked my time in Elder Scrolls Online.
That's something I've never actually touched.
Sorry, Rob,
Good.
go ahead.
No, that was it. I've never touched it.
Oh, sorry, you never touched it. I beg your pardon. But anyway, what I was going to say is, you were talking about Tim Kaine earlier on, Rooster. Have you ever played some of his older games like Temple of Elemental Evil and Tyranny?
But I should. That's definitely I should do that, or at the very least.
Oh my good, yeah, you should. Absolutely genius, absolutely like how you were. Excuse me, how you were describing Tim Kaine in terms of obviously Fallout and stuff like that, and his creative genius. Man, you need to touch on these games again. I've touched on this on multiple podcasts. Fucking hell, take a Grail, bro. You're laughing right now, but yeah, Tyranny, and a very very old school one called Temple of Element Evil. Man, I'm waxing lyricals, but these you should try them, Rooster. Man, these are great.
Well,
these are great games.
I'll put them on my list. Like, yeah, I do try to make time to play games just to get some fresh ideas because I don't want to be stuck in a nonstop modding
Oh
loop.
yeah.
It's easy to do. It's easy to do that, man. Because I'll admit I'm obsessive. I get a total, like you said, I'm driving around listening to music that's related to the fucking mod. It's like I'm totally method actor, method modder,
Yeah.
and it's you can get you can. But it's also a way to burn yourself out. So breaks are important. So next
Yeah.
break, yeah, I'll look into
Tyranny,
those for sure.
Tyranny is a special one as well because like it's a unique one in terms of you are like you cannot play a good guy. You have to be the evil person. You have to be the evil person because evil is taken over, and you're like basically in charge of an evil faction, competing against other evil factions. I'll leave it at that. But
That's
to be
like
fair,
that's like the Obsidian game they came out with a few years ago. Tyranny, was that it?
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh God, sorry, brain fart.
yeah,
I
that's the one.
misunderstood you. I thought you were talking about something else. Okay, my bad.
No, no, Tyranny. Yeah, Tyranny. Sorry, my
I
accent.
thought you were
It's my
saying
accent.
attorney. I was like,
Yes, it's
I
the accent.
misunderstood. There's a divided
Shit.
by a common language.
Where's that guy?
Oh
She.
my God, man! I thought you were saying attorney.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. Yeah, no, honestly.
We don't tolerate tyranny around here.
We
Sorry.
get tyranny. We got well, holy shit.
Oh my God, man.
Oh,
Great.
excellent. Right, Raw, take over. Fuck me. She.
Hattie was asking, first of all, do you know what Fallout Bakersfield is?
I've heard of it. Is that where they're okay? I may be wrong. Is that where they're taking and putting it in the Doom engine?
That's the one.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And the Doom engine, you can mod the hell out of it, man. Like it's God, people have been modding that for 30 plus years. I think that's any novel take in a new setting, man. I'm all for it, man. Godspeed.
Holy fuck! I remember they were still modding the Doom engine into the Aliens movies. You know, Aliens by like Hudson and stuff.
They
Jesus
were
Christ!
really good. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they were great.
wads and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but this, like, I mean, look at this. Look, Ross got it on the screen, obviously. Sick. This is in Necropolis, is it? Yeah, because he's shooting ghouls. Yeah, this is Necropolis from Fallout 1.
Damn.
While reviewing this, the Hermit was also saying, for you, assuming Groom Lake is still coming, has any of the recent talk of disclosure made you shift gears on the story for the quest?
It's important because I try to stay away from real world politics and all the divisive stuff. Because let's be honest, I'm trying to create something that is an escape
Yeah.
from
Uh-huh.
the shit show of our divisive political climate. And and as silly as aliens are, they'll politicize that shit if they can in some way and make it somehow aliens will become a fucking partisan issue. And if that happens, well, damn it, I don't know. I'll pump the brakes a little bit. But
Are we
barring
talking?
that,
Are we talking xenomorphs
I'm talking aliens in like little gray men in
and Predator? Like the Predator
in
ship
Alien.
turns up as well.
I don't know, man. Like,
Yeah.
man, I say that like, and honestly, I will probably press on with something like that. But it's important to say, like, the few times, like, I was a little clumsy in New Vegas Bounties 3, making mention of some real world political stuff and making it a player choice, and it wasn't well received, and I took that feedback to heart. And so anything that cleaves too close to real world stuff, man, I try to stay away from it. I want to give people an escape. That being
Yeah.
said, my view of the aliens in Groom Lake that's really inspired by Hunter S. Thompson and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's a total acid trip of an experience. My aliens, I don't want to give away too much, but they are basically addicted to cocaine and
Hell
they're
yeah.
out of their minds. And these are my aliens. It's a very different take. It's not to diminish their power. Like you get little hints. Like they've engineered stuff like the alcoholic and Barf the dog. They were both engineered by the aliens. You get hints of that in notes and other stuff. And the aliens are very powerful, but they also have a crippling addiction to cocaine. And this is what will drive the plot in my alien mod. So that's it, man. That's all I can say about it. But yes.
Speaking of substances, there's a rumor in the community that you've created some of your mods while under the influence. Is there any truth to that?
100%.
Fucking love
They're-
Good.
they're-
Good.
Well, sometimes good, sometimes not. There are degrees of under the influence. I did part of this interview under the influence.
Hell yeah.
It's just a
Oh,
matter
yeah, a
of
few beers. Yeah.
yeah.
Depends on
and
the
that-
fucking degree
but-
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not like 3 sheets to the wind though. Like, I've stopped drinking hard liquor and stuff like that. You know, as a personal choice to, and it's been better for me from health and functioning and not being a belligerent maniac, and that feeds over into creative pursuits as well. And you make poor decisions when you're really drunk, and things can be sloppy. It's not the best, in my opinion, but a little under the influence. You know, if I'm sitting there.
Just saying. Have you seen? Have you seen one of our streams, bro?
Only I have watched, like, admitted this is selfish. I've mainly watched the Fallout ones.
Right,
and
right.
I didn't know if
That's
y'all were
crazy,
drunk or
so-
not, but
Yeah, listen. Like, there's one stream that you might want to take particular attention to, bro. Do you agree?
I got shit faced one day because I was very ill prepared and long day at work, and I came home
It's
empty
great, it's
stomach,
great.
and we stared at the back of Geralt's head for like an hour and a half.
Because what? Because why? Why
Passed out on
did
the
that
fucking
happen?
floor. Yeah. Yeah.
oh my god. Okay, I can't judge. I could have easily done that. I mean, when I did streams, I would probably start sober, but
Yeah.
I said and did things in those streams I do not remember, man. So yeah, I get it.
Shit
And there were times
happens.
I've probably accidentally nuked mods and stuff, or nuked, I've had to go back to previous saves because I've screwed things up being drunk. That being said, but if I'm having to nav mesh like a whole world space, I'm gonna have a few beers. You better believe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not knocking any of it. I think it's fucking hilarious. That's good. I think it's good. It's creative process, and in some ways, I guess.
Everything within the golden mean, everything in moderation.
Yeah. Right. Questions, chat. We got any questions in chat for Mr. Rooster? Raw. I'm looking. I can't.
Would you
see
be
that.
able to write a mod under the influence of LSD, and you can invoke the fifth that is from the hermit?
Dude, I'm not really I joke maybe it's my upbringing. Alcohol has always been my drug of choice. I had friends that were really adventurous in the other drugs, but I'm admittedly, I've never smoked weed. I've never done any hallucinogens, nothing like peyote or anything like that. I would never, knowing what I know about LSD, I would never touch that shit. Like maybe
No way,
peyote.
man. No
Yeah,
way.
maybe peyote. I'd probably just drool and have a shit fit. God only knows what I would do. Maybe I could do like a charcoal drawing of
Jet?
of a penis or
jet, no?
something. But what did you say?
I said about a jet, maybe about a buff out. No.
Oh, buff out. Well, I mean, buff out would be like TRT
You-
or Trembolone or something. That'd be pretty awesome, actually. But,
Yeah, I'm talking full blown jet. And
oh, jet? Hell no, cow shit. Man.
Oh, why not? Ross on jet every stream.
You remember Fallout 2? Was it Myron?
Myron, yeah, that's what I was gonna. That's what I was.
Man,
I thought Myron was gonna be Macaulay Culkin. I thought that was gonna be the role.
I thought he was going to be Arcade. That was my hope.
Oh,
He would
really?
have been a good arcade. He would have been a good Arcade, I think. But
Yeah. He looked so out of place as a what do you call it, a Caesar Legion fella, was it? Didn't he? Oh man, I was so disappointed.
I just you
I
can
would rather
see
have
where they're
them. Sorry, go on.
I can see where they're going with it right now, and it's just hey man, it's their baby. For my part, I hope that I love Walter Goggins' take. I love the Ghoul. There are things about the show I like aesthetically and stylistically. I hope that maybe if they go to different places, they won't trample on the West Coast lore. It's like, just go away. I was worried they're like, next season we're going to Reno, and after that, San Francisco. There won't be anything left. But for my part, I'm just.
Hey, listen. I would have rather had, like, in place of Macaulay Culkin, I would rather have one of the Wet Bandits, fucking Harry or Marv. You know what I mean? That'd probably been better. Joe Pesci or the
Dude,
other fella.
Joe Pesci in any role in a Fallout, I would
And I fucking
love that.
yeah.
Oh
I said
my
that.
god.
Mate, I said that to Toxic Whiteout. I said we need to make a fucking Wet Bandits mod. Whereas, like, if you're opening doors, there's fucking blowtorch above the head and all that sort of stuff. You know, all that kind of bollocks. But like Joe Pesci and fucking like Caesar's Legion armor. Holy shit! How good would that work? Hey, chat, give me a thumbs up for that. Jesus Christ,
Would
how
be.
good would that work?
You put your boots up on the table, you fucking hillbilly. I would fucking love
I know,
Joe
I know.
Pesci.
You
Like, cause I'm
nailed
already
it.
like, dude, him in
Yeah,
Casino, like that's gonna be part of Bobby's quest line. Is like, I'm taking scenes from Casino. Like,
yeah.
100%, man. Like, you made me put your head in a vice for Charlie M. That dumb, yeah, dude, I love Martin Scorsese films. I love Joe Pesci. I can't wait to make some of
Nailed
that
it.
stuff. Yeah,
Yes,
I
yes.
can't fucking wait, man.
Joe Pesci is fucking some is a Caesar Legion, like a centurion or whatever, the top brass guy. You know, oh, how good would that be?
Yeah, I mean, well, and you can do that potentially with, Gamora and
Huh?
I don't maybe with some of them, and I've touched at that at times. With Bobby's quest, I'm gonna have some organized crime without
Oh,
again going too much into without going too much into the. I don't want to tread or trample on the vanilla factions too much, but
uh,
connecting to them, yes, I'm hoping to do that and definitely have some nods to Casino and Joe Pesci in there.
oh, could you imagine? All right, sorry, I'm going crazy again, right? Joe Pesci and Al Pacino as a duo, as legates. Oh, imagine that.
I j-
Oh, Jesus. Uh, oh, Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci.
You made me crucify you, you dumb motherfucker, you. Like, that would be, yeah, it'd be pretty funny. Funny.
Oh, this is like this is record this. Clip, please. Clip. Yes, we want Joe Pesci as a, who would be the daddy though? Because it would be Joe Pesci would be the lower, wouldn't he? And Al Pacino would be the higher, right? I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends
I
on the
don't know.
movie. It depends on the characterization, how you write it. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
If we're talking like Al Pacino and Heat, yeah, Al Pacino's the big shot. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah.
And that's a big and I want to say that also. Michael Mann's a big influence for me also as I
Oh,
get older. Michael
yeah.
Mann films are brilliant. They're very mature. They're very well written. Uh, and I would I rewatched, or actually I had never seen Manhunter until this last summer, and that just blew me away. What an incredible film! And
I,
that's
I
a
don't think I've
oh
seen
go
that.
ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't think I've seen that. Manhunter, did you say?
Oh, it's brilliant. Watch it. I think it's the best adaptation of any of the. I forgot the author's name who made all the Hannibal Lecter books. It might be the best adaptation. At least
I do
it's the most.
apologize.
It's the
I'm
most
gonna.
interesting film.
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna have to do it raw. Sorry. Go on. Sorry. I'm totally cutting off raw here. Sorry.
Oh,
Go
you
ahead,
good,
guys.
bro. Keep the conversation going. It's all good.
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry.
Uh,
Sorry. I know I
Patty,
don't mean to. Yeah. Go on.
Patty said that he had a dumb question for you earlier. If you could bring one Fallout food and drink item into our world, what would it be?
I got to think about this one because I'm a foodie, which I hate that word, but I have to use it in this context.
Fucking hate it as well, man. Sorry.
Um, I'm a simple fucking country boy, so I'd probably just take a Brahmin steak, man, because it's gonna taste a little different than a regular old Angus steak, like a Brangus steak. It's gonna be different. I would want to try that steak. And I know that's a really kind of vanilla answer, but what can I say, man? I'm a simple man. Just give me steak and potatoes. That being said, some of the freakier stuff like the fire ant fricassee or whatever, that sounds pretty good too. But I'm pretty basic on that stuff.
The hermit saying gecko gumbo. Whoa, don't know what that is.
Okay, that's okay. I've done blackened radroach, and that is a that in and of itself. You see that in 7 Grapes from now in that cantina. That's foreshadowing Boudreaux, who's going to be a featured character in the next chapter of Bobby Bass's story. He's a ghoul from Louisiana who he can cook amazing Cajun food because I've grown up. I have this part of my family's like through marriage is Cajun. I've grown up around Cajuns and spent time in southern Louisiana, and so I want to try to bring again. I'm going to bring my southern influences, and it makes for Bobby it makes sense to have another accomplice from the south, and it might as well. And for being a ghoul, that adds some believability to it. You know, he's long lived, and so Boudreaux is this Cajun ghoul, and I'm gonna go with it's cheesy, but I'm gonna go with the Cajun thing where you can't understand shit that they're saying. He speaks only in like Cajun French, and and Bobby can speak a little bit of it, and you get hints of that because his grandma's Cajun, and so he can speak. He calls it that's a swamp talk, but that's Cajun French, and he's gonna there'll be some dialogue there. Dialogue in quotes with Boudreaux, and he also makes bombs and other stuff. And he's got his own backstory, but Cajun food will be a factor, and so will other Southern cuisine in Bobby's questline. That is my aspiration.
IRL
Excellent.
thoughts on Gator.
Gator. So, in which can you elaborate?
Like the food as a food.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the. Okay, dude, I'm gonna show my age. I thought you meant the old like the old Burt Reynolds movie set off in the swamp.
Oh,
Now, or the movie, or the one, or the,
That's what
Yeah.
he meant as well.
because there's a movie called Gator, or the
Gator
one in
don't
New
play
York
that
where the
shit.
mutated alligator comes out of the sewers and eats people, which is a pretty good horror film. But no, Gator.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like that's actually a thing. Cause well, he calls it like in Ghoul. I've already written some of his dialogue. He calls it crocodile. It's gonna be like in Cajun they call it crocodile,
Right.
and he's gonna allude to it, and he'll make something like Deathclaw. He's gonna make some fried Deathclaw that's like fried gator.
Sounds incredible.
I've
Hermit
got-
was asking,
right.
how does the
Sorry,
time
go
difference work if using New Vegas Killer and Ballard or Bobby Bass? Does it only start after MVK or?
New Vegas Killer is a spinoff. It is not canonical. So the timeline is that after New Vegas Bounties 1, the canonical timeline is that the player killed Judge Richter, and that an undetermined amount of time elapsed. Bobby went east, and I'm just going to post spoilers if anybody hasn't played the mods. Bobby goes east. He gets enslaved. He suffers under the cruel whip of melees for an indeterminate period of time. He escapes with the help of another slave, goes west, and he ends up as a hobo in Good Springs. That's where the player finds him. However long that time period is up to you. I deliberately set the level requirement higher for Bobby's quest so that it would reflect some of that time lapse.
Bro, I can't wait to play all these mods that we're talking about. Oh my god. I need some early access or something. I'm
I just
telling
put in
you.
chat. Sorry, like we're like fucking 3 hour stream. This
Yeah,
is
about to hit
mental.
4.
Dude,
Yeah.
I love. I'm
Hey,
serious. I love this stuff.
And I echo what you're saying. I'm on it. I'll stay on.
I'll tell you what, y'all just want to. If y'all still got, dude, I got plenty of fuel in the fire, man. Do you mind if I just take a quick take a quick break? I just want to make sure I'm not wearing y'all out.
Yeah, you do what you need to do.
I can still go for a little bit. I haven't eaten since 11 a.m. It's about to be 8 p.m., but I'll survive a little bit longer.
All right, let me take a quick break. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Like me, right, Raw. Is it me and you right now?
Yep, go for it, Hermit. I can use the Deathclaw foot as a weapon. Oh my god, this dude back with the Deathclaw feet. Deathclaw foot fetish.
I was going to ask about cornbread, but
You still haven't asked your infamous the cold cut.
no. I'll leave that. Nah, the cold cut's bollocks. But how are we looking in chat? Come on, some people help me out here. Get some interesting questions on the go. How many people you got watching? 20.
They've been active the whole time too. Shout out to the chat. You guys have been
I know
killing it.
not. No, exactly. No, I'm not listening to chat, man. It's brilliant. It's very good. Okay, yeah. Hey, Patty saying, ask the rooster about cornbread and tell
You haven't had cornbread.
me. I snorted. What a fucking prick. Yeah, Patty. Yeah, good one. Love it. Banana. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Anthropology. No. Actually, that's an easy answer. I've not had cornbread, but banana bread. Like I said in my previous stream, on a previous stream, when I seen Patty's fucking, when he posted that picture of the banana bread with the honey getting put on top. Jesus Christ.
You call that
is
food
like,
porn.
that is, yeah. That is like, that is the business. That is the business.
Somebody said food porn.
Sir,
Yeah.
thinking about buttering those
Hey.
biscuits again.
We were talking, right, okay, so, welcome back, Rooster. Right, get this. Okay, so I haven't had cornbread before,
You what?
right?
What?
Yeah, I've never tasted cornbread, right? But and right, I'm going to elaborate on it because Aliens is my favorite movie ever, and there's a part in that movie where they're eating cornbread. So I'm like, oh, I really want cornbread. I really want that, right? But there was a part where I questioned cornbread, and I was like, "What is cornbread?" on Raw Tactics stream, and Raw was taking a piss at the time, and he couldn't believe that I hadn't had cornbread. Anyway, moving on.
It's a shame, and I can't give you, and because I'm afraid if I'm cooked up some cornbread and I mailed it to you, I don't know if it would be in the best state by the time it got there. But I can. There will be virtual cornbread. There will be biscuits and gravy. There will be. I'm trying to think. Chicken fried steak. We're gonna do all the Southern and Texan cooking in the next Bobby Bass mod. That food and
Oh.
dogs and plants and titties. All of that will be in the Bobby
Hell yeah.
Bass experience.
Chat, have you heard that? Look, so the raw question me, right?
Can we get
But-
some?
Yeah, sorry, Raw, go on.
Can we get some brisket in there, man? I'm waking up in the morning. You talking about food? I'm waking up in the morning before church and throwing a brisket on the smoker.
Ooh.
Well,
Let's
eat
go.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
You wake up and eat brisket. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that your breakfast?
No,
You eat
brisket
for
takes 12 plus hours to cook properly when you're smoking it. So like I'm throwing it out on my smoker. I'm gonna go to church. A few hours later,
right.
come back, check
Okay,
it, make sure. Yeah,
Got you.
brisket's like an all day thing, bro. That's a real Texas thing, like a really Southern thing,
no,
but
I've
huge
had
in
it.
Texas.
I've had it. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I prefer
It's a-
like. Sorry. Go on. Go ahead.
But there's just it's a great passion of like several members of my family, both doing brisket, barbecue in general. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You do
Right,
any
shall we go
brines or
back to-
anything?
Beg your pardon?
Do you do any brines or anything? Do you inject yours? Or do you do a simple Texas style coat on it, like seasonings?
My brother-in-law is really the big cook, and yeah, he injects it.
He injects it. What? Where y'all from?
I think so. We're from all over, man.
Yeah, right. Yeah, disregard.
He injects it, man. What?
That's crazy.
Beavis and Butthead. He injects.
Don't quote me on that, dude. I gotta check. I'll be honest. I don't scrutinize the process. I just
Yeah.
like the results.
All right, yeah, I'm in. As long as the end result good, I guess. I'm more of a purist when it comes to my brisket,
Stop,
but
stop, please stop. He injects it and then as long as the end result is oh my god, sorry. These
Don't quote
boys.
me on
you
that.
know,
No,
what we're
yeah.
referring to? Do you know about cooking?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
But I'm
okay,
just
okay,
taking the
got
piss
you,
out of you. I'm taking the absolute rip out of you, man. Sorry.
got you. I didn't know if that was like a cultural divide type thing, like y'all don't inject
No.
food over there. Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I don't know how to inject food, bro. Sorry.
Well, hey, on a related note, I did write one of my outlines was you know how there's all the like Kingman's barbecue in Freeside.
Mhm.
Oh.
There are these signs there. I was gonna have a barbecue joint, and at the end of the month, I don't want to give it away, but yeah, basically this is one of my planned holiday mods. Is it's actually a cannibal mod, and you have to
Mm.
be a cannibal to do the mod. Like
Oh,
that's the thing. And
sweet.
these are like there are some niche like role playing ideas I had where it's like yeah you got to be you got to have a certain trait. That's what I don't know
Yeah,
if I'm actually gonna follow through on that, but I still write that crap down. You know.
that's something that I still had planned to talk to you about too. Like, what is the mindset? What's your mentality behind some of your mods have really high, like late game prerequisites, like completing online sign and why?
That's a great question, and it's because
Oh.
it's because one, some of it is gated. If you, especially if you're talking about the faction stuff,
Hmm.
I want to create certain because those are going to be long-term mods where I patch in content that are specifically for those dedicated for players dedicated to those factions, the four major factions. The Enclave one that's more of a fun thing that doesn't really count. The four major factions are what I'm going to be talking about, and Bobby's is more loose. Yes Man is inherently flexible in my opinion, and you can form alliances and stuff depending on the circumstances. But for the Enclave one, since you brought that one up, that's a good example. I just wanted to make sure the player had made some positive steps with the Enclave before I have them working with the president, the dog president. You know, it was, I
Right,
wanted to have a
right.
little bit of a gradual build up there where you're not just going to be like, holy shit, why is this dog psychically communicating with me? And it would be like, okay, I've worked with the Enclave. They're kind of weird. So if he's in their bunker, he must be with them. I'll be honest with my Enclave stuff, it is a little more shoot from the hip. And again, I have a president, a dog president, so
Right.
it's hard for me to take him too seriously. I hope it's not, diminishing the game too much because I'll be the Enclave stuff is an outlet for me to have to create some to get some of the zanier stuff out there and have fun with it. Like some of the other stuff I have planned for them is like really over the top. But I don't feel too guilty since it's the Enclave. Now, Mercenary is a good example to bring up because you have to be committed to Mr. House. And
Right.
that one is specifically gated because it is a niche role playing experience. And a lot of players don't align with Mr. House. And over time, I'm probably going to do the same with my Legion one, but it's just going to be up front. And I'm not going to have continuous checks because a lot of the content will be set in outside world spaces. But I like gated content. And I think that actually harkens back to Morrowind, which is an influence on me where you can't be dedicated to the Fighters Guild and the Thieves Guild. At some
Yeah.
point, you're gonna have to
Right.
pick sides, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to create. Is I'm trying to create a late game experience for players that have committed themselves to a faction and just want some extra rich content that helps them really dig into that role playing experience, like helping Mr. House secure resources and frankly bully other people around as a mercenary. I think that can be fun if you're really into that house role play. So uh, again, those are kind of living mods, and I will respond to player feedback on them. But that's kind of my mindset moving on those.
Beautiful. Uh, Still on your mods, like, do you intentionally leave stuff somewhat open ended? Like, your mods are not necessarily handholdy, right? Modern day Bethesda guides you through everything. Go back to Morrowind, and it's very, very much you have to understand what's going on in the story. Your quest kind of falls somewhere in between. Is that intentional?
Absolutely, and I couldn't have said it better myself. I try to strike a balance because now when you play Walk the Line when it's you and Ranger Hugo doing investigations, that's going to be a lot more gumshoe looking for details without hand holding. And they're going to be more action oriented quests where here's the thing. My principle is I don't want it to become so frustrating where it's going to be one of those. And like I grew up on these old 80s and 90s adventure games where sometimes it would be maddening where you're trying to figure out some scenario and you have to do things in just the right way.
Name.
Yeah.
I want to know. I want to know because I'm right into this.
You know what I'm talking about though. And it's like
Yeah.
I don't want that kind of experience because that's not the fault. In my opinion, that's disruptive to the experience. If it's enough to get to have some pacing where it gives the player pause and reflect and maybe gives a slight challenge from an investigative standpoint. If you want to go down the deep investigative road, I'm telling you, the guy who did it best was the modder Puss Moose, who was, again, an influence on me from just a getting started standpoint. He made these great, elaborate, text-driven mysteries, and they're phenomenally written. But I do little bits of that here and there on a small scale, or for something where the quest is deliberately tailored towards that, like walk the line. Then it's going to be like that. And there were some other, and some of the New Vegas bounties, especially in New Vegas bounties 2, I had some content in there where, were riddles like with the crazy clown guy and things like that, where it wasn't necessarily holding your hand and you could die if you picked the wrong thing on that table or picked the wrong door. So I do moments like that periodically, but I don't want to just send the player into a rage because I've been there and that shit's frustrating.
So with the up and coming, like the future of Fallout, would you like to see something go with another Western type theme like New Vegas? Or would you like to see more of the suburban age like we've seen with Fallout 4?
I mean, man, my country ass is going to choose a Western every time.
Right.
I would like it in the West as a Western, or not even, again, my dream project is set in the South, but it would still have some Western elements. I think Fallout, because of this goes back to some deep academic stuff, Frederick Jackson Turner and the frontier thesis. You have a new frontier with the wasteland. And that's why Fallout is inherently a Western, because all around you is a frontier that has to be tamed and settled. So even if you set it in an urban setting or something that's more urban centric, it still will have that Western quality about it. I just like it when it leans heavily into that theme.
Understood. We also had Hermit asking, is there anything from the TV series that you do like and would touch on in a mod, such as House or the Hank's mind control device?
I love Walton Goggins Ghoul. I like him as an actor. Again, Southern boy. I like him, but he's a great actor, and I like the. I think he's the most complex and interesting character in the show.
By far.
Yep.
I like his trajectory. I don't necessarily like everything that's happened to him, but I watch the show because of him. And everything in the vault drives me. Okay, I'm going to be positive here. The vault bores me to hell, and I might make vault content just to be a smartass and undermine that. But
I fucking hate it, man. I fucking hate it, bro. I hate it, bro.
He's just fat, blithe blob people dancing around, singing songs and eating cake and shit. And I'm like, you fucking useless slobs. Like, do something interesting. Somebody fucking stab somebody.
Right.
Hell, I don't care. Somebody fuck the other guy's wife. For God's sake, make something happen here. Like, this is just killing me. And it's like the one-eyed comedian chick. I'm supposed to be invested in that. I'm like, I don't give a shit about this broad. Like, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be like, this is me lapsing into old habits. I'm trying to be, reasonable, but it's
no, you got it. You got it. You fucking got it, man. I'm just like, like the vault shit. Please fucking try and like. The vaults are supposed to be like the government experiments with fucking seedy things going on, right? Blah blah. But Jesus Christ, how like passive have they made that? It's
just
so
gonna say
like,
this.
Yeah, go on.
If Clancy Brown comes back as president, and I love Clancy Brown, he's the Kurgan from Highlander. If they bring him back as president of the Enclave, if that dude rolls VX gas into that vault and kills everybody, I'm rooting for the Enclave. And I'll make a fucking
100%.
Enclave mod. I'll make a serious fucking Enclave mod. Like, that will be, some guys, it's not going to be SomeRooster, it's going to be I'll change my name to Some Enclave, and I will make nothing but Enclave mods. You heard it from here.
No. Please change your name to Some Enclave cunt. Please. Some Enclave
No, that's
cunt.
Australian. Oh god, yeah, man.
Oh
I
God.
could do
Yeah. No,
that.
seriously, man. No, but no, Oh, right. Okay. Serious head on. I agree with what you said. It's so fucking the vault stuff is so boring, man. Like compared to like the actual you know 1 and 2, Fallout 1 and 2 franchise,
Yeah,
even three, like delving into the lore of the vaults stuff like that. Like there was some like really intriguing, dark, and
yeah,
like uh sort of like uh, just controversial shit going on there.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And that was true in Fallout 3 too. It's not like Bethesda hasn't written some good vaults.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
and
Absolutely.
and so it's like again, I don't want to focus on the negative stuff too much. I will say if Walton Goggins had a spinoff that was like a prequel where you could see him traveling around as a bounty hunter, like how could I think that would be really good actually. You could make a version of those old Western serials. Like the one with Steve McQueen and I forget. And shame on me, my dad would he would hit me with a belt if he knew I didn't know the title of these. But like these old great Western serial shows, you could do something like that in the Fallout universe. It'd be like The Mandalorian when it was good, and that would be really
Yeah,
good, man. And yeah, that would be my dream TV project. Would be something like that.
amazing.
Yeah.
All right, okay. I've got a question. I've got a question that's I don't know, maybe kind of relevant. So here we go. If some guy represented one creative era, who would define the Rooster era?
Great
If that
question.
makes sense.
Yeah, no, they are distinct. And people ask me why and I don't know if I went in depth enough. I chose to close that old account because, for one, I didn't want that brand sticking to the new mods and defining them.
Uh-huh.
Because I think I've made some of my mods are very similar to my old ones, but I've also made some stuff that's very different, and I wanted it to be able to stand on its own and not be judged because of past mods. Some of this is personal. The things I went through being back in the
Sure.
military, I have a very different outlook. Some big personal changes in my life, and those greatly inform my modding and how I write and how frankly, my view of humanity is not quite as dark as it was.
I
Um,
understand. I
I
understand.
I
Sorry,
I
sorry.
think that you'll see an underlying tone that is I think in the Rooster era there's more hope. And that's some of that John Ford bleeding through too. And that's not overly and I don't want to become mawkish or sentimental, uh, but I believe in an underlying message of hope. That's not, but I think it has to be balanced, like we were talking about good and evil and antagonists. You can't have light without the dark. You have to show the abyss
Yeah,
and let people
yeah.
look into it. But I do believe in in providing actual heroic characters, or at least the option to let the player be heroic and potentially have friends that maybe they may not start heroically, but you can help mold them into something that's heroic by the end of
You
it.
got it. You got it.
And
You got it.
that's not mealy mouthed or wishy-washy relativistic crap.
It's actions. It's defined by actions, right?
Correct. And the big one is Ranger Hugo, and I'm riding him. I've got to be careful. The balancing act because he is he has like a very rules based ethical outlook, Kantian to get into it, and he's very strict. I mean, it's kind of like Batman.
Oh,
That'd be the closest pop culture parallel in terms of his moral outlook. And the guy
yeah.
has a code, and he does not fucking bend for anybody. And it's deliberate. I wrote him as a contrast to Bobby. That's
Uh-huh.
partly and there's some overlap there, but some ways they're opposites, and I think they embody some of the best of their respective factional line. I think Bobby's freedom, creativity, impulsivity, and Hugo is a firm moral structure and rule of law, and you'll see that in his character. It's just at the same time you don't want to make him such an uptight prick that he's unlikable and resented.
Yeah.
He has to be a three-dimensional human being. So, yeah, with that in mind, the Rooster era is defined. At least I'm trying to press forward with a better planning, and I have much more in like it's nowhere. it's totally different. I came in with a very clear plan, and I have very drawn out, excuse me, master documents that outline where I'm going. Now, that being said, I also like the freedom to create small standalone projects. And I know this annoys people because of the plugin limit. It's understandable, and I am trying to address that. But I want to be able to make things like I'm Moving On and Sincerely, and even itty bitty mods like Limited Edition. Although Limited Edition, the next time I make something like that, I'll roll it into big in Vegas. But I want the freedom to be able to make small mods that are very close to vanilla, and I'm not always feeding into the big bounty hunting story. That was always in the back of everything. That, and the fans were, and I wrote myself into it. They were clamoring. They wanted closure. They wanted vengeance, and I built that up. And now I don't necessarily want that. Now there are some overarching villains, but even then, a lot of times they're complicated in their own right, and you get, like Rakion and so on, melees. But there is no one single big bad. You have a lot of different moving characters and factions that are interacting with each other, and I want to be able to kind of touch on those individually, but occasionally branch off into things like I want to make my Followers of the Apocalypse mod. Just one more. I have a pretty good draft of that. I've rewritten it several times, and that's going to be a completely standalone experience with its own closed arc, where you basically are helping a woman. It's to me, I wanted to make something that sincerely shows the best of the followers, with at the same time showing the challenges of like how horrific would it be to actually try to conduct medical care in the remote parts of the wasteland. And so I did a lot of research on like Doctors Without Borders and people, the kind of diseases and issues you're going to run into in developing countries or in really remote areas. And so in the waste, that's something I would like to do, and give people the opportunity to be really helpful. They can obviously be extremely malevolent, but show the challenges that come with helping the followers and shed light on their perspective. That's the kind of thing I would like to do. And I never would have done that. I don't think I would have done that as Some Guy. In Some Guy, there was that everything, whether I intended or not, was still feeding into that big arch that ended in New Vegas Bounties 3 and was rushed. Here, it's one of the principles I've come back with is to be disciplined and keep things on small scale, so that I don't have that kind of just, how to put this, it doesn't spill out of control and become a sprawling mess. Because that's a hard thing, is discipline and keeping creative projects in check, keeping scope in check. So that's it, man.
There you go. Comprehensive answer. With a lawnmower going in the background.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, no, I said a comprehensive answer, but it sounded like there was a lawnmower going in the background. I don't know if it was your fan or something like that, but it's like, whoa.
Sorry, it's my piece of crap. It's my laptop dying.
Yeah, the chat picked up on it. That's all I'm saying. Raw, go on.
With the size and scope of some of your mods, how do you like prevent or manage scope creep? That's something we've touched on with a lot of other modders. What's your take on scope creep?
It's a never-ending battle. What I do this time around is I have my outline, and I iterate and I trim it ruthlessly. I'll have a raw idea, like that spine that I was talking about, and I will try to. Detour was the closest I came to falling into some of the old habits, and it kind of scared me a little bit because it almost sprawled out of control with some of the side quests and stuff that I added. I probably won't do anything that large again for a while, but for me, it's just you have a plan, and once it's hammered down, you stick with it. And maybe add a side quest or two if you have time. A lot of times I add the side quests while I'm doing voice work, if I'm waiting for human voice actors. But otherwise, it's a hard thing to be ruthless about, but you have to do it. At least that's what I know. For me, it's a struggle.
So with base game Fallout under Bethesda, we've kind of learned what to expect in a lot of aspects, like how certain quests will play out, how things will be handled. The same kind of happens in the modding community, like you were just touching on, falling into old patterns. Some mod authors really do get into a set pattern and just playing stuff. After you play so many mods, you can kind of get good at guessing who created it if you're not familiar. Have you ever intentionally subverted player expectations because you knew that a seasoned Fallout player would like tend to approach it in a certain aspect?
Yes. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Some of the puzzles, and the best example was probably in the Inheritance. I had that side quest where the devilish laugh. Sorry, you. It was this was yeah. This is probably my best example, and I've gotten a lot of mixed feedback, mostly positive on this quest, where there's a family that comes in to. It's on the north side of. It's just outside West Side. Uh, and there's one of these abandoned buildings. Back when real estate was still open in New Vegas, and you could not every building was filled. You could mod in to one of these abandoned buildings, and so these people come in, and you can offer to help them. And they had, as a part of a land grant with NCR, they had gotten the deed to this property. Fortunately, there are squatters. There are homeless people in there, and like they're pretty destitute. There's a pregnant woman. They're in really rough shape, and so you can role play it in a number of ways. You can bribe them, convince them, intimidate them, or you can take the moderate tack and convince the family to keep these people on as employees, give them meaningful income, and come to a wonderful compromise where everyone will coexist and live out a wondrous existence. This was not how it plays out when you return in a few weeks. Much like the Tenpenny Tower quest, which was an influence on this, um, if you took that moderate tack and chose the coexistence route, you find that the bums kind of were worked into a frenzy by their ringleader. They robbed and murdered the family, and then they fled. And it's in my again, growing up where I did and how I did, at times I have a more dim view of humanity. And some might say realistic, some might say cynical. But unfortunately, sometimes in those positions, people are going to do some pretty awful things. And I thought it was a little rose colored glasses to think that you can go in there and just convince everyone to, blissfully coexist when they have very different circumstances. And yeah, some people were very incensed by that quest and its outcome. But yeah, that was probably the best example. Now, there were some other quests. It was clumsy, the orphanage quest that was also in one of the inheritance side quests. I would do that differently now, but I did like that it took some of the player instinct of I'm just going to spend money everywhere and people will be benevolent with it. It's like, no, there are grifters and scammers everywhere that are looking to rob you blind. And so the player gets rich at the end of the inheritance. So I'm like, a consequence of this is people are going to try to rip you off. Got to, keep your wits about you. So yeah, the Some Guy era was a little darker, and some of that bled through, but sometimes it was a little more, in my opinion, more realistic.
Yeah, beautiful. Uh, are you familiar with any instances of players solving a quest in a way that you didn't anticipate? And did that influence future design decisions, if so?
Great question, and I'm trying to rack my brain over this because it happens on a small level. Players will, some of it is the engine doing bizarre things,
Right.
especially in Good Springs, but it happens all the time. And honestly, it's not it's on a small level. It happens so much it gets posted on the Nexus that I'll make those adjustments in patches a lot of times. But in terms of fundamental design, that goes all the way back to New Vegas Bounties 1. And again, that was where I presented that false choice where you can kill him or he does a chicken shit handshake poison thing and kills you. And And players were like, this is crap. I don't want to do this. You need to give me a real choice. And so it's like, okay, you got to give them a real choice. And players will let you know if they think the role playing opportunities are inadequate. And so I try to adjust. I just, off the top of my head, I don't know if I could think of a singular instance though.
Is there a single line of dialogue or just a single conversation out of all your mods that you're most proud of?
All right, let me think about this so I get it right.
It better not be Joanne.
No, it's probably going to be Sam in Seven Graves from now.
Ooh.
I think Sam's line before he departs resonates with players, and that's definitely, you want to talk about showing a shift in and that bled through my change in philosophy. It came through in Sam. And
Can
when
we
he
get a
departs,
brief synopsis?
where he says, "Do not rage, do not regret, live in the present." It's influenced because he's a Francophile, and he loves French culture and history, and Sam is, and it's never explicitly stated, but he's influenced a lot by Camus, philosopher, and that's not, it's laughing in the face of nihilism, and I think that Sam embodied that, and a lot of other Sam's dialogue I think is strong and landed well. Ellie Hunter's dialogue, again, that's a lot of personal sentiment bleeding through some of the others as well. I mean, there's a lot of it is comedic, but it doesn't have the staying power of some of the more sincere lines, and sincerely as well. That mod Brock had a lot of my feelings, in terms of, if you're talking about when Brock goes to the memorial, and that's something for anybody that's been in the service, if you've known people that you've lost or been close to in deployment. Yeah. But Sam, if I had to pick one, yeah, man, probably Sam's dialogue when he departs.
Last question on the deeper side of everything. What part of mod development drains you the most? What is the
Drains
most
me?
Yeah, like what's the most taxing aspect in your perspective?
Voice work.
Okay. All right, that's a cop-out answer. That's a cop-out. We've covered that one.
Straight up.
Outside
Straight
of
up.
voice work.
Hang on, that's bollocks. Right, here we go. I've got a better question. Right, here we go. Right, Rooster, ready? Ready. If we're kind of like concluding the stream and stuff like that, because we have been on for a fucking long time, haven't we? Jesus Christ. But anyway, here's one for you. When people look back 10 to 15 years from now, right? I emphasize that 10 to 15 years from now, what do you hope your work represents to those people? Go for it.
I hope it represents the sincere passion that people had for the Fallout IP and the desire to not just expand that story, but also enrich it with narratives that are drawn from their personal experiences in real life, and that they can relate to. I mean, that's the heart of fiction and the heart of art. And I know this is community theater, it's fan fiction, but nonetheless, I'm still shocked by the impact that the first series had on people, and I hope that I can keep that going, even if it's on a small scale. It means a lot to me hearing from those people.
Great answer. Because if I was to have your creative genius, right? I don't know how I'd operate.
I do not have creative. I'm just a dude, man.
No, mate. Listen, I'm not like. Look, I'm saying that without blowing smoke up your ass, but you clearly have talent, right? I'm just saying. But if I had that sort of talent, I know what I would do with it. and I wouldn't be like an arrogant fucking piece of shit. I'd be doing what you're doing, basically, right? So, what I'm saying, what I'm saying at the end of the day is like, keep up the good work.
Really appreciate it. And
Yeah.
I don't want to be, just slip into platitudes or anything, but I try to read every single comment on the Nexus. I may not always respond. And some people make these incredible, heartfelt comments. And like I'm at work or I'm doing something for like a week and I can't really have a good response. I'm like, oh God, mental note, make sure you respond later, and I forget and I feel like an asshole. But I read them and they all impact me. Good, bad, whatever. I digest them and I do appreciate it.
Great. Bro?
Um, yeah, just surface level question then. Something for the fans to get to just know you a little bit more. Is there any game, any genre, any series outside of Fallout that you really enjoy? Anything that you play on a day-to-day basis or anything that's like a comfort game?
I would say it varies. I'm just I like games when I'm not actively modding and I'm just modding, if I'm gaming to relax. I like to have an audiobook on that I can really hone in on the audiobook. And I like to have a game where I don't have to give it 100% attention. So something like Kenshi is one of the games I play for pleasure because I can really hone in on the book that I'm listening to or the podcast and just kind of start and build things and, build my little team of swole ninjas or whatever and
Yeah.
do crazy stuff. I mean, that's Kenshi. It's a crazy game. But and on that note, man, I would love to have Kenshi like have that engine and have like either a classic fantasy. Imagine like a Conan the Barbarian game set with the Kenshi
Holy
mechanics.
fuck,
How
man.
incredible would that be? But anyways, I can go all day. But no, I love Kenshi. I love RimWorld. I love open games like that. If I'm playing with other people, occasionally my nephews and I'll play like real time strategy games like Company Heroes, stuff like that, modded. And that's for fun,
Oh,
just with friends.
Jesus Christ.
But I don't really play. I'll admit, about once a year I try to play New Vegas and potentially three. Three's more like every few years. And I try to play Skyrim every few years. I still enjoy it, and Oblivion. It's been a few years on the Elder Scrolls ones though, and it's just time, man. I would love to get more exposure, but ultimately I'm in a balancing act, and modding is what I derive the most pleasure from. I will take my breaks, get into some other stuff, but like if I wasn't, I know we've talked about the stream being long. If I wasn't doing the stream, I would be actively modding, like without question, and throwing myself into it. I really enjoy it.
If
So
I wasn't on the stream, I'd be in my bed. Just saying.
yeah, you would. God, I forgot about the time difference. Holy hell.
Holy
Yeah,
shit,
sorry,
man.
man.
Do you
Sorry,
know what
brother.
time? You know what time it is in Scotland right now? It's it's 3:30 in the morning. Oh my
Oh,
oh my days! But no, I'm good. I'm good. No, like listen, I'm not fucking. I'm all good doing this. Absolutely fine.
oh, it's exciting. I'll be honest. I've really enjoyed this because I don't get a chance to talk about modding. I've referenced it. A few of my friends know I make the mods and are familiar with it. Generally speaking, it's not something that comes up with most of my interactions outside of the community. It's a pretty niche thing. You meet a lot of Fallout fans, but a lot of people just aren't. And like Drag Buddy said in his, you go out to the Fallout event, a lot of people don't know who Out Chest Breach is or Drag Buddy, and it's not. I hate to say that it's not terribly surprising to me. It's just we are a niche part of the community, but a very passionate part of it.
True.
And by nature, I know I may seem extroverted, but by nature, I am a total introvert. So, given my druthers, I will just hone in on whatever creative endeavor I'm doing and zone out everything else. So, it's probably healthy for me to engage in this kind of discussion from time to time.
Yeah,
It seems
I'm
it
not
understood.
seems
just
like it seems like we all are. Everything. Like a lot of people we've chatted to, Raw. are in like the same element, like ex-military that have kind of right. Wait a minute. Let me put this correct. It's like you know they have had like the post-apocalyptic fucking like not fantasies, but like you know they've viewed the world in different ways because they've
Yeah.
they've come out of the goldfish bowl where they've been in and seen they've basically not been narrow-minded, right? Including myself, right?
Yeah.
I hope that makes sense because to me that makes it sounds like bollocks, but I hope to the military people it makes sense, like you know, because obviously Raw, yourself and myself are all ex-military, but Jesus Christ, like the Fallout kind of universe is kind of relate, it kind of relates to us a little bit.
Yeah, because if nothing else, you've been outside. Like I grew up in a very small rural area, and it's a bubble. And when you
Aye.
get outside of that, you get way outside your comfort zone and have to work with people of all types of background that you know, and you're in
Oh hell yeah,
circumstances that you never imagined. And you
yeah,
also you have to deal with real stress and real shitty situations. And
yeah.
so that's where, and like people criticize me for my profanity, and sometimes it was a little over the top in some of the old mods. But I'm
I
like,
had,
have
hey,
you ever
Rooster,
worked
Rooster,
around
Rooster,
infantry?
Rooster, Rooster, listen to this, Rooster, listen to this. I remember, right, and hey, I fucking completely agree with you, but I remember walking to what do you call it a gas like to us it's like a gas station. It's a gas station, right, for you Americans, right?
Mhm.
I remember walking in a gas station and it was let's just say a woman that was quite she wasn't in the best of shape, right? But she was like, oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass to fill up the car. And I'm like, to fill up a car, that's a pain in the ass, I was like, I just put my hand on my head and went, fuck me, is this where is this where society is? You can't even like filling up a fucking car with petrol or diesel, whatever you want to fucking do it, is a hassle. It's like I just wanted to fucking kick her in the face. Sorry, I mean tell her, that's bad. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean though? It's like
I get it.
holy
I
fuck.
get
It's
it.
like
Yeah.
what I mean. Have you ever? I wanted to say, have you ever been in a scenario where it's like being really like this isn't fucking bad. You're just
Yeah.
filling a car up, right? I'll leave it at that. You get what I'm saying? I'll leave it at that. 'Cause
100%.
I could
You,
go
s-
on for fucking
I
I could go on for fucking days.
it's a shared experience of all militaries everywhere of just having
Yes.
to deal with bull. And like again, I jokingly, with Corporal Courtesy and Sergeant Major Spicoli, that's my outlet for that stuff, in a
Yeah.
humorous way. But that is,
Yeah.
it's a universal, and probably from since time immemorial, in the old, like there are these Reddit jokes where they're posting complaints by legionaries, that mirror modern day army complaints and
Uh-huh.
things like that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just part of the experience. But yeah, unless you've unless you've been in it, it can be a little hard to relate to. But
I know.
yeah, I
I
think
know.
we
I look at people sometimes and go, "Holy fuck, are you are you actually real? Are you? Why are you complaining about that? Just get your just deal with it
yeah.
because like you are like I don't want to say it, but like sometimes I want to point at them and go, "You're a failure in life if you can't deal with that."
Well,
But
I think
but
well,
I,
it's just that
I'm just glad. I'm glad, Rooster. I'm glad you kind of like. Well, hopefully you agree with some points. Like, but Jesus Christ, it winds me up. It really winds me up. I'm I basically turn to Sergeant Dornan. You're a uniform soldier. Where's
this.
your power?
I mean, this is why we like the Wastelanders more than the Vault Dwellers. So there you go.
Yes, yes, yes.
Nope.
Raw, you alive? You passed out again?
Nah, we got one more fan question. We got Guitarian Gaming in the chat. Uh, do you think that Project Arroyo will ever reach completion?
Is that the okay? Explain it to me again. What that is? I've heard it, but I forgot what it is.
I'm pulling it up as we speak. Okay. Where's the description? Fallout Project Arroyo aims to recreate and reimagine Fallout 2 in the Fallout 4 engine.
Godspeed. I'm skeptical that it'll happen. I think that Fallout London is the exception, not the rule. But sincerely, I hope they prove me wrong.
Yeah, the mod's been in development for about 6 years at this point. It was last updated. The last update on YouTube was 11 months ago, and it's been kind of quiet since then. Missed one question.
Think the odds are not in its favor. We have any number of projects for every long 15. You've got a Fallout New Mexico and any number of ones that show promise and have a lot of great promotion, but they just never make it to the finish line because there's so many moving parts and so much that has to happen. That so many things have to fall in place positively for it to come to fruition. And that's just the hard reality of it. That's partly why I don't. People ask me, I'm gonna get my pop filter up. People ask me why I don't participate in more large mods. It's because I've seen firsthand what happens to most of them.
Yeah.
They unravel, and I'm telling you, look, whatever my faults, when I do something, I don't fuck around, man. I go at it 100%, and I throw myself into it. And if there's going to be any dilly-dallying around, or we don't have a clear vision or this or that, I'm like, if you're not serious, no offense, that's not my bag, man. If I'm gonna throw myself into this, I want to make sure it sees the light of day. Even though I've had my own vaporware experiences, but that's kind of my approach now, and that is like for proven authors.
I love it. I fucking love it.
But long 15, then again, I said that earlier, it was somebody like with a proven author that's serious, and I know they can deliver and they're not messing around. I would be open to contributing on a small scale. Realistically, I know my strengths and weaknesses. I would be willing to pitch in within, again, in a very constrained way, just to, maybe add a little life to it. Give it the little Joanne Butterfield sprinkle. That's it,
We do have one more I missed from Hermit earlier. It doesn't have to be in a mod, but if you could create 3 vaults, what would the experiments be in each vault?
Oh shit.
Jesus, Hermit. Oh, I don't, I've never made a vault. I've made pseudo vaults with the Enclave. I'm trying to remember, and some of this stuff didn't get, like Firebase Zulu had kind of as a vault.
I've got one. I've got
Go
one.
ahead.
Right. This is for you. Imagine chucking in. No, I'm not. No, I can't. I can't go there. I can't go there. It's got to be controversial as fuck. I can't. No.
I wouldn't
let's
mind.
just say, let's just say it was going to be political as fuck. Let's just like chucking in a certain set of supporters with another set of supporters, and right, you get what I'm saying? No, I'm not going there.
Well, Vault 19 in Vegas is kind of like that with the cards and the blue themed rooms and things like that. You could have like okay, I got an idea. This is me totally spitballing some of this stuff. This is gonna be potentially trash. I would have one where, you got say okay. God, this is so nerdy, man. This is such a niche thing. And no, I don't know. I couldn't even do it. It's terrible. It's a terrible
You're embarrassed to call yourself nerdy, for fuck's sake. Go on.
Oh God, some of these are terrible. Okay, like I would have. Okay, and then this goes down to vaults where you're going to have these divisions, but I would have a vault. This is so stupid. I would have a vault. The overseer is a professional boxer. Okay.
Right.
And the only way to open the vault is somebody has to beat him in combat. And I don't. This is just me spitballing. It's such a terrible idea.
That's basic.
But it's like there's got to be something where he's either he's hard to kill or I don't know. Oh God, see, and this is why I've never made vaults, man. This is embarrassing. I've never made a vault. Oh God, I would have a vault full of
So
Joanne
so so
Butterfield
the guy
clones.
so the guy you have to beat is like Hulk Hogan or something,
Something
or
really daunting. And
uh,
everybody
or
else,
Frank
okay,
Corrigan.
this is yeah, and everybody else is like under 5 feet tall, like something like that. And they can't use weapons, and there'd be all kind of limitations. That's the first idea I would have. That's horrible. Next one, I'd have something where, oh Lord, think. Hmm. Because there are a lot of really good vault ideas. If you read the Fallout Bible and some of the extended stuff that they've added, some of those ideas are really clever, man. Um, Vaults take a fair amount of, because they've done the one where it's one woman and the rest are men, one man, the rest are
Yeah,
women,
yeah.
all that stuff. The Panther in the vault. Uh,
All right. Wait a minute. Go back to the other one. Go back to your other vault. How about like you had to go to a ring, right? Into a ring as a boxer and fight 10 Garys.
yeah, yeah. Maybe the guy keeps cloning. Like every time he
Yeah,
loses,
yeah. Every time
he gets
yeah.
cloned. Every time
Gary,
you lose, he gets cloned, and
Gary.
I don't know. You could have fun with that, or I would actually a vault that's themed around professional wrestling. I think that would be really good. And it's still going to be staged, but the heel runs the vault. That's the overseer. I don't know, something like that could be fun. I would
Yeah.
probably have something that's more comedic stuff. I would have to plan it better. Hermit, you got me off guard, man. Mr. Creativity, huh? Oh,
How about a vault where like there was a podcast and it was me and Raw sat there and you had to fight me and Raw to get out? Who would you fight?
I don't know y'all, man. Y'all, I don't, dude. I'll say this. That's one great thing about jujitsu. You learn like it doesn't matter what a person looks like. They could be a Billy Jack badass, man. Like some
Just say, just
accountant
say like,
looking nerd
just like,
can tie your
just
ass
say
up in knots.
me and Raw were like level 99 and you were like level 1.
When it's
Would you do
time
it?
I would have to find an alternate. I'd be like that dude, like the little what's his name? The son in the Fallout show, because he's like a
Yeah.
little nerdy twerp guy. He has to use alternative methods because he's not going to beat anybody's ass. So he kind of has to be a clever
Yeah.
little shit. So
So he
yeah,
has to have like total fucking like um well I would say charisma and stuff like that, but everything else other than strength, right?
yeah. Or you're sprinkling arsenic on their pizza or something. I don't know, man. Like you gotta find other ways.
Call him
Oh
back
my
up.
lord.
I
Hermit tripped me up. We had 3 vaults on the fly. I am not Josh Sawyer, man. Like I am not. That is that. I could think up 3 westerns on the fly, but I could not think up 3 vaults. That's tough. Vaults are tough, man. Like for me at least. Some
Oh
people,
no no
some
no!
people love vaults.
Right. Seriously, right, Rooster. Oh, I want to ask you this because I've asked a few other people on the cast about this. So, and it's a Vegas vault, so you will probably be well aware of it. Vault 3, the Fiends, right?
I'm
What do you
familiar.
make it? Right? Are you familiar?
Yes.
Yes, right. So that, right, that vault is probably for me the one I remember most out of any vault in the Fallout series, right? Because some awful shit happened in there, and um, it was allowed by people that I think AI corrected me when I put my point across to what happened in the vault, like how it opened. Sorry, should I say? Um,
Yeah, they
but
na-
yeah,
they naively open the vault, right?
yeah, exactly. And they had the guy, the leader was it motor runner or stuff like that, with a chainsaw, right? But
Right.
I'm always intrigued by that kind of stuff, the horrible stuff, because from and I'm pretty sure you've probably seen it. Fallout 1, when you revealed where your vault was, uh, via the water caravans, I think it was, or you spoke to the lieutenant. it had that cut scene where you seen the super mutants coming in, like cutting them to pieces with laser rifles and stuff. Yeah, when I seen the Fiend's Vault, I was like, holy shit, that's probably similar, and it scared me because I do not like being put in confined places where I cannot escape, and I'm pretty sure that's a fucking, you know, being in a vault, you might feel safe, but Jesus Christ, you know what fucking, you know where I'm coming from here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, this is good because it exposes a weakness of mine or something I've avoided as a writer. So I might have to make myself make a vault mod just to address this. This is great.
Oh,
Drag was asking how you
oh,
feel about a vault that believes the apocalypse was staged.
I think that's. I'll be honest. I love it. My plan night companion, nobody, positively deranged and is a host for every conspiracy theory imaginable. That would fit right in. So yes, I'm all for it. But as a standalone, that's fantastic. You could do. God, that's
no,
great.
wait. Like, great question, Robert. Can I get an answer to my question? Well, my little fucking fantasy. Rooster, please.
As far
The answer.
as
It's so Vault 3. You said you were going to make you potentially like look into that.
I mean, I'll keep an open mind because now that I'll be honest, I try to. It's like this Legion mod. I deliberately dodged the
Ah,
Legion for years, and I was like, you know, just do it and challenge yourself to make it. If nothing else, then to be a better writer and provide better role playing. And so, if I've been dodging, I've done underground stuff, Enclave, pseudo vaults and stuff, but that's different. But having a unique standalone vault with its own experiment, might be worth doing it eventually.
oh, cool. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
If we got any more questions in the chat, you guys go ahead, fire them away. We'll probably be wrapping up the stream pretty soon. We've been about 5 hours. I got some medication in my system that's actually making me nauseous. Like I need to eat soon.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
All good. No,
It's
dude, you're good.
wait,
You
wait a
100%
minute.
good.
Wait a minute. Sorry, is Drag in the building? Hi, Drag. How you doing? Um, Jesus Christ, we gone for fucking what? 5 hours, nearly.
You all got some of that Bobby Best syndrome, just talking and talking.
Oh my god,
Yeah, I
crazy.
know it's incredibly late.
Hang on. I'm gonna give it a. Just give me 1, 2, 3. Right, ready for a classic. She. There we go. There's one.
It's Clay Davis from The Wire. Shit. If he goes further than that, yeah, that's a
Yeah,
classic.
see, you did that. I looked over and it's like just you, like the thumbnail, some rooster in a mic going, "She is a chicken or a rooster, whatever it is." Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And there's me as a sock, and then Raw pointing, going, "What are you doing? What are you doing? 5 hours in, fucking hell." She.
We appreciate you, Herman. I know it's like 6 a.m., probably close to 7 a.m. your time right now. I'm not seeing any more questions pop in, so I think we're gonna wrap it up unless something pops up in the next few seconds. But Rooster, it's been a pleasure, dude. Like, thank you for giving us this much of your time coming on here and talking to us. Like, out of all the stuff you could be doing right now, I appreciate you for real.
Hey, I would have just been modding and obsessing. This is good for me. And look, I just want to extend my thanks. I really appreciate the professionalism and the scheduling. Back in the day, I took part in various interviews. Some were organized, some were not. This was very well organized. I really appreciate the planning and forethought that went into this, as well as the questions posed by chat and the other contributors. I'm extremely grateful for the support, and I'm hoping to keep releasing mods without rushing, but in good order. Hopefully, get some new content out this spring and summer. So, thank you so much, gentlemen.
One last note, real quick. Hermit was saying that he doesn't have any questions, but if you need them to change anything with LE, Just let them know. We're adding new parts to Russell or Inheritance, etc. That's it.
I appreciate it, and that I don't want to say just yet. I've got a lot of other irons in the fire, but maybe down the road, and I appreciate it.
Or I will still cast you my voice if the time comes.
When it comes time, and if I'm committed to using human voice actors, I'm going to be scrambling for everybody I know, friends, family, people online. So, brother, I will take you up on that.
Got you, man. Take care of yourself. Thank you again for everything, guys. We're gonna wrap it up here. Unless Blue, you got anything?
No, I just want to say again, I'm just gonna echo the words you said. Thank you fucking very much, Rooster. Absolute pleasure. And I didn't realise how much I kind of had in common with you in terms of gaming and like, you know, a bit of philosophy and stuff like that. And yeah, absolutely fascinating listening to your output, your input, fucking everything. So yeah, I speak for Raw as well. We will welcome you back on the stream at any time you want, and we'll chat shit, chat fucking actual good content. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Fucking hell, salute. Cheers, mate.
Cheers to y'all as well. Have a great weekend, gentlemen.
You as
Good
well.
night.
Right. Guys, that's going to conclude another episode of the Rawcast. Getting to spend 5 hours with SomeRooster. If you're enjoying what you watch, please consider hitting that like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Share the stream. Get some additional exposure. Trying to get to 5K by the end of the year. Go check out Rooster on Nexus. Go check him out on YouTube. Go check out Drag, all the other modders, all the other devs in this community. Thank you guys for everything. We love you. Good night.